5 races done, 1 to go. Welcome to the championship showdown for the Asian Le Mans Series here at the Yas Marina circuit in Abu Dhabi. We have had a very dramatic season. We've had torrential rain in Malaysia, we've had red flags, we've had barrier damage, we've had battered cars, we've had new talents emerge. We've had multiple winners in some categories and lots of different winners in others. And it all comes down to this final 4 hours of the season. It is a 4-hour race and there are 3 classes, 3 races in one, if you like, for LMP2 and LMP3 prototypes. And the GT cars, that's got the biggest number of cars of any of the 3 classes, and a really fierce fight is pretty much guaranteed there. For the teams, for the drivers, there's a championship here in isolation, but also for the winning teams in LMP2 and in GT, there is that coveted prize of an entry for the 24 hours of Le Mans. And that is what they are all aiming for, because racing there is something very special. So 4 hours of drama ahead, at the end of which we'll know race winners and we'll know champions, and that means there's an awful lot to keep on top of. In order to do so, let us join the combined calculators and abacuses and brains of Ollie Gavin and Graham Goodwin.
Brains? He said brains.
Brains? Oh, well, it's a promotion for me. Welcome. Good afternoon if you're here in the UAE or watching in the region. Good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to the finale of the 2024-2025 Asia Le Mans Series here at the fabulous Yas Marina circuit. There's all sorts of combinations of what might happen here, Ollie. Dramas galore at every single race we had so far. There he is, the grandfather of the Asia Le Mans Series, 73 years young, Mark Patterson. But we've got, as David said, titles up for grabs. But beyond that, in the 2 classes that David mentioned, LMP2 and GT, multiple cars that can still win that biggest prize in motorsport, an automatic invitation to the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, that was really fantastic. It's an amazing prize, and certainly something that all of these teams, when they embarked on their title chase in Sepang, was to try and secure one of those entries. And yeah, it is going to be a nip and tuck in P2, but it's also in GT. It's going to be a fantastic battle. A number of teams can still take that title,
as it has been throughout the season. And we're going to go back and look at the dramas that contributed to the situation we found ourselves in today by looking back at some of the highlights of the 4 hours of Abu Dhabi that took place just yesterday. From the very start, Giorgio Roda, his 5th out of 6 pole positions in the Asia Le Mans Series, a clean sweep. It was very orderly stuff for the LMP2s, the LMP3s, but the GTs, it was squeeze as they came through turn 1. And it was a 3-car incident that saw the number 46 QMMF by Herberth car collected by this car, the Tsunami RT car that had been collected by the 96 2Cs Motorsports AMG. That, as we'll see here, huge impact for the number 46 car. That car will not start. That's a new picture that we hadn't seen before, and the Tsunami RT car pretty helpless there. The 46 even more helpless still. We will not see the Qatari entry on track today. That car pretty much destroyed, but the driver happily absolutely fine. Tsunami RT took damage. They retired from the race, but we're back today, and then the circuit staff got to it. It wasn't the only major incident. This one, well, we thought it accounted for one of the championship leaders in LMP3, but then did account for the championship leader in GT, the Winward Racing 81, completely luckless there, collecting the 35 when it had side-by-side contact with the 49. 35 would rejoin. Then side-by-side, with damage still on the rear of Mark Patterson's high-class racing car, RRM Sports 15 making its way forward in the order. Dramas galore in LMP2, whether it was the bronze, the silver or the gold drivers aboard, all sorts of action. This was Julian Andlauer making his way through the order. And later on, 3 wide with Alex Malikin trying to defend from Matt Bell and Ollie Caldwell. And then Harry King aboard the 91 car. All sorts of dramas with this car, but their race would be ruined at the end with a miscalculation on drive time of all things. The 20 and the 11 involved. The 92 from Manthey EBM fending off a fine run from the Climax number 2 AMG. 22 serving a penalty that would cost it the lead and a chance at the win. This was after contact with the 83 AF Corsa car. It came then down to a final splash of fuel for the number 25 APR car, but going long on fuel. Very tiptoeing his way around the last few laps, trying to save fuel. Alex Quinn, it didn't quite work. Melter Jacobsen blasting by on the very last lap to take the lead. and what would be converted into a third win, and the championship lead retained by the 25 car. The 20 car, with next to nothing left in the tank, would make it through in second. The 22 would make it third. RLRM Sports into the mix with another win for the British-run car, and Montai EBM taking the win and claiming the championship lead in GT. What a night in Abu Dhabi. That sets up the championship battles, Ollie Gavin, for Sunday. And what we've got are multiple cars in the mix. 3 cars can still win the overall title in LMP2, albeit the RD Limited car, a terrible look at the start of that race, picking up a puncture. They need the 2 APR cars to not score, and that's not something that's happened so far.
I'd say that's quite unlikely with the way that Stewie Cox and his team is run, and how well prepared they are. But you can never say never in the Asian Le Mans series. We've had all kinds of things that have happened. We just see Bib there on the grid there, just waving away to the fans. A great turnout here today. Yeah, one of the longest-lasting corporate mascots in the world, Bibendum. The emblem, of course, of Michelin, one of our series partners. Yeah, great to. But back to how we the rundown in P2. You know, the RD Limited car, number 30, were supremely fast all this weekend, and they've just not really had the luck. And you know, are we going to see a turnaround in that fortune today? And certainly they've got the speed in the car and the driver lineup to do it.
So 3 cars, 2 teams, because it's the 25 and the 20 from APR that sit first and second in the order. It's Malte Jakobsen with his mum and his younger sister. Lovely, lovely family. Ready to go. Great turnout on the grid, and thank you for coming if you come from locally here in the UAE, or indeed internationally, as I bumped into lots of people flying in for this. Ultimates and their crew chiefs. And we're going to pause for the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. Fabulous hosts here for the Asian Le Mans Series.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. السيدات والسادة، الجمهور الكريم، الرجاء التكرم بالوقوف في حال القدرة لعزف النشيد الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please stand, if you are able, for the national anthem of United Arab Emirates. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. السيدات والسادة، الجمهور الكريم، الرجاء التكرم بالوقوف في حال القدرة لعزف النشيد الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please stand, if you are able, for the national anthem of United Arab Emirates.
Stirring stuff. The national anthem of the United Arab Emirates, our hosts here since 2021 in the Asian Le Mans Series, and that is set to continue. It's Nick Adcock in the middle of the picture there from the RLR M Sport team, and one of our reigning champions in the European Le Mans Series in LMP3. Let's take a look now But what's ahead for these drivers as Ollie Gavin takes us around a fast lap of the Yas Marina circuit aboard the championship leading 25 Algarve Pro Racing Orica.
On board here with the 25 Algarve Pro Racing Orica 07 chassis. Here we are, 16 turns of the Yas Marina circuit, coming down into turn 1, spotting that brake point, down to about 125 k's an hour. Turn 1, careful track limits on the exit there, and then through into turns 2 and 3. About 205 k's an hour right here, about 3G of lateral load. Could be careful of track limits on the exit. Coming down into turn 5, about 255 k's an hour. Spotting the brakes, about 3G of loading on the brakes here. First gear on the throttle, about 85 k's an hour. Track limits again is an issue. Got a slower GT car. I think it's going to be the Aston Martin in front of us. Getting a little bit of a toe off of it. Up to 290 k's an hour. Just got to be looking for that brake point as we come down into turn 6 here. Hard on the brakes just now, 3.2 G of loading here, hanging on the belts through turns 6, then into 7, on the throttle. Got to be careful of track limits, just about okay there. As we go up through the box again to around about 275 k's an hour, coming up to turn 9, this banked left-hander. Important corner on the racetrack, a lot of lap time here, down to 3rd. That banking helping you turn and rotate through the corner, about 3G again of loading. Careful, a little bit of track limits on the exit there, and then winding way through here, coming towards the hotel, spotting that brake point around about the apex of turn 11, all the way down to about 90k, second gear, and then got it smoothly back to the left, underneath the bridge here at the W Hotel, and then it's very tricky left-hander off camber. Going to make sure you get that done, and onto the throttle. Got some traffic ahead coming through turn 15, and then into 16, the final lap here, 5.28 kilometers around this Yas Marina circuit. And there we go for one more lap around the Yas Marina track.
Down on the front of the grid, pole position yet again for Giorgio Roda. I feel a bit like a boomerang. You get rid of me before a race, I come back, because it's been pole position for you every time. And yet, it's been a tough season. Podium yesterday, that was a decent result.
Yeah, I would say I'm happy from yesterday because we were leading the whole race. We were 45 seconds in front of P2 and the rest of the field. Then my teammates just had an accident with another car and we got a drive-through, which was unlucky because it was an easy win, honestly. And the team performed really well in every pit stop. Strategy-wise was perfect after the red flag, and also the driving time for the drivers was different, so we managed everything perfectly. But it's racing, it is what it is, and let's say it like this. So 6 out of pole position, it's fine. I'm happy with that, and let's try to win today. At least I would not say I want to win for the team, because they're putting so much energy and effort in this car and the LMP2 program, so I want to win for them.
You've also illustrated, I guess, that it's not just about being fast in this kind of racing. It's keeping out of trouble, it's not making mistakes, it's being good on track and in the pits.
Yeah, you're right. You saw yesterday we got red flag even before lap 1, and it's endurance racing, so it doesn't end like they say always in the briefing, the race doesn't end in the first corner. And sometimes you just need to think about what you have to do and the maneuver you have to do. If you can wait maybe 1 or 2 laps to make it safe, you should, because it's 4-hour race and the since is 1 hour, so even more, 1 hour and a half. So you have the time to do the maneuver in a safe way, I would say. But it is what it is.
It is what it is. Good luck. We'll see you on the podium, hopefully. Third yesterday, Giorgio Roda will start from pole position, as he has done in every race in the championship this year. And that is a pretty remarkable record, Graham Goodwin.
It is indeed 5 pole positions out of 6 in the European Le Mans Series, followed up by, as David quite rightly says, a complete whitewash here in Asia. And for me, Ollie Gavin, he's one of a number of bronze drivers that has used this format, this intense format in the Asian Le Mans Series, to take a step forward, not only in his pace, but his racecraft as well. And I'm looking here at the likes of Michael Jensen, Georgios Kolovos, taking steps
Jeremy
forward.
Clark.
Jeremy
As
Clark,
we're seeing
amazing.
here on the screen, he has been one of the standout bronzes here in the Asian Le Mans Series for this year and this season, and he's been taking that fight to Giorgio Roda, and about the only driver that's really been on his pace. I mean, Alex Malikian has been showing flashes of that speed, but never consistently, whereas Giorgio and Jeremy have been fighting out at the front. Alexander Matchell's just been slightly back from them in that chasing group, but he's done extreme.
Starter.
Absolutely, always starts quickly.
If you're here at the circuit, do watch the number 11 car at the start, because Alex has made progress in every single race. It'll be Patrick Byrne, by the way, starting the 50 car on the front row today.
They've been mixing that up, haven't they?
They have.
And yeah.
I think that's been a pre-race agreement between the two. This is the first of the Algarve Pro Racing cars. Michael Jensen will start the 25. They lead the race 5th or better, and the championship is theirs. That is the points difference, 16 points to the good ahead of their team car, the number 20, then the RD Limited car. We'll get into the points computations a little later. There's the fabulous helmet of Michael Jensen. The 83 car was involved in that clash with the 22 that cramped their style yesterday.
Yeah, these guys have been a little bit back from their full potential, I feel, throughout the whole of this this season, and never really, they've shown flashes of speed, but it's like the whole, it's never quite unlocked that full speed that I think that the car has got.
It's Fred Leckian there from the LMEM, the organisers of the Asia Le Mans Series, WC and ELMS. Taking a look at the Orica, I think he fancies a go. Go on, Fred, you know you want to. But it's been a great season. 83, they'll bank this. They'll go to Europe.
Yeah.
There is Francois Perodo with some of the management faces. The lady in the middle there, Gael, who looks after the European Le Mans Series. And, of course, Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO. Pole position in LMP3. And these guys did have something of a day yesterday. It'll be Mark Patterson, young gun. 73 years young to start this race.
Absolute warrior.
Gearbox problems stopped their race yesterday, so that's dropped them down in the points order. They do require help from others having a bad day to make it to the title. Alex Malikin suiting up in the number 91 car. Sorry, that's Julian Anlauer.
Yeah.
My apologies, because they're going to be starting from the very back again. So watch for that car to make rapid progress if this race can stay green. Number 7 car from Graf Racing. Their season has not gone the way they would have liked. It will be Alexander Bukantsov starting this race. They've shown flashes of real pace, but they've not managed to put together.
They've had some terrible luck in Dubai.
They really did.
Yesterday, it was a better run for them. They got a little bit more of the rub of the green. And
well, they'll be looking for a race win here. They're out of the title reckoning, but into the title reckoning with back-to-back wins comes this squad.
These guys have been fantastic.
Yep.
Since Dubai, these guys have been performing brilliantly.
Yep, RLRM Sports in the number 15 car. And Chris Short will start the car, joined the championship here in the United Arab Emirates.
And one of the stars of, of the series, Ian Aguilera, getting into finishing that 15 car, and he's been a standout in P3.
What a find for them. Drivers suiting up, gloving up, getting aboard. 26 from Breton Racing, 4th in LMP3, but leading the championship points by 5 points from the 35 car, the ultimate car that was in all sorts of trouble yesterday, did manage to finish and salvage points that keep them in the title hunt.
If these guys can keep it clean today, my money's on them.
Yep. And then Ultimate, the 35 car, involved in that 3-car clash at the final turn that brought out the safety car. Louis Stern will start the car.
Oh yeah, that was a tough move yesterday, and what ended up happening at the final turn.
Kudos to the team for getting that car back out, because the points they scored with a finish means that they are still in the title hunt today. One of 4 cars, by the way, that can still win the title in LMP3. We move to the pole position car in GT, and it's a new team for pole position honours in the Asia Le Mans Series, and a new team for us this season from China, Climax Racing, and the number 2 AMG. Had a great race yesterday, late problem for them, dropped them out of contention, but they had a great day contesting the positions at the front of the grid with a gaggle of Porsches and AMGs out, and Aston Martin's getting involved with Ferraris as well for a time. Another pacey qualifying for Optimum Motorsport. Morgan Tilbrook will start the car, but they've had horrible luck.
It's been dreadful for Optimum. It really has. Every which way they've turned, it's just not worked for them. And they had another race yesterday where it was just a pretty miserable one.
And fingers crossed for better luck. Beth Motorsport, title winners in the Asia Le Mans Series back in 2021. They're not full season entrants here, but have taken a race win already. 3rd on the grid. EBM, Earl Bamber Motorsports, and the Aston Martin, Gabriele Rindoni, will start the number 89 car. They've been in the mix as well. Bubbling under, they've had a podium so far this year, and they'll be looking for more here.
They had trouble towards the end of the race yesterday, didn't they?
They did indeed. Packed grid. It's a delight to be back here again at Yas Marina for the finale. 57, what dramas for them this season. Winners at Sepang in the first race, eliminated yesterday after contact from another of the Aston Martins that had the rear of the car ablaze for a short while.
Yeah, it was an unusual fire. It was just a build-up of rubber and of the carbon fibre, and it just caught fire on that left rear corner. The team have managed to get it fixed, obviously, and got it back on track, and no major damage, thankfully.
Kimura San has been a strong part of endurance racing worldwide. Another survivor from the battles yesterday, Tsunami RT in their 79 car. And that's,
these guys were super unlucky yesterday.
Done a great job to get the car back.
Tagged just coming out of turn 1, and then it just all unravelled for them, unfortunately.
To Jonas Selga, spoke to him at breakfast this morning, and looking forward to a much better day. There are going to be dramas. Let's hope for dramas rather different than what we saw between turns 1 and 2. This is our championship leading car, Ryan Hardwick, with Ricky Perra and Richard Leitz. They are heading from here to Qatar for the start of the FI World Endurance Championship.
Brilliantly throughout the series, and well deserving on their championship lead.
Just 3 cars now left in the championship hunt, and the top 2, or 2 of the top cars from Montai, the 2 Porsches. The number 10 car is the next one in the order, 61 points. And this is the number 10 car, Antares Out, Klaas Backler and Jules Sturm. And the 3rd car, by the way, was the luckless 81 Winward car, which is way further back down the order.
And they were the car that collected or got into that accident with the 35 LMP3 that was turned around at turn 16 yesterday.
Absolutely luckless in that, but let's wait and see. Dramas.
It's your boat.
Oh, it's no, mine's
You're just leasing it out.
No, we don't like to talk about my boat. No.
Okay, fine.
My boat's bigger than that. And there's oars. But the Bartone Bros sponsored Get Speed car were in the mix yesterday. There's mixing it up a bit, switching Anthony Bartone as the start driver from Steve Jans. We've seen, I think, for every other race this season.
Yeah.
So, young American will be in the thick of things from the very start here. We've said it before, Ollie, and it's just seen the back there of the 87 Origin Porsche. And for that matter, this car, the 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari. Great to see teams in numbers from both this region.
1 minute board on the grid, 1 minute board.
And further in Southeast Asia.
Yeah,
it's a definite recovery from the Asia Le Mans Series after the difficult years of COVID.
Yeah, the 88 just didn't quite have the luck, or hasn't really had the luck here since Dubai. And, you know, they're hoping for a stronger run today. And yeah, fingers crossed for all these guys. This is a pressure moment now. Everybody getting ready. Drivers will be feeling those nerves. It will be jangling, and there'll be the final updates. Here we are, 5.28 miles, 16 turns around the Yas Marina, split into 3 sectors. And yeah, it is going to be fraught and frantic. The racing here, multi-class, has been tough. It's been tight. There has been plenty of incidents. One of the onboards that we have through the race today is the number 12 car collection, Porsche. We certainly saw some action on board with them yesterday. But I think this is on the terrace here at the W Hotel. We're having our breakfast there most mornings.
Green flag. Start of the first of the 2 formation lap.
This morning, Melon Medley corner, I think. Away we go. It'll be the first of 2 formation laps. The car's under the control of the Chevy Camaro pace car until at the end of the 2nd lap, that car will pull away and the field will be under the control of pole sitter Giorgio Roda.
This is quite a tricky time for these drivers. They're all looking to pull away, but they have to wait for the car to go in front, and everybody's always eager to get going. And it's just it's important that you don't get out of sequence and out of line, and you are in and around where you need to be starting. And it's always a sort of like you're wanting to crack on and get your tyres warm, brakes warm, all those bits and pieces, but you have to stay in line. And also they want to keep the pack together, because if they don't and there's a big gaps up here, then it takes a long time for all of the cars to be brought back together by the race director. And so it's important to be disciplined, but go about your work, getting everything up to temperature and pressure. Let's
take you through the grid. Proton Competition on pole position alongside them. They, of course, has number 50 Orica. Then Alexander Matchell in the 11 Proton car, Michael Jensen, championship leading 25 Algarve Pro car. The 83 from AF Corsa, the 24 from Nielsen, Francois Perodo alongside Naveen Rao. And then DKR Engineering's Georgios Kolovos alongside Crichton and Tudis in the number 20 Algar Pro Racing car, second in the points. RD Limited, 9th, with Fred Pordad.
Second car is way too big. Please close those gaps.
And then into LMP3, High Class Racing, still in the hunt, but just barely. The 49 car, Mark Patterson, Alexander Bekantsov, and the number 7 Graf Racing Leisure alongside Chris Short in the 15 RLRM Sport car. They're in the hunt, as are championship leaders Breton Racing with Jens Muller, Louis Stern, and the Ultimate Crew. They'll looking to be looking to clinch the title. Tim Kresick in the 34 Inter Europol car is next, and then 16th on the grid, Inter Europol's 43, Steve Brooks. Inter GT, long list, number 2 AMG, Bihuang Zhu for Climax Racing's AMG, the number 77 Optimum McLaren in the hands of Morgan Tilbrook, EBM's 89 Aston Martin, Gabriele Rendon, and then we have the 57 car, Guy Ferrari, Takeshi Kimura, Tsunami RT's Johanna Zegler in the 79 Porsche, the 92 Monte EMA Porsche, Ryan Hardwick, the 10 Monte Porsche Antarasau, 9's Get Speed AMG with Anthony Bartone, Dragon Racing's 88 Ferrari Marco Pulcini, the 19 Blackthorn Aston Martin Giacomo Petrabelli, then AF Corsa's Custodio Toledo, the 51 Ferrari, the 28 from AF Corsa Max Visa, then the 96 2C's Motorsport AMG Tony McIntosh, and it's Charlie Samani in the 82 AF Corsa Ferrari, Todd Coleman, the 8 Dragon Ferrari, the 98 EBM Aston with Anderson Tenoto, then Winwood's 16 AMG, Sergei Stolярov, the 12 car collection Porsche Basho Mardini, Kessel Racing's Dustin Blattner in the 74 Ferrari, and then the championship contenders Winwood Racing's number 81, the 60 Proton Porsche Claudio Schiavone, and then it is the 85 Iron Dames Porsche, Absolute Racing Ferrari Greg Bennett, and Hash in the 21 car collection car, Optimus Andrew Gilbert, 27, Prime Speed Sports 42 Lamborghini. Towards the back of the grid here in the Origine 87 Porsche Beaujoin, Ralph Byrne in the 99 Herbert car, and what's missing at the back of that grid on this is on the graphic is the final car on the grid, the 91 car Pure Racing in the hands of Julien Andra, Porsche factory driver, Pure Racing Orica, 45th and a 45 car grid, and pumped up to make very rapid progress.
Absolutely, and
family fields there for Mara Engel and daughter.
Yeah, we're just hearing Guambozier there, just talking about closing the gaps, and making sure those P3 cars are coming up to the back of the P2 cars. They want to have them side by side as they come through and out of underneath the W Hotel, and so it's important that all of these cars, we were seeing the gap, and it was big. With all the GT cars, you can see them just in the far end of the shot there. They're all just starting to catch up to the back of the pack, and it is important that everybody is tight.
Close the gaps.
So
from now on, gaps should be closed. Close the gaps.
So Graham Boursier getting these cars closing up. You can see them there under the DHL bridge.
Still exactly flying in from underneath the Yas Marina Circuit bridge.
A little careless for 1 or 2 in the order, isn't it?
We had this yesterday, but they managed to just about get themselves sorted out by the start. And what we're trying to stop is this big concertina effect, or big hole, and then some guys come flying down into turn 1 at more than racing speed and causing an incident.
Some fabulous images for people on the terrace at the W Hotel to capture with the full field together.
Now this is the time you start assuming great position.
Lights off on the Chevy Camaro. That will pull away at this point. Giorgio Roda will then control the field, still holding them at the moment, so it's going to be a late dive to the pits from the Chevy. Then it will be under the control of, there he goes, under the control of Giorgio Roda to wait for the red lights to go out, and we can get underway for the finale of the 2024-2025 Asian Le Mans Series.
Overtake before the line.
Down towards the line, watch the red lights, because that's what Giorgio Roda will be doing down there.
Green
and
flag,
they go,
flag.
And away he goes. It's a good start again from our pole sitter. Alexander Matchell looking to go up the inside of Patrick Byrne. Can he make it through? Byrne to the outside.
Oh, got the 20 going around.
The 20's gone around, and that's one of our title contenders. 25. It's our championship leader.
Yeah.
Drama immediately.
Jensen. Michael Jensen got turned around. They got a little bit of a touch, I believe. And we're just waiting to see a bit of a replay on that, just waiting to see everybody else coming through down into turn 5 here. Fast starting number 3, DKR Engineering. And Naveen Rao there.
He's still not managed to get that car underway. 42 is out of things. Big hit for the 42.
This is it, turn 3. He's just gone off to driver's left. That's right on the pit exit. And he's got tagged there. Oh,
that's a big hit. That is a big hit.
Yes, it is. And
that is Rennie Hermina Malmazak.
I imagine we're going to go safety car here.
I think we are, because that is going to require a bit of a clear up. Hopefully driver okay. Safety car has been scrambled. That's not a surprise. Watching from the stands here at Abu Dhabi, that's two things. We had a problem for Michael Jensen, tagged from the rear, the championship leader, and then a big hit into the barriers turn 3 for the number 42 Lamborghini. And I'm afraid their traumatic Asian Le Mans series for 2024-25 concludes at that point.
Yeah, that's game over for them.
Anxious times here at Algarve Pro Racing.
Fortunately for Michael, I think that the car is relatively, hasn't got caught up with anybody else, and I think it's all in one piece, no damage. I've got my fingers crossed for them. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a tidy up here, because that was a big hit again, and they might have some barrier damage to look at.
Yeah, well, cars come down to 80 kilometers an hour. They'll be picked up by the safety car. Giorgio Roda immediately off the gas and bringing things under control. As things stand, he leads the race from Patrick Byrne, Alexander Matchell, Georgios Kolovos up to 4th, Naveen Rao. Francois Perroda dropped back a little in that order. Kreitel and Tudis. Jens Muller ahead of Fred Pordad, by the way, in the RD Limited car in that little melee. So the championship leaders in LMP3 ahead. Let's take another look at this, Ollie, and take us through the action, in particular the 25 car.
Yeah, he's coming down into turn 1, and there is the 25 just on the outside, and he just gets a little, maybe a tiny little bit of help there from the 83, and touch on that left rear corner. And this is riding on board here with the Manthey number 10. There was Michael Jensen off to the right hand side, but we were going to stay on board there. Here is the 42 car. If we follow that through, or he was spinning the 28. But if we follow the 42 further as it comes round and through, he's side by side there. Oh, and it was
23.
It was a 23, yes.
And it was the Absolute Racing Ferrari that seemed to come off the curb.
Yeah, and he just kind of like moved across and then got into the side of the 42. And luckless, that Lamborghini.
So the lucky part for Michael Jensen was that he spun off the track surface, or that could have been far, far worse.
Yeah, he was, everybody did get through, and there was no other contact, which is great.
Michael is, by the way, rolling. He's back this queue, back in 44th position. Julian Anlar, by the way, before we got onto the safety car, had already passed 11 cars. Yeah. So he's up to 34th.
Wouldn't mind just seeing that replay one more time. It was the way that the car was rotating. It could have just been, there was just a little bit too much weight on the front axle or red flag.
Red flag.
And,
Rennie Malmazak struggling to get out of this car.
Yeah, he's just trying to get everything undone, and
trying to be anxious about this. Quite correctly so. So we'll wait and find out. No, he's walking away. Yeah. That's the best news.
I think he was just trying to undo all of his radio and bits and pieces.
Track official taking a picture of the damage to that barrier. I can see a barrier support badly bent there.
Yeah, they're going to have a look at that, and we're going to have maybe a bit of a lengthy delay here. So as it's coming through, the Absolute car just looked to sort of take its line, and it just pushed the 42 car Lamborghini off to driver's left, and that's taken a sizable hit, and that's the game over for 42.
So red flag, I'm afraid, at the very start of this race. That we'll see the Chevy Camaro safety car bring the field in line astern.
What is it with lap 1?
I don't know.
Yas Marina with the Asian Le Mans series.
A little bit Formula Deja Vu today. Yeah. But it'll bring the field under its control onto the start-finish straight to stop in line astern. Await instructions from there. Clock is still running at the moment. So Proton Competition lead from pole position. A bit of a reshuffle in the order behind that. Climax Racing, by the way, Zhu Puhang does retain the lead in what became, as you can see there, just above the fire extinguisher, you can see a barrier support at 45 degrees, more or less.
Yeah. That
was a big hit.
Yeah, it's concerning, very. And Eduardo will be down there very shortly to take a look at it. And anxious times here. the Lamborghini garage.
Well, the best part of it is we have seen the driver walk away unaided. Will go without doubt to the medical centre to be checked over. That was a big hit.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Tough times.
And race control in attendance. There's Eduardo Freitas just in front of the race control car, heading towards the barrier, where he'll determine and advise just exactly what is going to be required here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got, oh, there goes the JCB, and yeah, he's got an unusual amount of experience with this now, with the Asian Le Mans Series.
He does. It's not unique, of course, the Asian Le Mans Series. There's a number of times I've commentated on Eduardo Freitas staring at a barrier. Should be a sport in itself. So, on the upside, if you're here in the grandstands, you're going to have a good long look at these cars. Downside is we are going to have a little time to wait.
That Chevy Camaro does look very good, though, doesn't it?
It does. If you are here, by the way, in the UAE, and you're thinking, gosh, I wish I'd come and seen the race, you've got time now. So please do come along. You will be more than welcome. Trust me, sports car racing, very friendly place to be. Significantly less tribal than perhaps other sports. Our grandstands tend to feature significantly less hooliganism than other sports do. But, can't speak for the behaviour of some of the people in the grandstands. Oh, I know, it could be kicking off there right now, but I don't think so.
I don't think so either. We've got a very nice crowd coming in today. Having a replay here of the start, coming down, and we're just going to watch Michael Jensen coming down into turn one, and it's the 83 car. I think, just tagged him slightly. And Michael continued to roll backwards, which was smart. We're on board here with a number 10 as he's coming into turn one, and he's trying to see Michael off to the right-hand side. And then we're going to see the 28, I think, coming, had been turned around as well, or it had a spin. The 42 there is trying to find its way through, and in checking up, it's got around with the Absolute car. The Absolute car was just trying to get back onto its line, and it got turned 42 into the barrier. Big hit, and their day is done.
Okay, so 44 cars are going to be left in this race. There is René Melmazak. Apologies for the mangling of the name there.
He did it well, I think.
I didn't. I always do apologise for that. But there's David Leach, by the way. That is the strategic brains behind Algarve Pro Racing. He'll be working something out at the moment.
Absolutely.
You just watch.
Yes.
Prime Speed Sport, what a rotten weekend for them. Nick Foster in the foreground there. Race winner in the Asia Le Mans Series, back with Hub Auto in the Ferrari back in the day.
Yeah, and out the mechanics bore onto the grid, and there's kind of a weary-looking walk to a few of these mechanics. They've been working extremely hard over the last couple of weeks here in the UAE, and yeah, they are. They come back to their cars, and they're allowed to come back and plug certain things in, yes. But it's the car is kind of frozen in exactly how it was due to start, how it started the race.
I mean, sharp contrast to the world-weary gait of the mechanics. I just watched gazelle-like as David Addison bounded towards those cars in delight that he can point his microphone at some of these guys.
What a supreme athlete.
He's been a revelation this season, David Addison, for a man of his age.
In all kinds of ways.
In so many ways. For a man of his age to be as active as he still is, I think is remarkable.
He deserves a medal.
I think so. He did get one in Dubai.
Oh, did he?
Yes, he did.
But maybe he'll show it to the crowd today.
I think he should.
I think so.
So David Addison, ladies and gentlemen, who is our pit lane reporter this weekend, again, has been with us throughout the season, and what a great addition he's been to the team. We're going to go down to, I hope, still the smiling man of the Asia Le Mans Series, not David Addison, but Antara Sao from the number 10 Manthai car. He's with David right now.
Right, now that you two have stopped taking the mickey for a moment, let's talk to some drivers. Antara Sao is in the middle of all of this, having a good weekend in GT, and yet here we are again, race 6 and our 4th red flag.
Unfortunately, it's another accident at race start, but I hope the driver's okay, because I drove past him. It did seem that he needed some medical attention, so our thoughts go out to him. And
they got out of the car, walked away just a bit, a bit winded, but he's out, he's okay, yeah.
All right, then I'm glad to hear. Then, ideally we do a little bit of construction work and we'll go back to racing.
The obvious question is, how is the race going? But I'll come up with a better question, because you don't really know yet. I mean, one lap, you can't really gauge anything. Let's talk about yesterday. Podium, good result, good for the championship.
It helped yesterday to come from P almost dead last to climb to where we are. I think the team gave us a mega car, and the strategy certainly helped. Sometimes you need a bit of luck, and I think that's what happened to us. Interestingly, right now seems to be an eerie repeat of yesterday.
It's been a mixed season. It started with damage for you, a big damage in Malaysia, and it's been up and down a bit. There was a fuel drama in Dubai, but lots of positives.
I think so. For someone who's doing his 5th season, we've had quite a journey. And I was telling friends, a couple of years ago we were scrapping for a podium. Ideally here we're in a position to at least fight for the championship. Our sister car has a pretty respectable lead, so we need some rather bizarre things to happen. But I wish them well, and we'll be fighting a good fight on our end. I think we made progress. Really just knowing where we are. But it's unfortunate because when you think about what happened in Sepang, we got crashed out when our sister car was in a good position. So that's a haul of points. And we were leading comfortably and confidently taking the win for the first race in Dubai. And that through, again, no fault of our own, things happen and we had to come in for a splash and dash. So, that's again points given. When one looks at the fact that we're just 9 points away from leading the championship, that's just how fine the margins are. These are good guys up and down the paddock. Yes. They race good races. They won't give us an easy time, so we're going to be on the A game. Sometimes we're not.
We're talking about a race. We're talking about a championship. We're also talking about this Le Mans entry. Now, if your car comes out on top in class, will you go to Le Mans? And if the other one comes out on top, can you find yourself a seat in there?
What kind of racer is going to say no to a Le Mans 24 entry, right? Yeah, I think you should stop interviewing him. No, but realistically, I think it'll be a good result if the team wins the championship. We'll have to figure out how to make that work. And it's one thing at a time, honestly. One turn at a time, you can tell how quickly things change in just 2 corners.
Well, you did say a few moments ago you might need something bizarre to happen to win the championship. There's a long way to go. A lot of bizarre things can yet happen.
Well, we don't race by wishing people ill. That's definitely not. But many things can happen. We've had no fuel in the car. We've had things coming out of the left field. So again, we just need to be head on a swivel. Ideally, finish well.
Fingers crossed for you. Good luck. Antara Zhao for Porsche number 10 from the Manthey squad, and he's looking forward to getting the race back underway. Now, as yesterday, I think quite a few drivers have made their way back to the pit lane where it's a little bit cooler. If I take my camera this direction, let's see if we can go and stop the other part, if you like, of Manthey, because I think Ryan Hardwick, who was a class 1 today,
I'm going to nominate Antara Zhao for the Spirit of the Asia Le Mans Series award. Every single time we speak to Antares, whatever the fortunes, good, bad or indifferent, he's got something positive and heartwarming to say.
The glass is half full, isn't it?
He is the epitome of the passion that drives gentleman drivers in sports car racing. I mean, you've worked for most of your career, Ollie, alongside professional drivers, but as with a lot of young drivers, and I know that's an awfully long time ago, you did indeed race with gentleman drivers. They're a particular breed. They're very different. They're inspiring guys to be around, but Antara Zhao, what a spirit he's got for this sport.
Absolutely, and that's the key thing that sort of like links them all together is their drive and their passion for this sport, and they love it, and they love competing, and they've been successful in their business world, and they want to bring that success here to the racetrack, and you certainly see that with a lot of these guys. They're fiercely competitive, and they only want to win.
So, looking now at pictures of the incident site, but we're there with the grid just at a standstill under red flag conditions.
We're still waiting to hear an update here on how that barrier damage is coming together, but it looks like they seem pretty confident.
They're reassembling is what they're doing, which is the really good news. But they won't be taking any chances here, as we've seen. That is a point of impact. If it's happened once, it could happen again.
Yeah.
That's the point. If it's done its job, they will want to make sure that it's rebuilt to the same standard.
Exactly.
It's not just a matter of hit it with the big hammer, Charlie.
Would that be your approach?
That would be, in fairness.
Okay, glad you're not on it.
I'm, my level of subtlety is well, 0.00 in terms of DIY. Ask Trudy.
Right.
That's why I don't do any DIY. At least that's what I'm telling him. Charlie Samani there, just rehydrating.
Yeah, but I think the difference between yesterday and today is that a lot of the drivers are staying on the grid, and crews are around cars, and it seems that there's more of an optimism here that this is going to be a shorter delay than it was yesterday.
Well, it was a 90-minute delay yesterday, and we clawed back 30 minutes onto the clock. We're told the next update, by the way, will be in about 4 minutes' time, so we'll keep you appraised of that. Care to explain why that man's got a really kind of stylish T-shirt on, Ollie?
Yeah, that's actually a cool vest. So you see that there was pipes running through that vest, and that helps. It plugs into a system inside the car, and that cool vest, it runs cool water through it, and it helps to keep the driver's chest and back cool while he's driving the very hot race car.
Can't believe they've been doing it there from the EBM Aston Martin.
We actually saw Dustin Blattner getting back into the number 74 Kessel 296.
So that's the rather stricken Lamborghini coming back to the paddock, and I'm sure will be packed away and taken home to New Zealand. Positive
sights here. Drivers getting suited back up, helmets going back on, which is always a positive sign.
That will be a little bit of a kind of tidal wave of optimism and a little bit of messaging coming back, I'm sure, through officials. Kimura-san.
Oh, he had rough luck yesterday. Got taken out.
It was a big hit from the 98.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sort of missed its brake point coming into turn 6 and just clouted the left rear of the 57 car, turned it around, and that then caused the damage, which then started the fire, which then put them out of the race.
Yeah, it's another of the stalwarts of the gentleman driver corps in the Asia Le Mans Series. Giacomo Petrobilli there from the Blackthorn Aston Martin. He had a good stint yesterday.
Very strong.
Stuck in.
Yeah, absolutely.
And was telling us on camera of things they've not announced yet about British GT
with Johnny Adam
adventures to come. Worth mentioning, by the way, this is, of course, the final race of the Asia Le Mans Series season. But for the vast majority of these teams and drivers, it's the start of their year, and they'll be going from here around the world for the FI World Endurance Championship, in the case of some of these drivers and crews, European Le Mans Series, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Now he's hitting it with a big hammer. Now we're seeing it going.
Wow.
That's what I want to see.
They got the update from you. You just sent them a message.
Hit it with the big hammer, Charlie. That's what we say.
Splendid.
Beyond that, GT World Challenge in Asia, in North America and in Europe. There'll be teams and drivers heading that way too. The Michelin Le Mans Cup. The array of global, regional, continental, national championships that now soak up the teams and drivers that take part in the Asia Le Mans Series. Ryan Hardwick will be staying in the region for the FI World Endurance Championship. It gets underway with their prologue test in Qatar next week.
Yeah, he was just hanging out there with his teammate Ricardo Pera, who did a fine job yesterday. In fact, that whole driver crew did a great job. Really fantastic.
So lots of action to come in World Sports Car Racing throughout the season. So if you're enjoying the action when we get back to action, and if you're just discovering this form of racing, remember, there is an awful lot that you can soak up, whether or not that's on your paid TV channel or free, live and free, streamed. I think we're going to be getting this back pretty quickly. Eduardo Freitas is text messaging. So other than that, oh, it's Tetris. I think it's text messaging.
I think it is. I think he's just messaging you, saying, was the hammer big enough? Or?
How dare you say it's Tetris, it says on the text message just received from... There's one of the deformable barriers, by the way, being craned to the incident site. That will go behind the damaged section. Anthony Bartone there to the left-hand side. Giacomo Petrobilli to the right-hand side.
Yeah, he's just looking at the damage on his left front corner there. I'm not sure who he had the contact with, but there's already been some rubbing, let's say.
Yeah. So we wait for the next message, which we hope will give us a restart time or an extension of the next message at. You can see Mark Patterson midway down the order, standing next to his race engineer. There's a gentleman standing with the orange overalls. As we said yesterday, Mark, between Sepang and Dubai, turned, deep breath, 73 years old.
He's extremely fast for such a young man.
It's astonishing. And Steve Brooks to the left and Tim Kresick to the right from Inter Europol. Yep, thumbs up, boys. There he is.
Yeah.
Give us a wave, Mark. So, unfortunately, Mark, 73 years old, can't do a thing.
It's got his earplugs in.
Yeah. Just see Naveen Rao there above the door of the Nielsen racing car. Big steps forward for Naveen.
Absolutely, yeah, he really has, and he'll be looking to make another step today. And he is a feisty racer.
Catalogue pose there from Charlie Samani. Yes, indeed. He's delighted to be back in action.
And I think we're just putting one of those barriers in
Barriers
behind.
going in to bolster this.
Yeah.
And next update, 16:55. That's good news. Why is it good news? Because the gap between updates is very short. There you go, boys.
Yeah, as a comparison, yesterday it was 25 minutes in between the updates.
Absolutely. Steve Brooks and Tim Kresick from Inter Europol, I thought, had a much better race yesterday as a team performance. And they'll be looking forward to taking steps and strides forward, I'm sure, with the Racing Bakers. Polish team that's got used to winning nowadays. Reigning IMSA champions in LMP2 and taking race wins in LMP2 and LMP3 around the world.
This is a tough time for the drivers right now. They'll have got themselves completely amped up and ready to go for the start and taken that first lap, and the adrenaline would have been absolutely pumping. And now they've got to sort of kind of like calm themselves a little and then look to get it ramped up again, get all the gear on, go through their start process and procedures. And
here's a new face of bronze racing for the Iron Dames. It's Celia Martin for the 85 Iron Dames Porsche squad. Great to see progression in that squad as they expand their efforts with Proton competition here and with Montai in the FI World Endurance Championship, the European Le Mans Series, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and the Michelin Le Mans Cup with the reintroduction to competition of Vanina Ricks. This is another look at the start of the race.
We're still trying to pick whether there was some contact here between.
Definitely was.
Yeah, just a tiny tag there.
I think Francois was trying to duck out of that.
Yeah, he was. He'd locked that left front, and then we're here on board again with the 10 car, and you'll see Michael off to the right-hand side, and then we cut away here, and we'll see the 28 that's already spun on the exit curve, and the 42 just checks up, and then somehow there's something else has happened here, and we're into the Absolute car getting into contact with the 42, and that's a big hit.
That's an ex-Lamborghini, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's done some significant chassis damage there, but great to see him walk away.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's now a Lamborghini Huracan.
It's terrible.
I know, but
absolutely
good.
The
best news as always.
You're going to stop with those puns?
No.
Oh.
Is René Malmazak has walked away, and whilst the car will do no more, he'll be able to return to family and friends. Meantime, on the grid, Optimum
you're not racing, right?
and
it's good. But I think that the format having two.
and it's Hash, isn't it, from the Car Collection Motorsport crew, comparing lines and comparing experiences to this point.
And there's a lot of strategy.
Still quiet here. It's not going to be long before we get the next update. Chris Short there. What an amazing start he's had to his Asia Le Mans Series. Race will resume in 15 minutes' time. That's the news. So stick with us. 15 minutes until we get back to racing. Celia Martin there will be suiting back up, helmeting back up. Yes, helmet. And we'll be back aboard the number 85 Iron Dames Porsche. So final preparations for a restart going on at the incident site. Plenty of equipment and personnel on site there.
Okay, so we're just seeing on board here one of the one of the cockpits, and the drivers now will be walking back to their cars and looking to get themselves ready and going through their start process. And you know, whether it's all of the little bits and pieces that are regularly used now with the maybe a little bit of juggling, or maybe it's just a little bit of a process that you go through for your mental preparation as a driver. All of that will start again now, getting ready for this just under 15 minutes before the next, before we get restarted and going again.
So yeah, really reasonably short gap this time. Certainly not the hour and a half that we had for major barrier damage yesterday, Ollie. That was quite the job, but the circuit's staff have turned around damage this time much more quickly. See Michael Jensen at the very back there of the field. He will be the final man in the train. So rather remarkably, in the space of one lap, we've started the race with one LMP2 car at the back of the grid. And after one lap, we're going to restart the race with a completely different one at the back of the grid. But this does add drama and challenge for Michael. He's now going to make his way safely through the whole pack to get back into position with the LMP2s. But it's a good time with a few minutes to go before we go back to racing. That's either a really big problem with perspiration or he's poured some water over his head.
I think he's...
It's Sergei Stolyarov, who's going to be aboard the number 16 car. Where things stand is this: 3 cars can win this championship in LMP2. It is the number 25 that's now all the way to the back of the grid, 16 points ahead of its sister number 20 car that sits at the moment at 7th place in the overall order. 5th overall or better will be enough for the 25 car, and to do that, Michael's just got to pass 40 cars and stay there for the next 4 hours. Beyond that, the 20 car must win or finish second, whatever happens, to have any hope of taking the title. And for the 3rd place car in the order, the number 30 RD Limited car, and that car in the hands of Fred Pordad is in 9th position as we restart. To be blunt, that car has to hope that both of the APR cars don't finish.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a tall order for that 30 car. They've shown some real speed, but unfortunately it's just not really worked out for them. They had terrible luck yesterday with a puncher in the right rear.
They did.
Which was...
picked up debris.
Yeah, it was debris that they picked up, and that was really unfortunate and had a big effect on their race.
So to remind you, we will be restarting this race in about 12 minutes' time. We saw Brian Hardwick's helmet there. Let's talk about GT. And we have 3 cars left in the running for that one. Is Brian Hardwick's number 92 Montai EMA Porsche. They have 70 points, and then behind them, the only other 2 cars now in contention for the title and that automatic invitation to Le Mans, equal on 61 points, are the luckless number 81 car. You see it in the background there behind Anderson Tanoto. It's the luckless 81 Winward Racing AMG, and also the sister number 10 Montai Porsche. We saw David talking to Antarasau earlier. That car is in an equal 2nd position in the championship. And there's all sorts of combinations that might see any of those 3 take the title. And that's entry to Le Mans. Montai, of course, already have 2 entries to Le Mans because they're full season WC entrants. And those cars go as a right to the Le Mans 24 Hours. It would be a 3rd Montai Porsche. It would be a 4th Mercedes AMG at Le Mans for the first time for that famous brand since 1999. That comes with the entry into the FIA World Endurance Championships LMGT3 class of Iron Lynx with their Mercedes AMGs, and they will take a 3rd car to Le Mans, courtesy of their win in the European Le Mans Series last season. They switched in the off-season from Lamborghini, with whom they took the title, to Mercedes AMG, and they're entitled to make that switch of cars. So could it be a 4th AMG? Could it be a 3rd Montai Porsche? The final class, and it's the class that doesn't award an automatic invitation to Le Mans, 7 cars in that class, and 4 of them can still win the title. And that wide open after the dramas that befell the number 35 Ultimate car yesterday, as we watched Fred Pordad being strapped back into the number 30 RD Limited car.
Stand by for mechanics access to the grid.
Graham Boursier just making it clear what can and can't be done on the grid. Fred Pordad sitting at the moment 9th overall in this order when we get the restart.
10 minutes board on the grid, 10 minutes.
10 minutes to the restart of the 4 hours of Abu Dhabi.
It was nice to see Fred this morning. He was in good...
behind safety car. The race will resume behind safety car.
Yeah, it was good to see Fred just after breakfast this morning, and he was in good form. He was frustrated about yesterday, and he did really feel that they had been very, very unlucky. So he's hoping for a turn in his fortunes.
He most certainly is. So the four cars still involved in the battle. One of them is the high-class racing car. That car currently sits fourth and really does require problems to the three cars that sit ahead of it, with the points gap to the lead. 19 points is the gap from 49 to the leading car. Third, 75 points, and only 10 points off the lead is the number 15 RLRM Sport car.
Who really are the team on a charge.
Absolutely.
In the championship over the last couple of races.
Last two races have fallen to them, with Ian Aguilera backing up the two bronze drivers in that crew.
Yeah, but it's been a fine team effort though, and that victory that they had in Dubai was definitely a team one.
Absolutely. Crichton Lentudis, the tall Greek bronze ranked driver, climbs aboard his number 20 car. Second in the order in LMP3 is the 35 Ultimate car, and if you were watching the highlights from yesterday, it was a low light for them. Collected in a brush with this car, the 49 car, at turn 16, and then collected royally as he tried to get off the racing line by the number 81 car. And the Ultimate team did a fantastic job of getting that car back out there to score points and keep them in the running.
Yeah.
They sit second, just 5 points off the overall lead, which is held at the moment by the 26 Breton racing car. 85 points for them. And could the Czech team, in only their second year of competition, take a major international title?
They've been extremely consistent, and they've got the link to, or their lineup that they've had so far this weekend here in Yas Marina has been very, very strong.
Yeah, you can see actually just standing by the mechanic in the 35 car, the fact that it is uncoloured. It is uncoloured carbon fibre side pods on that car. That's where the hit came, and they were frankly very lucky indeed. It was bodywork and floor damage, not mechanical damage and suspension damage. Tub undamaged by that impact. Certainly repairable. Nielsen Racing, Naveen Rao, with his very distinctive helmet colours.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. It really pops inside the car, and you certainly, I really like that design that he has. It really stands out. It's strong colours.
It is, isn't it? This is a Climax AMG. Started this season with two cars. Sadly, we lost one of those for this weekend, but they've been a big part of the action so far in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, they were right in the mix, weren't they? And then they had, this was last night, and then they had some problems towards the end of the race, didn't they?
They did indeed. Zhu Buihuang, it was keeping the car in the mix, but strong performance almost throughout until those late race problems.
Attention to all teams, attention to all teams. Race time has been extended with the same length of time we have been suspended.
We're back to 4 hours.
Wow.
So it is going to be a 4-hour race. Delighted by that. So good luck, ladies and gentlemen, of the Asian Le Mans Series grid. We're looking up and down the grid at preparations here.
Morgan Tilbrook here, we're just seeing on board with him. He's been one of the faster bronzes, and they just had very little luck with Optimum and the McLaren 720Ss, but hoping for better fortunes here today.
Yeah, just to explain, by the way, we're not hearing at the moment from David Addison. His Gazelle-like qualities, unfortunately, not being matched up to by the tech. So they're at the moment doing a bit of a hard reset for everything. We'll hear from him later. It's been fantastic to have David with us through this season. And this is the Monti EMA car, 5th in GT. What dramas await for Ryan Hardwick, Ricky Perry and Richard Leeds? They've got a busy few weeks ahead of them here. I said a little earlier in the broadcast, the trio will make the short hop to Qatar.
It's been a perfect warm-up for them, hasn't it?
Fantastic. Whatever happens,
yeah.
Whatever happens for them, it's been a perfect warm-up. Patrick Byrne will start this car, but you were talking earlier about Jeremy Clark, his teammate, the bronze-ranked driver in this squad.
Yeah.
And what a revelation he's been.
He's been able to fight at the front with all the other bronzes, and he's been a real star turn here in the Asian Le Mans Series, and I hope he continues in P2, whether that's with AF
5
or
minutes
whichever.
On the grid, 5 minutes.
No, but he has been extremely quick.
Indeed, he has. 5-minute board is now being shown on the grid. We're closing in on the start of this race. I think it will be just a little less than 4 hours, by the way, because the clock is now showing 4 hours and 1 minute, and the 5-minute board has just been shown. But we can have all but a full 4 hours of action.
I think it's just slightly offsetting, is it, from the time that we had from that first lap.
22 car on pole position. What do they have to do to win a race in the Asia Le Mans Series? The frustration is palpable for Giorgio Roda. 6 pole positions.
Yeah, I'm sure that that's not lost on everybody in the garage, and they'll all be doing their very best. And they looked like they were completely set yesterday, but then there was an incident with the 83 car that seemed to trip up the 22 and get a penalty. And yeah, 3rd place was what they achieved.
Indeed, on board, or rather close by the 57 car, now on board the 79. This is the middle of the action at the start of the race yesterday.
Oh, it was.
I thought pretty luckless from them. They were in the centre of the attention for the cause of the incident, but from what we've seen, it was not them.
Absolutely not.
There was a brush in what looked like meat in the sandwich, the 2Cs AMG, and in trying to escape from a bit of a trap they'd set for themselves, there was a brush with the Tsunami car that was then cannoned into the 46.
It set off a chain reaction, didn't it? The 46 went off into the wall, drivers left, and the Tsunami car then came back and then hit the 2C's car, and it hurt everybody in that incident, and really finished all of their races really right there.
He's our leader in LMP3, both on track here and in the championship. From Breton Racing, made their racing debut in the Asia Le Mans Series, have gone on to take a race win in the Michelin Le Mans
3 minutes
Cup.
board on the grid, 3 minutes.
We're really counting down now. Tension will be rising.
Yeah, certainly as the drivers here now will be feeling those nerves again. We'll be going through those last-minute checks. The last few messages will be coming in from the team on what the plan is. Have they had a chance to go back and just refresh and sort of like reset? But with the drive time almost being exactly as it would be, I don't think there's too much change in strategy here for any of these teams. They're just going to stick to their original plan.
This is another car's in title contention. We heard from Antares out. He's now back aboard the number 10 car. Beautiful shade of blue, I thought all season for this car. It really does look special, the 911 GT3R in this blue. Must ask Antares what that shade is.
I think it was special just for him.
Quite probably. Quite probably. But as opposed to the shades, plural, on the Tsunami RT car, the kind of rather art car look to that car, and this spectacular black, silver, and you call that copper scheme on the Blackthorn Aston Martin.
Maybe it's gold.
I don't know. Don't know. I'm more familiar with copper than gold. Get Speed's number 9 AMG.
Already got some damage there on that left front corner.
Oh, it's quite significant damage as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can't fix any of that while you're sat here on the grid. Parc fermé conditions.
So parc fermé conditions, we should explain, means effectively you're not allowed to make any changes to the car.
I think we saw Anthony Bantone just pointing towards that when he was chatting with a couple of the other drivers, are sort of going, well, come on,
who did that?
Yeah.
Along those lines.
Yeah.
The design of steering wheels, GT3 cars, that's not really a wheel anymore, it's a yoke, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And all the buttons you've got and all the pieces you can adjust, and oh yeah, it's quite the control system inside all of these GT3 cars. In fact, all of these sports cars on the grid have a huge amount of control.
Safety car. This will be lap 1 of safety car. This will be lap 1 of safety car.
So explain why Guillaume Boursier is telling the teams that, or reminding the teams of that. Well, he's reminding them because, of course, it's effectively a reset. So the safety car lap we just had doesn't count. Why does it matter? Well, because you have to complete 3 laps behind the safety car before the pit lane opens.
30 seconds board on the grid, 30 seconds board on the grid.
You can, should it be needed, come down pit lane. They won't need fuel, pretty clearly, but if the car had a puncture, would be allowed to pit for emergency service, but then must stop again as soon as the race goes green. You absolutely do not want to do that unless you can possibly help it.
It's a big penalty in your strategy. Yeah, do not want to be doing that.
Because that would see you pitting very early in this race under full green flag conditions. We're about to go racing, ladies and gentlemen.
Race has resumed behind safety car. Race has resumed behind safety car. We are on the safety car. This is lap 1 of safety car.
So yeah, just trying to get the drivers will be trying to get everything going again here, and Patrick Byrne was just a little bit sort of slow away. Yeah, they won't want these gaps to get very big. They'll be wanting everybody to keep nice and close. It's a 5-car length minimum that they want to stick to. And they just don't want that, because otherwise you get big concertina effect here. So they want to be keeping everybody close up.
I was going to say, actually, when we saw one of those replays, it suddenly occurred to me, because I've been too busy watching the action at the front of the field, there's a big gap between the LMP3s and the GTs at the start of this race, and I think that's something Gwen Boursier will want them to address.
Yeah, yeah.
I do know that there was a...
Okay, let's try to keep these gaps as close as possible. We already have gaps which are more than 5 cars lengths. Close those gaps. Close the
like
gaps.
He's listening to me.
Yeah.
Like
It was listening to me, actually, I think.
But I know already we've had an additional driver's briefing for GT drivers.
Yeah.
That's principally to do with track limits.
Yeah, but it was also, I think, after the behaviour in qualifying on Saturday morning, it was
close the gaps.
quite bizarre.
5 cars lengths maximum.
So we start again, we reset, Control Alt Delete, any other appropriate phrase you care to throw at this, but away we go again.
Yeah.
It will be something like 3 hours and 50 minutes of racing, we hope, on the green flag racing conditions this time. It comes after a red flag for an incident that saw the elimination from proceedings of the 42 Lamborghini. René Malmazak, entirely the innocent party, and being barreled off, I'm afraid, into the barriers at turn 3 and out of the race. Also in trouble at the start of the race was the Algarve Pro Racing number 25 car, championship leader. Michael Jensen, though, will restart from the very back of this grid.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah, he is.
That car needs to be 5th or better overall to take the championship. Yeah. The other cars that saw issues at the start of the race, including the 28 car, they have of course, is 28 Ferrari from Max Visa, and we didn't see what caused him at the turnaround on the exit of turn 1, whether or not that was just being surprised by the car off to the right, whether or not there was another pinch, but either way, Max is restarting and he is in 43rd place.
There was just something just flapping there on the side of the RD Limited car, that 30 car. I'm not entirely sure what that is, whether that's some damage as well.
We'll keep an eye on that.
Maybe we can see that with this shot as the cars come through.
Which side?
On the driver's right. Can't really see much there. But yes, it's going to be... certainly everybody's trying to get themselves back up to racing speed. We heard some of the drivers saying that the safety car speed with the Chevy Camaro yesterday...
instructed to go full speed.
Okay, he's going full speed. Some of the P2 drivers were complaining about the speed of the safety car. It wasn't fast enough for them to get everything warmed up and going and everything in the window. And maybe that's a response to those sort of those complaints yesterday.
Testing moment here for Michael Jensen, his first full season in LMP2, preparing for the Le Mans 24 hours to come, where he is set to race in LMP2. Just has to keep it under control. I'm sure he'll have been taking a little bit of advice from his teammates and from team management. Driver coaching is on tap at Algarve Pro Racing. Just keep it under control. Make the passes you can when you can. There's time here.
Yeah, and is the light's going to go out in the safety car, turn 9, that's my guess.
I think so. I think we're going to go racing.
Yeah, we are.
This is a
but
car
it is going to be
watch.
Yeah, Michael Jensen will be feeling a little bit of pressure now. They are sitting in the pound seats for the championship here, but I'm sure the blood pressure is up just a little bit with Stewie Cox, Algarve Pro Racing garage.
Lap 2 of safety car. Pit entry is closed.
So yeah, time for calm heads and hearts for Michael. Big strides for him in LMP2 through this Asian Le Mans series. I think this is the biggest test he's yet had.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And he's got to keep a clean head, clear head, just being smart, picking your points, all those high percentage moves, going through and past those GT cars. And we are hearing reports of rain,
safety car in this
which
lap.
is not one of the things that we were thinking we'd have here at Yas Marina, but it is overcast today. Just small drops
of rain we're hearing from our director, and
I'm just going to note that down, that I was actually right about the safety car coming in. So
safety car coming in, that's it's 6-3, 7-5,
7-3, I think it is.
I'll remember the numbers if I'm leading. But lights all right, indeed out on the Chevy Camaro, again under the control of Giorgio Roda as they come around the penultimate turn, under the control of our pole position car. In comes the safety car,
Green flag,
this
green
time,
flag. No
at
overtaking for the
significantly
line.
higher speed. Giorgio Roda's just gone. It's a
Patrick
problem
Byrne.
for the 50
Double
as he
yellow
comes up
flag at
16.
16, double yellow flag.
Oh, just got on it too hard there. Cold tyres caught him out. Tough one. Be careful now, Patrick. The GT field is coming. Just wait.
Michael Jensen.
Oh, no.
Did keep it out of the way, I think. We'll keep an eye on that one. Yellow flag still at turn 16 to protect the 50. He's overcooked it. He's going to have to take a time. He's going to have to reverse back out of that.
He is. He's going to have to wait. And as he came through, just got on the gas too soon and just looped it around. Fortunately, kept it out of the wall, but that's terrible luck there.
Once he'd made the mistake, did well actually to restrict the damage.
Yeah, he used his experience there, but he just kept it there in the middle of the track and then tried to find and pick the spot. Unfortunately, he did, but we're still racing here at the front.
Giorgio Roda, meanwhile, has got away and got away cleanly with that, with a bit of a check-up, I'm sure, from Alexander Matchell.
50 is running and going. That's good. And the number 10 car there in GT. He's looking to put the move on 19. So Antera is out there.
Giacomo Petrobelli and side by side Aston Martin and Porsche.
Antera's got a nice run, but is there going to be enough straight line speed there in that Porsche to get past the Aston Martin?
Georgios Kolovas putting Alexander Matchell under pressure. It's Proton 1-2 at the moment.
Georgios Kolovas has been fast with his starts, hasn't he?
Hasn't he just?
He's been very racy. Oh, deep there from Matchell.
That might well be the opportunity that Kolovas needs to grab that place.
And Terres is
dropping back a bit here.
Back and it looks like he's got a little bit of a problem.
Under pressure here from Anthony Bartone in the number 9 Get-Speed car. He takes the outside line, which looks like a much longer way around, but sometimes can work, didn't there?
Yeah, I think he might be carrying that damage there on that left front, which will be hurting the nose, but he's coming back at Antares. It looks like Antares is slow on the straight. And he just, maybe they've got a little bit of a misfire or something going on in that 10 car, because it's just not accelerating up through the gears. Right, Julian Andlauer there coming through all of the GT cars and scything his way through there, just trying to pick the right spots.
Got to be careful here, because they're in their own battles. They're not necessarily expecting the Oreca there, but this time makes a move, makes another move up the field. These are all moves of position, remember.
They are, but Julian is coming through. He's gone down pit lane. Julian Andlauer has gone down pit lane.
They'll be changing driver. They'll be changing driver immediately. They'll be putting in, I'm sure, Alex Malikin.
And then Terres is dropping still.
This is a championship contending car. Let's hope there's not a problem here for Antero Zhao.
It just doesn't seem to be that fleet of foot on the straights. He's clearly got it hooked up in the corners, but on the straights it just doesn't seem quite right.
Keep an eye on that one, Ollie. I'll just tell you, we've got Giorgio Roda pulling away 4 seconds to good now. 3 wide here.
Yeah, Antero is trying to come down the inside of the 79, and he was a long time on the flashing there, just trying to let everybody know that he was there.
He may have done it, you know.
Yeah, he's got a very, very sharp exit there, up at the inside, done the undercut, but there's a number of cars sort of queuing up here, and it's going to be 3 or 4 wide coming down into turn 6. And Terres seems like he's got, whatever issue he had, it seems like he's got it figured out. But
Petrobelli's still all over him.
Petrobelli is still looking to come up the inside, but he's got the deal done, Antares. Ran the outside on the 79 Tsunami. But yeah, there's Dustin Blattner's in there as well. It's quite the mix of GT cars. It's quite the race.
Yeah, it's basically, this is turning into an automotive version of a pub fight. It's 6 cars involved here.
All right, just keep it clean, guys. Just keep it clean. We've got Dustin Blattner in the 74 Kessel car looking up the inside, and he got up the inside there nicely on Anthony Bartone, and he's done the tight move around turn 9. Nicely done.
Beautifully done. And Terrace Hours away clear here with this group. The side-by-side contact there between the 2 AMGs. Anthony Bartone keeps on the on and just about as through comes the number 16 car. That's the Winward car.
And there's the 50 as well making his moves. And there's the 91 coming out of the pits.
He's a lap down.
He is a lap down.
So it was indeed a change of driver to Alex Malikin. That's the strategy. Get the bronze driver in, get the bronze driver time done.
It's a really tough one for the 91. Oh, big damage here. 96. Left front corner there.
It's
huge.
Not just bodywork.
No.
I think that's done.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky for these guys to come back from that.
So what happened there?
Yeah, he's come into contact with somebody and just a little bit eager. I don't know whether we'll have to see a replay on that. But Patrick Byrne is getting back past Antares out there and making good progress back through the GT field.
He's up to now up into the top 7-8 cars of GT, and behind, also making good progress into the, where is he? top 13, 14.
Dustin Blattner just round the outside there of Petrobelli.
There's Michael Jensen. He's making progress as well. Meantime, Giorgio Roda is herring off. 6.5 seconds to the good now.
God, this has been all action from the start here. This is going to be a great battle. These three, Enterisau, Petrobelli and Dustin Blattner.
It goes Giorgio Roda.
Whoa, it's 96. Whoa.
That's not what you like to see. Virtual safety car. Now, I'm guessing that is going to be for...
Oh.
That didn't go well.
No. Oh, yikes.
Was that a failure of the jack?
No, because they've just taken the skates out, and I'm not entirely sure what their plan is there. Maybe they think that they can just going to change the wheel and it's all going to be good, but it didn't look it.
Well, virtual safety car, my guess is that this is going to be for debris.
I would imagine so.
Just
Marshall's exposed, so they must be picking up.
Now,
turn 9.
Was that a failure?
I think that looks like contact.
So 22 leads Giorgio Roda. Before we got to the virtual safety car, I'll explain that process in just a moment. 6.5 seconds to the good over his teammate Alexander Matchell. Georgios Kolovas right with him. Naveen Rao right in the fight here, as indeed is Francois Perrodo.
Cars coming in for these are the LMP3 cars, and they're coming for their long stops, I believe.
Yeah, so what this will be is virtual safety car means pits will be open for 2 laps, at least 2 laps. We'll come back to the 2Cs car in a moment. They just look just desperate here. That's done.
Yeah, the body language of all of the mechanics is like, oh, that's kind of
that's broken. LMP3, completely unique in the Asian Le Mans Series and elsewhere in terms of the way in which the pit stops are managed. They must, as a development class, have 2 timed pit stops, and it's 1 minute and 40 seconds. There is some debris there. See whether or not we can see there's any evidence of...
That's 2Cs.
Yeah. Where is it? That's the point. That's coming into turn 10.
Turn 9.
Turn 9, apologies. I'm not convinced that wasn't a failure.
I mean, it's possible, but it's in the brake zone. Is he side by side with someone and they're having side-to-side contact?
In comes the number 50 car and the 10. Now that's interesting. Is that Dustin Blattner behind?
Dustin Blattner, yep. And I think they'll all be coming to top off, won't they?
They can do that, of course. So, under virtual safety car, 2 laps at least with the pits open.
Here we go. 87 and 96 here. The Orijan car and the 2Cs AMG very, very close. Wheel to wheel as they're coming down here into turn 9. And we cut away and we don't see what happened, but this is the result. And
so was there contact? You guess there must have been.
I would say yes.
Yeah, but it's yes. It's the thing that's bothering me is that some of that damage could have been done by a tyre going.
It could have been, yes, I agree.
But what is less likely to have done is the damage it appears to have done to the upright.
But as they are competing and side by side with one another coming down into turn 9, I would say, and the Orijan car was on the inside to the left.
This is the unique pit exit, by the way, for this Yas Marina circuit through the tunnel.
Yeah, we had one of the competitors had a
91,
big problem there in qualifying.
Which is why the 91 car started from the back of the grid.
Yeah, it spun around.
So, virtual safety car, 2 laps. Pits are open to allow anybody that wants to pit to do so. And generally speaking, later in the race, you'd see the entire field do that.
Yeah.
So, 2 different reasons for the cars that are pitting to do so. The LMP3, they will have burned, the 2 cars that are pitted, that is the Graf Racing car and RLRM Sport, burned one of their long stops. If this race goes green for the remainder of time remaining, that will pay off for both those cars because it will save them 20 to 30 seconds at a pit stop. They'll still need to do another long pit stop at some point. The GT cars, I completely agree with you. What they're doing is effectively extending their stint by topping off the fuel.
83, I think, is going to come in the pit lane this lap. They had a nose ready there at
Damage
AF course,
at the
and
front
that's the damage on the nose. Those dive planes do add a huge amount of downforce to the nose and the overall balance. And when you lose some of those dive planes, you definitely lose performance. And it looks like Naveen Rao's got this similar problem.
Doesn't look like he's got damage at that corner for Francois Perrodo. They're certainly going to be topping up fuel here as well. Again, this is about extending the run. 20 car in as well. So the 22 car has opted not to pit under the first opportunity with safety car, but just about everybody else in the lead group is doing so. Then comes the RD Limited car, the 3rd car that's in any kind of title contention at all, but that does require both APR cars to have a problem. I'm not sure. I think, yeah, they've got the tools in hand.
Yeah, they have, and I think they're going to do a nose change. They are. 83, they of course nose off. There's only a couple of clips and a couple of bolts that they have to undo there. They're well drilled here.
If they're going to do it, now's the time to do it.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that was the decision and the call from the wall.
Just watching to see what's going on. 25, Michael Jensen has opted not to stop. Of course, as Patrick Bone we saw doing that. And
so the Inter-Europol car coming in, and he's just got to be pushed back into its box. It overshot slightly there, and then it can plug in.
Yeah, Breton Racing also on pit lane. They've learned that lesson as well. This is a good time to burn one of those long stops.
Yeah, this does look to be a little bit of damage there on the right-hand side of the 24, but the nose is good. The nose is good.
More GT cars doing the same. So at the end of the virtual safety car process, this is the bit to add. The safety car. Okay. So this is bad news for Giorgio Roda, because all of that gap will be cancelled out. This field will bunch up. That was a tight release there from Optimum with the number 51 AF Corsa car.
Yeah.
So 2 laps under virtual safety car. Then the safety car will come out to track. At that point, pits will be closed. In comes the number 25. So they are opting to pit Michael Jensen and fuel that car.
It will make a lot of sense to do that.
There's the Winwood come on the 81 car.
Breton was released there, just right into the path of the Bartone car, and it was a bit nip and tuck there with the Dragon Racing car. So you've got to be careful of that. These crews are releasing these cars, and the driver's got to be very aware of what's in the fast lane, and you can get a little bit of a penalty if it's close or if it's deemed to be dangerous.
So all sorts of dramas. At some point, the next couple of days, I'm going to record the highlights for this. Well, we've got about 52 minutes, and we've not even done 52 minutes.
Yeah, it has been extraordinary racing here in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Like
cars coming out of pit lane. And they'll be forming up. Well, they were just running here on the speed limiter that they have, which is 80 k's an hour. And then once the safety car is actually called out onto the track, that everybody will then be able to go to a safety car sort of speed, the speed of that car, and it's then not sort of monitored how fast or how slow you're going, but you have to keep within that 5-car length of the car in front.
So one thing that is happening here is we are seeing Michael Jensen just drop a little bit further back down the order than GTs, because a number of those cars have opted not to stop.
Yep, there will be all kinds of strategies that the teams will be working here, and you do see this sometimes where cars come up alongside other cars, and there might be just slight differences here in the 80 k an hour speed difference or settings that they have. And in fact, in the P2 cars, that speed setting is set by Gibson, the manufacturers of the V8 engine, that's the power plant that's in the back of those Oreca 07 chassis. And
well, this 87 car would be quite good to be able to see the rear of that car, to see if there was any kind of...
On the right side.
Yeah. Because it looks as if we were about to see drama, then we didn't.
Yeah, we didn't.
And then we did. But what we didn't see was the impact, if there was one.
Just taking it steady as he goes through the left-hander there, which is quite tricky going down into
safety car deployed, safety car deployed.
So that is the call from Gwen Boursier. That moment, the second that those words are spoken, the pit entry lights will be on.
Yeah.
The pits are closed from this point onwards.
So everybody now be getting back up to sort of like a racing speed to catch up.
Car 22 catch up with the leader, All cars may pick up the pace to catch up the queue behind safety car.
Just be interested to see. So the first car in the queue is the 87. That car will be let go at some point.
They'll be waved by.
Let's see, is there damage on the rear of that car?
87, you may overtake the safety car.
There is.
87, you may overtake the safety car. You have green light. 87, overtake the safety car.
He's just waiting for the instruction from his team, and he gets it now, and away he goes.
Yeah, there is damage there, so that is clearly...
Just mark that down.
This is, I should explain the pettiness of my co-commentator. This is the...
I've just messaged Trudy.
This is the scoreboard. I was right.
8-3, I think it is right now.
All cars to close the gap behind safety car. All cars in one line behind the safety car.
We often say that in motorsport, the demands of the travel, the time it takes here, the partners of people in sports car racing in particular, should be sainted, really. And Helen Gavin, I mean, honestly. 3.5 hours and change to go, and it won't be long before we're going to be getting back, I'm sure, to green flag racing.
Yeah, look at all that debris picked up, haven't we? Everybody cycled through.
So not confirmed yet. We have certainly seen the end of the race and the end of the series, I'm afraid, for the Pram Speed Sports Lamborghini. 2Cs Motorsports, the body language, I think, told the tale, didn't it?
It did.
I don't think we're going to be seeing any more from the number 96 car, which was really in contention until recently. Let's hear from the team, because it sounds like David Addison is back on form and is with Ben Barnicoat in the garage right now.
There's the sorry sight of the damage for number 96 Mercedes. Ben Barnicoat, is this the day over?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of damage there. Obviously, unfortunately, really, you know, qualifying yesterday with all the red flags and stuff put us in a bad position, and then we've just kind of been in the danger zone from there on. Tony, actually, initial start was good, and then the number 9 car, which I think you saw the damage of, hit us and span us out and put us towards the back, you know, in P20, and then unfortunately, I think Tony misjudged his braking zone and hit the back of the 87 car. So, I mean, it's very sad sight. I'm really sorry for everyone at 2Cs because, you know, we've had a great championship run, and this track actually has been our strongest track. We've had great pace throughout practice. You know, really disappointed that we've not been able to deliver that performance on tracks. We definitely had a car capable of winning 2 races here.
We talk about this being a championship, but equally, people take part in this to learn, so I guess they have to chalk it up to experience.
Yeah, exactly, and sometimes part of learning, you learn things the hard way. I've certainly been on the side of that, and, you know, obviously Tony just misjudged it there, and, you know, hit the guy, and, you know, that's one of those days where you learn things the hard way. So, but I do have to say, Tony's, you know, first time in the Asian Le Mans Series. I've been lucky enough to do it a few times, and he's come in and performed at a very high level. You know, very impressive bronze driver, and I'm sure you'll be seeing plenty of him in the future.
Ben, thanks for popping in for half an hour or so. Sorry you're out of the race.
Barney there, he's absolute pro.
So 2 incidents, unfortunately, for the number 96 cars. Ben there, Lexus factory driver in the United States, and impressed, by the way, on his testing debut, public testing debut in the Toyota Hypercar at the Bahrain rookie test. So turned around, he said, and that would explain as well
the damage on the 9.
The number 9 car,
yeah.
And then the impact with the 87. Game over, so we lose 2 cars. One thing I would say about 2Cs Motorsport is they do leave this series with honour. The very first ever Bahraini flagged team to win
by now all cars should know if they're eligible for pass around or not.
Racing did so at Dubai. So sad end to their series,
yeah.
But they'll go away with that race win in their pocket and a big lot of learning points.
Yeah, as Barney was saying there, you know, that they had really great pace here this weekend, most probably their very best track configuration for their car and their setup, and it can be extremely hard to sort of walk away.
There left, prepare for pass around,
Yeah, very hard to sort of walk away from the end, at the end of this weekend and not have something to show for it. But so it is one of those hard things about racing.
So the thing to explain here, pass around, what's that? That is, if you're in this safety car queue with your class leader ahead of you,
start the pass around.
Behind you,
yeah.
you can pass around and join the rear of this queue.
Cars which are not eligible for pass around, bear left. Eligible cars, start the pass around.
And very unfortunately for the pure racing car, they're not quite there.
No, they're not, and it seems that
I'm not sure
we have anybody.
Anybody is.
Yeah.
Pass around completed.
There we are. So that was a process they have to go through. It's one of the procedures that they have to do. But nobody is eligible for that pass around, so it could well be that we get back to racing very, very quickly here.
We absolutely should be. Giorgio Roda, it will be to kick it off again ahead of his teammates Alexander Matchell, Proton 1-2, Dakar Engineering, Georgios Kolovos looking racy before we went into safety car conditions, and a V Rao also in the mix there.
Yeah, I really hope that they just do one more lap behind the pace car, but at greater speed, just to get everybody just a little bit more energy in the tyres, get everything just switched on, just because I think if they go green this time, we could be having another incident, and safety cars can breed more safety cars.
You can see the middle of this pack.
Lap 2 of safety car. Pit entry is still closed.
this pack, there are LMP3 cars in the mix. So 5th overall at the moment is the ultimate car. Louis Stern opting to stay out of the pits, as did the Intereuropol 43 and High Class Racing's Mark Patterson. So two very different strategies in LMP3. And we've seen this throughout the year, throughout the season, rather, Ollie, that different strategies have taken people in all sorts of different directions.
Gaps to a maximum of 5 cars lengths.
Van Bossier is firing the orders in here, and they will all be relayed by the team to their drivers. The drivers can't hear him, but certainly the teams can, and there'll be another communication source with that Discord channel.
So we're going to go around for one more lap behind the Chevy Camaro safety car.
Yeah, and I think this is wise, and I hope that they're going to really start picking up the pace here. We're seeing a lot of pictures of rain tyres here in the garages, and you know, we're inside our studio and we can't see outside. We can't see if it is starting to spit anymore with rain. Yeah, we're just hearing that there were some spots about 20 minutes ago, but there's nothing more. And I don't think if we did have anything, it would be too long-lived.
No, indeed.
Safety car
major risk.
To go full speed.
Yes, I did say that out loud. 3.5 hours on the clock. Safety car goes full speed. We are going to be going back racing, I'm sure, very shortly indeed. Turn 9.
That's right. Yeah, so let's hope that the 30 car here, the RD Limited car, can actually have a clean restart and get itself going.
Well, the cars to watch here, I mean, aside from the race overall, in terms of the championship, the 3 title contenders at the moment. The number 20 car is running 6th overall, 5th in LMP2 in the Hunter Crichton and Tudis, with Fred Pordown. And Fred and Crichton had quite the battle yesterday. The RD Limited car, that car in 7th.
And they're obviously fighting in Dubai as well. They were having a good battle.
So 30 and 20 both effectively need to win. 20 needs to finish at least 2nd and hope that there's dramas for the 25.
In lap 2 of safety car, lap 3 of safety car, pit entry is still closed. Lap 3 safety car, pit entry closed.
So they will pits will stay closed for the remainder of this lap, even if the safety car stays out. It's a completed lap, so it's effectively the end of lap 4. The safety car.
The gaps are opening up here. The real gaps are opening up here behind the safety car.
You're going to be hearing his voice again in a moment.
Safety car in this lap, safety car in this lap.
There we go. It's down to you guys. Close the gaps, or there's going to be a disadvantage.
Yeah. So all those GT cars will be looking to get up on the back of the car in front and start pushing them forward and getting
big slide for the safety car there. It was a big slide for the safety car.
Yeah, it's working those Goodyear tyres pretty hard.
Dear me. Safety car driver, by the way, is something of a local legend, the lady that drives a safety car here for the Yas Marina circuit. Away we go for the 3rd time. Green flags, and away goes Giorgio Roda, and he'll be anxious to pull out that gap once again.
Just being smart coming down into turn 1. Just getting everything up to temperature. Nicely done through there.
Crichton and Tudis deals with the challenge that was the ultimate LMP3 car in the mix. There it is, comes through behind this time the 20 Algarve Pro Racing car. That car moves up to 5th overall into the GT battle, and Giacomo Petrobelli right with the leader.
He is putting the pressure on as they come down into turn 5. Not quite close enough, but you get the feeling he's going to try and put a move on him. He's come out of 5 down into 6. That long run down there. Straight line speed between the AMG and the Aston has been pretty close.
This is Alex Malikin a lap down and looking to do what he can do to get onto terms with Giorgio Roda.
Yeah, he's going to try and get that lap back here, which is their very best chance to, you know, reset themselves.
You know, he passes that car and we get another safety car. He effectively gets a full lap back. Yeah. That is urgent at this stage for the Pure Racing team. This is our championship leader in LMP3, the number 26 car from Breton Racing, 4th in LMP3, but has taken that stop and is the lead of the 4 cars that did take the long stops.
Yeah.
Under pressure though from Alexander Bekantsov.
Yeah, he's flashing the lights and he's looking to try and make a move. Can he get back up the inside? I'm not so sure. Patrick Byrne there behind, just coming back through the pack. He's got underway better than he did the previous time.
He did. Alexander Bekantsov puts the pressure on. Jens Reiner Muller, though, has proven that he can just soak it up.
Yeah, he has. He did that fantastically in the last couple of races. He's been, yeah, a very strong contender. Somebody doesn't seem to buckle under the pressure.
It was Tim Kresick, wasn't it, in the Inter-Europol car that it just seemed for, what, 2 hours?
Yeah, all at the back of him.
Fended off the pressure of the pink Inter-Europol car. Told, by the way, we'll be seeing those colours in the European Le Mans Series this year. On their LMP3 car from the Racing Bakers.
And Giorgio Roda is just stretching away here, 2.7 seconds. And, but it's going to be a little bit less there back to Alex Malikin.
It is. He's sort of straddling that gap, isn't he? Second and a half back. But Malikin needs to pass the leader. That's a critical part of the plan right now. Stop and go penalty is going the way of car 16 for causing a collision with car 28. We would guess at the start.
Yeah, we think there must be.
That's the Winward AMG.
That's going to hurt them, that's for sure.
Yes, it is.
There's a bit of status quo at the front here, and, between the 2 and the 19.
Andrew Gilbert, by the way, has been in and out the pits in the Optima number 27 McLaren. And that is, looks like he just drove through. Didn't see a drive-through penalty for him, but that was just driving through pit lane.
Giacomo Petrobelli took an awful lot of curb there at turn 6. I recommend doing that lap after lap. It will certainly hurt the car. Seeing the 28 coming through here on the 79, and just a bit of recovery drive there from the 28 after that. Yeah, that turnaround.
Yes, indeed. Quick driver, Max Wiese. 2, 3 wide. So, tussling away.
There's that car collection with the Iron Dames.
This is a learning curve for Celia Martin at this level, and she's doing well at the moment. That's a change. That is the 20 car.
Getting past.
No, apologies. No, that is under pressure for the 83. That's Francois Perodo coming back at him.
Yeah. Crichton Lentudis.
So Roda, Matchell, Kolovos, Rao, Lentudis, Perodo, Pordad, and then Louis Stern, Steve Brooks, and Mark Patterson as the cars that opted not to pit in LMP3 under the virtual safety car. Remains to be seen whether or not that will be the right decision. Incident involving cars 96 and 9.
That would be 2Cs and Bartone.
And that is the Bartone car getting a drive-through penalty as well. So that's the other incident that involved the 96. We heard from Ben Barnico earlier. Francois Perodo takes a look up the inside of Crichton and Tudis. The Greek driver keeps it calm, goes for the apex, given room to do so, and neat and tidy does it. Almost off track there, Francois Perodo attacking him.
Yeah, close on the track limits there, but Francois is trying to size him up. He's in the toe. He's looking to get the deal done down the inside in turn 9. Not quite close enough. And Crichton's certainly fending him off here, and he seems like a pretty good race car there underneath him. We've got side-by-side action here between the 26 and the 7 Graf car, and yeah, nicely done actually. That's a change of spot there. 4th place taken by the 7 Graf car.
Yeah, and that's now under pressure from Tim Kresick. This is set up nicely, beautifully taken. Inside line there, very neat.
Yeah. Jens Muller was trying to come back at him, but didn't quite get it done.
This is Michael Jensen trying to come up through the order. Michael has made his way back up into the top 20 now. Deals with Tim Kresick. Just looking at the actual gap for Michael, it's 43 seconds, but a lot of cars between him and his first target, which is the back of the LMP2 field.
Yeah, he'll be wanting to get through this as quickly as he possibly can and then hope for another safety car.
But there's confidence. It'll be nerves jangling, I'm sure, at each pass here. So there he is at the back of the shot. Pure Racing's Alex Malikin is closing in on a pass on track. The next car will be the 42nd place Optimum car of Andrew Gilbert. It's been on pit lane.
So we've seen the 83 come down the inside of the 20 and getting the deal done there.
Makes the pass.
He does make the pass, and they'll be just biding their time here and being aware that this is still 3 hours and 20 minutes of racing. And the 20 and the 25, yes, they are right in the hunt there for the championship, but it's really going to be decided a little bit further on into the race.
It is, for the moment, it is stay on the lead lap, stay out of trouble, stay out the pits as long as you possibly can. Keep the car in good order. And that's
Big
one of the
lunge
reasons.
down the inside here from the 98. The 79 saw it coming, gave him the room.
And Tenoto makes that pass.
He's got car collections trying to come up the inside there on the left.
4 Porsches behind Aston Martin. Celia Martin looking to, there's a button she's found, there's the flash button. Let's see what we can do there. Celia is going to have a look up the inside, can't make it there.
Oh, they're just following one another across the track. Or late on the brakes there, Celia Martin, but she's going to come up the inside, but not quite.
Not quite do it, and that's left to
Herbert.
expose the 99 car, Ralph Byrne, going side by side, and eventually I think she might lose the place here.
Yeah, I think Ralph's going to get the run down, and it's going to be the last of the late breakers coming into turn 9. And Ralph's going to be picking up a little bit of tow from the car collection car, and but it is going to be, he's going to be around the outside, and he's a little bit later on the brakes. He's kept it nice and tight, but it's going to be the drive off the corner, and Celia Martin has not quite got it done, and they're still side by side as they come down towards the hotel. And I think Ralph Byrne has got the move done. So they took a few corners, but he managed to make it stick.
Amazing, isn't it? What, 4 or 5 corners earlier, there was the minor error from the Iron Dame. And the wise old fox is Ralph Byrne, 2021 champion in the Asian Le Mans Series. Just stuck with the plan.
He did. Crichton Lantudis has just fallen back into the clutches there of Fred Pordad. And Fred's, his progress has been steady, and he's been working his way through his performances. Oh, big lunge down the inside there from the 12 car. It was a bit sort of last of the late breakers.
Michael Jensen, by the way, up into 10th place now. So a good run all the way through the GT and almost all of the LMP3 cars for the 25 car after being turned around in turn 1 before the red flag. It's been what seems like half a day to get here, but actually in racing terms has been something under an hour. So good run from Michael.
Wow, 15 just stuck its nose in there, and that the Dragon car had nowhere to go. 15, this is contention with the championship, and that's going to be a big issue for them. Hopefully they can get themselves running again. But yeah, that was quite the...
I think he stole the car, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he might have. He went across that curb on the apex, but also the Ferrari went right across its nose, but Ferrari didn't know he was there.
Battle for 6th place. Crichton Lantudis knows the job here. Keep it clean.
Yeah, Crichton's just not looked that comfortable today on board the 20 car, and Fred's lighting him up. Is he going to go down the inside into turn 5?
There'd be no risk here.
Absolutely, and Fred is just giving him plenty of room. But he's got good drive off, and he's got the deal done.
These two will be on exactly the same instructions. Keep it clean. Keep it clean, keep it out the pits. These two both need the best results. First or second for the number 20 car.
Yeah, so this is coming down here into turn 6, and the 15's looking to go up the inside, but there's
never room there.
No, the Dragon car was already there.
And the dive plane gone as well, by the way.
That's going to be a tough one on the 15. It's being run over, that drive plane is.
That's under review for causing any collisions. There might well be further dramas to come. Could that be something that puts paid to number 15's title plans?
Yeah, just got to be so smart with your moves here.
It's the 49 car in contention with Graf Racing for 3rd place. So Alexander Bekantsov is the first of the cars that has burned a full stop, and effectively
Alexander Bekantsov looking to line up Mark Patterson here into turn 6, but he's just popped back in behind Mark. Mark's gone a little bit deep there, but he's got it stopped and turned around, and nicely done, and good run off of there. But Bekantsov is going to have another run down into turn 9. Nice tow. He's close enough, and it's going to be whether he can pick the spots. And we're just getting a replay here of the 3 car.
Just a big wiggle.
Big snap, and that curb, that exit curb there is rough.
Yes, indeed.
And it will really do some damage to the floor there.
It's Bekantsov through now into 3rd place. Now remember, that car has been on pit lane for 1 minute and 40 seconds. It burned that pit stop and is now past the first of the cars that has not stopped.
Yeah.
So that's a big advantage
now. That's a huge step for the 7. Huge step.
The one plus for the high-class racing car is that that is not a car in title contention. No. The negative is he needs to finish way up the order.
So did Mark, just going a bit deep here. Abakantov just got the undercut done nicely. Great drive off the corner. Mark was just too high and wide. Abakantov gets the deal done. Watching all the cars come through and into the final corner here. 89 and the 74 battling away there in GT. This is towards the front of the GT field, and that is 4th and 5th. There, with the 74 car is currently in 5th place.
This is the lead pair still nailed together seemingly. Climax Racing's number 2 AMG and the Blackthorn Aston Martin. Giacomo Petrobelli looking to get it done. Now we've got full course yellow. And that is likely to be just for the recovery of that debris down at the chicane, unless there's further dramas we've not yet seen. So they come under full course yellow. Well done, everybody. Not easy to be responding to whatever you're hearing, whatever you're seeing.
Yeah, we're hearing that the 3 cars looking to come in very shortly.
Yep.
DKR.
That's Marshall collecting the dive plane from the number 15 car.
Nicely done.
This is why. Watch for the yellow bit of carbon fibre flicked up in the air there. There it goes.
Yep, that was never on.
No, that's a misjudgment there, I'm afraid, by Chris Short. But, 3 hours 15 minutes to go. We're down to full course yellow speeds. We'll be going back to green flag racing in under 1 minute. So they can be able to turn the noise up again here at Yas Marina Circuit. 3 hours and 15 minutes till the end of this race and the end of the Asian Le Mans Series for 2024-25.
These guys are in the RLR garage. They'll be sort of looking to see what the damage is on the nose of their car, and if there's any other damage as well to the left side, because he did run over that apex curb, which is quite high. That could do some significant damage to the floor.
Was that our show jumping RLR mechanic?
Yes,
in the middle?
was.
There
yes.
we go.
Yes. Oh, back to green, I believe.
We are indeed. There we go.
And, Petrobelli will be looking to actually make his move here. Can he come back up the inside of the 2? Not quite.
Breton Racing, by the way, is just behind, looking to make their way back up this order. And that's GT cars that want to get through on this lead battle, because this is a title run from Breton Racing. Make no mistake at all about it.
Oh, had a bit of a wiggle there. Just those right side tyres aren't quite warm on the 19. And Giacomo Petrobelli is using every bit of road. And the 26 can't quite get by, not right now, and he's going to come up the inside into 16. Petrobelli's seen him. Nicely done.
Jens Muller wants to get onto terms with the high-class racing car rapidly.
Yeah.
He's also very aware the 34 car is in close contention behind Petrobelli. So a mix of LMP3 cars and GT3 cars. Great to watch, but can be uncomfortable if you're involved.
Yeah.
Because they deliver their performance in remarkably different ways.
Yeah, they do, and it can be quite a battle. 3 fingers there. Is it 3 laps?
I think so. Johnny Adam was deep intake of breath at that point.
Yeah.
6 seconds, 7.8 seconds now. The gap Giorgio Roda with Alexander Matchell. 2 to the Ferraris, the 88 from Dragon Racing from Dubai, the 74 from Castle Racing from Switzerland.
He's got some damage on the front of the 88, and Dustin Blattner on the 74 is going to be looking to make the move here as they come down into turn 6. Not quite close enough. 3rd
place overall at the moment.
Dustin's been extremely impressive on board the 74 car. And they've got a great lineup in this car. Ben Tuck in next, and then it'll be Dennis Marshall to close it out.
Yeah, these 2 teams looking for finally to convert the result that their potential has shown here in the UAE. Locally based, Dubai based.
A slight tweak in the BOP, hasn't there, overnight in between yesterday's race and today's. But I don't think it's really going to be enough to make much of a difference.
Not certainly over the 4 hours. I don't think there's the odd nip and tuck here. There, and I'm sure we'll hear from those directly affected. There is that damage, isn't there, to the front of the 88. Justin Blattner, you're right, another one of that pretty long list of drivers that has impressed as they begin to show what they've got on the international scene.
We've got Naveen Rao here with Francois Perrodo right on his gearbox. Naveen has had a strong race so far. He's there in 4th place. But Francois Perrodo seems like he's got things going here. Maybe that nose change has just helped the balance of the car, and he's just got a little bit more switched on here. Got a bit more in the window where he wants it. piling the pressure on with Naveen, but we've seen with Naveen earlier on in the championship, he's no slouch here, and he's certainly not a pushover to pass.
Indeed, he's feisty. His ear was a big twitch there off the curb.
He did go a little wide there after I said,
oh, he's clattered the wall.
Oh, he did get the wall there on the exit of turn 14.
I think he's got away with that.
Yeah, because he hit it square on. Oh, that was a close one, but using every last little bit. And it's not commentator's curse, but he's still ploughing on, and the car looks good. And yeah, nice job there from Naveen, and just stretched out that little bit of a gap. Through goes Perodo on the car collection.
Two mistakes and still stretched the gap.
Yeah, look at this.
There's the first.
He just got a little bit wide there, dropped it on that curve, just lost the rear, but then he's come through, got a little bit wide, but he's still committed, and it's just a kiss, boom, on the guardrail.
Yeah.
Nice. That is using all the road right there.
Right there, indeed. Here we go, 3 cars in contention here for 4th place in LMP3. Title up for grabs here, no doubt whatsoever about it. High-class racing in it, but need the cars ahead of them to have misfortune. Breton Racing, sitting there in 5th, lead in the points gap, will want to get by.
Breton have stopped, haven't they? Yes,
they have.
They have. Okay, so they'll be looking to get by. The 49 is... This is they're a little bit behind the curve here.
No further action in the investigation of the turn 1 incident that affected the 25 car and the 83. I have to say, I think that's right. For me, yeah. Michael, he had the line, but I'm not sure really where Francois could have gone in that, other than standing on the anchors.
Well, he was trying to, wasn't he? He could have maybe pressed the brake pedal a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Well, there we are. Coming down into turn 1, this LMP3 battle here in 34, 26 and 49, all going at it, and I've got the feeling that Mark is somewhat holding them up here.
Here's the leader,
yeah,
overall
22.
leader. Look at this. Here's a moment for Alex Malikin, because held up by the LMP3 traffic, is closing in.
He is. He could get his lap back.
This is.
Oh, there's been a change in the lead in GT as well.
I think he's done it. He's done it. He's gone to the inside. And he's gone by Giorgio Roda. That could be quite the moment in this race. He's almost a lap down.
Giorgio all over those curves on the exit there. He wants to look after the floor of his car. That can do some damage.
Let's explain why that's such a critical, potentially critical moment. Giorgio Roda in the black, blue and silver number 22 car leads this race. The car that's just overtaken him, the yellow, black and white car, the 91 car, almost a full lap down now, but not a full lap down now. So now he's closing the gap.
He is, and if it's a safety car...
trouble for Petrobelli!
Just looped it around. Everybody could be able to miss him. Just got on the gas just a bit too soon there as he was coming off turn 7, and he just looped it around.
This is a horrible moment. He's just going to wait.
Super tough luck. That's a really, really rough one. He's doing so well. He just got himself in the lead.
And he's going to tumble down the order now.
He is. And that opens up this battle for the lead. 3 cars now, the number 2, the 88 and the 74.
Is that
Dustin Blattner
looking up the inside, no way through there. He's got to let the 11 car coming through from Proton competition.
No, he's not. He's sliding across the apex of 12 into 13 underneath the bridge here at the W Hotel. It's getting a bit fraught and frantic at the front of the GT field here. Dustin's getting past on the left-hand side. He's just giving him lots of room, and then he's back to the racing line.
We'll hope to tuck in behind the P2 cars and hope they're going to cause problems for Pulcini ahead.
Yeah. But it's, that was a real heart-in-the-mouth moment there for Petrobelli, and hopefully he's got himself going again.
He has. He's rejoined in 11th place in GT.
Oh, that's rough.
Mark Patterson on pit lane, by the way. And that will be his drive time done. How long do he need to do as a minimum?
Yes, it's an hour, isn't it? No, hour and a half.
Not there.
No.
Nowhere near there. So Mark Patterson, and there is going to be a driver change.
No, it's not.
Here's Thomas Kiefer's ready. Remember, it's on the other side of the car.
Sorry, excuse me.
That's okay. That gets Mark. Thomas Kiefer will get in.
They're going to be a bit short there.
They're definitely short, because bear in mind it was not quite 4 hours. So He's going to have to get back in the car.
Dustin's looking
Still here, and he's
big
got
lunge there.
a huge lunge from Pulcini. What a move! If he can keep it on, he can. Here comes Dustin Blattner to the outside. It's going to be Ferrari 1-2 out there. Wow!
What a move!
And now Blattner goes to the lead, goes to the outside of the Dragon racing car. He's got the run. I don't think he's quite got the room to do it, or has he? That wide line can work through turn 9. I think he's going to get it done here, Ollie.
Yeah, he is. Oh, Francois Perotto's getting in on the action there up the inside. Dustin's got deep, and the 88 Dragons come back up the inside, but has Dustin got the drive off? No, he hasn't.
Now he goes to the inside.
Pulcini, nice driving there from the pair of them.
What a move from Pulcini into the chicane.
Yeah, that was a real last of the late breakers, just threw all the anchors out and everything to try and get it stopped into turn 6, but he has got Dustin Blattner all over his gearbox, and I think Dustin is quicker. Oh, so close to the guardrail there.
Watch it again here.
Oh, this is a big lunge, but he got it slowed up somehow. The two had to check up, had to open the wheel, and then Dustin cuts right across here, but gets a brilliant drive off, and then he could put that full assault. Oh, it was so close across the back there of Pulcini's car. I think we're going to see more of that as we go through these next couple of laps.
Damage I can see to the rear of one of the Optimum cars. Pulcini, just about everything other than the kitchen sink on a chain to pull that car up. Yeah. Quite an extraordinary lunge, but it worked.
It did. He managed to get the car parked nicely at the apex, so the two can turn in. Oh.
Well, we've just seen Giacomo Petrobelli spin out of a fabulous lead battle in GT, and it's a fabulous battle all round. Teammate 2, Giacomo, Johnny Adam is with David Ellison on pit lane now.
Johnny, Giacomo was doing all right, and then it kind of unravelled a bit.
Yeah, it's such a shame. He'd done all the hard work getting to the front, and unfortunately a small error, but he's saying on the radio the car feels really good tonight, so long race to go, still 3 hours to go.
So he's held his hands up, it was his fault. If the car feels good, it must be down to him.
Yeah, just a small, I think he clipped the inside curb at 7 with a little bit of throttle, but his pace is good already. He's come back and set one of the fast laps of the race, so long way to go. Unlike him to make mistakes, but reset and go again.
It shows how fierce it is in GT. I mean, we're watching some great battles going on, and battles everywhere.
It is. The level, especially on the AM side, is so high at the front, and yeah, these guys are pushing hard every single lap for the full 2 stints, so mistakes can happen, but yeah, we'll regroup and bounce back.
Giacomo was saying yesterday this is a bit of a test ready for British GT. Is he enjoying himself? Is he feeling happy?
Yeah, he's really enjoying this championship. He's not done Asian Le Mans, and the level of the whole championship is very high, you know, and it's great to be racing in February in this type of climate and this circuit. It's great testing for us, but also it's a really enjoyable weekend with ACO, so all good fun.
Excellent. Johnny, thanks very much.
Yeah, one of the absolute stalwarts of British GT racing, Johnny Adam. I think he's won it 157 times now. Johnny, there's been clearly another programme to come, which is a delight to see. Potential problems, by the way, for the championship leading 26 Breton racing car. Unsafe release under investigation. I don't think that's going to be the only one from that round of pit stops. It did look pretty frantic.
It was very frantic. While we were just listening to Johnny there was a great battle going on with Naveen Rao and Francois Perotto down at turn 9, and it was robust defence.
Wasn't it just?
From Naveen Rao.
It was indeed.
And I did say earlier on that he definitely gets his elbows out. Well, he had both elbows out.
Hugely successful businessman, and I think he's developed those skills and translated them into his motorsports body language as well, and great entertainment. Car 8, by the way, was another one under review, unsafe release. That's one of the Dragon Racing cars. Out the outside goes Alexander Bekantsov on the ultimate car. Graf Racing really want a race win here, and this is what it's showing right now. This is for the lead in LMP3.
Oh, that was close, and he nearly got the job done. Piling the pressure on here.
Louis Stern's got to keep it clean.
Bekantsov is he just seems to have so much performance at the moment. They've really hit the sweet spot with this Ligier today, and yeah, going great.
So we've got a lead group, by the way, of 6 cars. Of those 6 cars, 3 of our 4 title contenders are in that group. The high-class racing's Thomas Kiefer is way further down. It is pit stop, and it'll be the first of the routine pit stops now for Giorgio Roda. Almost an hour in here, and because we've had pit stops under virtual safety car, it's been extended, and that is
25 car.
It's a 25 car again.
Turned around, just cut across the front. Oh wow!
I think he's rejoined. We'll keep an eye on that. That was down at turn 6, wasn't it?
Michael Jensen. Yeah, golly, Michael, just breathe it, just reset, go again. And Clear thinking.
Up the inside, that is the battle. It's battle won by Alexander Bekantsov. Graf Racing go to the lead.
He's absolutely on a tear, really is. I'm not sure what the 35 Louis Stern's doing with flashing his lights, maybe just saying hello, but Bekantsov, I think, is going to drive away here. He's absolutely in the groove.
It was rejoined from Michael Jensen. He's back underway and back up to speed, but lost something like 15 seconds in the recovery. So Michael, nerves jangling, just needs to keep it on the island, keep it calm, keep it cool, bring it home.
Yeah, you just seen there the way that Bekantsov was able to just carry that more speed across the apex 22, leaving pit lane. And who are we going to be seeing on board there?
It's Giorgio Roda still stays on board
absolutely.
to complete his time.
He does.
We're about to get into the second hour of this race. It does seem like a race that's gone on for rather longer than 60 minutes, but it's not been quite that yet. All sorts of storylines developing here, and here's more of them. Algarve Pro Racing is side by side with the damaged Optimum car is Ryan Hardwick in the championship leading number 92 Monza EMA Porsche.
77 behind him. He's got some bodywork damage.
It's Morgan Tilbrook, yeah. So, and also under pressure now from Gabriele Rindoni in the 89 EBM Aston Martin. So Porsche, McLaren, Aston Martin, and then it's Antaresau next up. So it's another close-knit group.
Yeah,
as Giorgio Roda tries to go around the outside, off the track they're doing that, I'm sorry. Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's going to get called up there. The number 10 going up the inside there of both the McLaren and the Aston Martin.
What a move from Antaresau.
It was. I think opportunistic, but he got it done.
I think he saw the kind of the momentary, oh my gosh, what's he doing moments.
Yeah.
As they saw the Oreca go up the outside and past.
I think they were all a bit confused where Giorgio Roda was going, and they were also surprised looking at him that Antares just went, okay, I'll take that from you, thank you very much.
Yeah. I hope that's not a problem for Giorgio Roda.
Justin Blanner to the lead. Look at that. We didn't see that. But he's shown such fantastic pace in this Kessel, number 74, 296 Ferrari. He has been one of the classes of the field.
It's amazing that team has not won a race.
God, so close, absolutely so close.
He's been revelatory. Bentock, I don't know what he's put in his breakfast cereal, but my gosh.
Those moves he put on a number of cars in Dubai. It was
exciting
spectacular
stuff, and that's you know as a lover of sports car racing, that's what you love to watch. And then Dennis Marshall in the final stint,
absolute pro,
has been absolutely brilliant as well. But maybe tonight,
we'll see.
Into the second hour, and this is the 34 and the 49. That's actually a lap down because of the stop under green, the long stop under green from High Class Racing. Thomas Kiefer, can't see that as being a winning strategy for them.
No, the 49 is also a good distance.
Problem 16 off. Turn one.
Yeah. No, he's going a bit deep, maybe.
So is there still Victor
Oh no, there's another car.
It's the 8.
Dragon. The two of them got together here.
That's tricky because he can't be seen. He's
Todd Coleman.
I
think he's trying to hook.
Yeah, but where's his space to do this?
This is he's going to have to wait for a call here. Oh, nicely spun, good spin turn and going again. He must have got a bit of a call there from the team on what was on the front straight. Seeing the 22 here and the 20 going at it.
This is for position. This is for 7th. We've got the DKR and Nielsen and the Of Course number 50 cars on pit road at the moment. Patrick Bernard recovered up to 5th, by the way. All sorts going on. In comes the 20, Crichton and Tudis to pit lane.
Yeah, and Giorgio Roda had to kind of like take avoiding action there to miss the back of him, had to go all over the curbs. But here we're going to see this replay of what happened to the 16. He got turned around
79.
by 79, and the Dragon 8 was spinning. Todd Coleman was just spinning in avoidance.
The 79, 2 days in succession, meets a sandwich.
Yeah, turn one, but he was kind of causing an accident there.
And by the way, under investigation, Todd Coleman, all unsafe rejoin.
Really too sure there.
50
Jeremy Clark going on board the 50, I believe.
Matt Bell rejoins the race in the 24 car after a good stint from Naveen Rao to open his account in this final race this evening. Still, the battle is going on in LMP3. This is going to go to the wire.
It is. And you know, is that going to be something that the 22 has missed a trick here? Because they've kept Giorgio Roda on board, and all the other runners now will be able to get their bronze drivers out.
Yeah, well, it's going to one that's going to have to play its way out here, isn't it? Side by side between High Class Racing and the 34 into Europol car as Thomas Kiefer gets his lap back from the 34. Beginning to get warnings for track limits as well. We call them when we see that gets any more dramatic. Alexander Matchell at the moment leads the motor race from Francois Barodo. Proton competition from AF Corsa. This is Barodo's car on pit lane. Francois steps away. Alessio Rivera, it would normally be stepping aboard the car at this stage of the race.
Yeah.
There goes the number 19 car, Blackthorn, having been in contention for the lead until that spin in the chicane from Giacomo Petrobelli. The excellent chicane from Giacomo Petrobelli. Such a shame.
Yeah, it was. You see the Climax car has now got ahead of the Dragon Racing. Porcini has had an incident and just dropped him back behind the two.
But Dustin Blattner has gone, see you guys, he's 4.3 seconds up the road.
Yeah.
That's quite some pace from Dustin Blattner.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some of the cars that have had those problems early on. 25 car has made his way back up the order and then rejoined after that tag down at turn 6. Currently sits 5th, but will owe a pit stop shortly.
Board here with the number 10 coming through turn 2, then into 3, around about 200 k's an hour here, pulling just about 2G.
And Terraceau's having a great run here, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Fantastic.
Remember, in title contention, albeit with the car that's ahead of him at the moment. The car we've not talked about very much is the car that was leading until their dramas, and Rinat Salikov, by the way, has brought the Winwood Racing car up into 8th place. So they're in the mix as well. It's all going to be about, at this stage, does the 92 car get a clean run through the flag?
Yeah. Rendoni's looking at the inside. He was looking at the inside of Terraceau, but it's settling down. Didn't get the move done there, but this battle here for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, it's raging away. Just Matt Bell coming through, coming down into turn 9, just coming around the outside of the Porsches there.
We've got multiple cars. We're going to be coming down pit lane for start infringements. Car 27, car 7, car 77, car 10 and car 23. All will be getting drive-through penalties for start infringement. Wow. That's a big hit up the rear from the 3 car from again
from the 98. I'm not sure what he's got going on there with the brake zone into turn 6, but he hasn't got it figured out.
No, well, you know, that's a car of significantly more braking ability being hit from up the rear. Right, let's pick all the bits out of this one. Yeah. 27 is the Optimum Motorsports McLaren, currently in the hands of Andrew Gilbert. The number 7 car is the Graf Racing car that leads the race in LMP3 at the moment. The 77 is the other Optimum Motorsport, both the Optimum Motorsport cars again. The number 10, it's a GT car, isn't it?
Yes. That's the Terraceau.
That's the Terraceau car. And the 23 was the other one, and that's and another hit up the rear from the same car.
Yeah, no, I think he maybe just got a little bit away from him, but yeah, it's very, very close to the contact with the 89 there. And these 4 are still battling away here.
So this is going to throw another spanner in the works to a number of battles, and Terraceau.
Yeah, that maybe is going to be the thing that decides where this championship's going to go. But I think coming down into turn 9 here, we've got Jens Renaud Müller and Tim Kresick battling over 4th place here. And can Tim size him up coming into where the hotel is? I don't think he's quite got enough there. Just dancing around on the brake zone. Tim seems a lot more comfortable in this car. A little bit wide on the way into 13. 14 is getting the run through and off. 28 cars joining them as well at the same time. They're just trying to get through.
I think we're going to see a problem for the DKR car. We saw the hit to the rear from the Aston Martin, but the further problem is going to come for Job van Uter to board the car. The team manager being asked to come to race control for not obeying the race director's instructions at turn 6. Now what that will be in the driver's briefing will be, if you have a problem in this area where we know problems can occur, this is how you rejoin the track to avoid problems. This is the 20 car.
Whoa. In deep on the 57, and RD Limited is right there as well. They're battling away here.
Well, these two cars are the cars that need to finish top of the order.
Ollie Caldwell and James Allen here. And Ollie Caldwell had a fierce battle yesterday with Matt Bell, and he's now got James Allen, one of the very best in P2, right on his gearbox.
25 of Michael Jensen. I think that's his drive time done, and in the pits to change over to that will be Valerio Rinicello. I wonder, it's at this stage of the race. 26 Breton Racing car. Pushing on.
Yeah, 34 is trying to get its run in and off, and Rivera's right there in the 83, just coming round the outside.
Yeah, 1 point.
34 looks like it's in its toe, but it can't quite get past the Breton car. Or it's going to lunge up the inside. That was late.
It's very late. There was some contact there, I think.
Yeah, a little bit of contact.
Well, let's go down to pit lane with David Allison, and he's with the 50 crew. Patrick Byrne out of the teal-covered air course for Orica right now.
Patrick, that was a tough stint with the red flag and the restart and the spin, but after that it all kind of built and you got back to a good position.
Yeah, you know, it can happen to anyone. You know, obviously we don't like to happen, but there's a fine line between enough fuel saving and warm enough tires, and I just did a little too much fuel saving, so hopefully that pays off in the end. But you know, the tires weren't ready, and these cars are very rigid at slow speeds and those slow restarts. You know, yellows bring yellows. That's how it works. You know, and sorry to my teammates for it, but we made a pretty good comeback. Hopefully we're in a good position towards the end of the race.
Still a long way to go, and as we've seen in this championship, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, we wish this was a 6 or an 8 hour, honestly. A 4 hour is just a long sprint race, really. So the longer the better, but yeah, it's a long race.
How hard was that red flag and having to sit there and wait and then motivate yourself?
Yeah, I mean, it's very frustrating for all the drivers. I mean, like I said, this can happen to anyone. You know, the stewards and all of the head of the race in general had many, many talks. So, I mean, everyone should have been on their best behavior. It's a phenomenal track here. It's just the walls are close. So when a car spins, they're usually in the wall. And especially on the start, you know, it's easy to get caught up in the mess. It tends to happen back in GT more than it does up front with us, and it's just because there's so many more cars. So, but like I said, I mean, I think P2 spun on the turn 1 in the race start, so it can happen to anyone.
That recovery, fighting up through the field again, passing other prototypes, passing GTs, frustrated you'd had the spin, but it must have been good fun getting the places back.
Yeah, I mean, it's always fun coming from the back. It's just, you hate to be the guy that puts you there.
It's a good stint. Well done. Thanks, Patrick.
Just seen Bolcini there having a very tight battle here.
Oh, he gets hit.
It hit him, turned him around.
And then wiped off the dive plane, I think, of the Porsche.
That was... Ryan Hardwick just didn't need to do that, just needed to breathe it there.
Let's watch it again.
Yeah, as it came down, Bolcini had braked a little bit later, and Ryan was looking to stick the nose up in the inside here, and it's not really the place to do it, and he's got the contact on the 88 car, and he's taken off the rear wing end plate on his car. It's going to be some damage. They're going to have to fix that, but I think there could be a penalty coming for that.
Was that the end plate off the Dragon car?
No.
Or was that the
end plate?
The dive plane off the
It was. I think it was
Manthey?
the rear wing end plate off the Manthey rear wing. I think it was.
Well, that is a bigger problem.
It really is.
So we'll keep an eye on that one. We saw in during that interview, the number 10 car, one of the batch of cars that is going to be was dealt a drive-through penalty to take that. The reason for mentioning that particularly is that does drop it behind the 81 car, Winwood Racing car, and with dramas potentially ahead here for the Montai EMA car, should that need the repair, well, could we have just seen the pendulum swing?
Yeah, advantage possibly back towards that 81 car. Let me see.
And, that car, by the way, up to 5th now in the hands of Renat Salikov.
Two Inter-Europol cars coming down here into turn 6 side by side. Steve Brooks and Tim Kresick. Tim, just get that deal done. All just the absolute car there, just watching, just trying to sort of figure out where it's going to go and where these two Inter-Europol cars are going to go. And
it's on racing, by the way. Jens Muller closing on this pair.
I'm not sure what Sasha's going to be thinking about this. For the boss here of Inter-Europol, as these two cars come down into turn 9, and Tim's got in a little bit deeper, but I think he's going to get the deal done here, and I think that's good enough. And he should be able to get away from Steve Brooks. These two were talking on the grid beforehand, weren't they?
They were. What was it about this? Here's side by side. This is for second place. Alessio Rivera and Jonas Reed. Rivera has got that position, 83 up in second place, and also side by side, 87 and 57.
Yeah, it's a bit of a side draft here for the 87. He's looking to just get the move done here into turn 6 later on the brakes, but has he overshot? No, he's got the deal done. Nicely rotated across the apex. And good drive off of turn 7.
That's for 10th, it's Rambo on Takeshi Kimura. Two of Asian teams, albeit the Kessel Racing squad handling the car guy efforts. Kessel Racing from Switzerland. Asian Motorsports, Rambo.
Yeah, Rambo here coming through turn 9. Oh, he's just losing the rear there as he got on the throttle. We just cut away from that shot, looking like it was going to get pretty lively. Yeah.
20 car under pressure still, so the 20 car now in the hands of Ollie Caldwell. James Allen it is, and he was the man with huge pace yesterday.
He really was. His averages were phenomenal.
Yeah, after the delays from the RD Limited car with the punch on. Car 26 meanwhile gets a 10-second penalty added to the next pit stop. That is the Breton Racing car. We'll keep an eye on that one. There's all sorts of ingredients into the mix, and indeed that is the Breton Racing car, just having to deal with the challenge of the two battling Oricas. Lets them go.
Yeah.
And gets back onto it to close the gap between the two Europol cars.
Ollie doing a nice job here. He's getting away from or just keeping it that gap there to James Allen, and James can't quite get close enough to mount a challenge.
Ollie Caldwell, he's got the pace.
He really has.
There's
he
no
really
doubt whatsoever
absolutely.
He's got the pace.
He's just got to pick his way through the traffic here, and this was maybe the comment that I had for him after yesterday's race, was his racecraft and being able to pick his way through the GT traffic and deal with the other P2 cars in his class. He's got a little bit boxed in here, and it's how he places his car and how he uses that traffic. Nicely done. There we go. That's exactly what we were talking about. And even using all the road on the exit there, he's motivated. And he's just that little bit more decisive today, which is great to see.
Much better from Ollie Caldwell there. Could see the threat in front, could see the threat behind, took the aggressive line through, gave the problem to the man behind him.
Indeed, indeed. And it just looks a bit more natural today. It's not he's not trying to sort of sit there and work out a way past the 24 car. It's just all coming towards him in that most natural way, coming through and off of turn 3. Nicely done.
That's what you do when you want to go to Le Mans.
Yep.
Right there, right now. And Ollie Caldwell, third year I think it is in LMP2, after starting his campaign with the Alpine team in their fill-in year between hypercar programs. And he's since then been with Hyper Pro Racing.
Yeah, he's that school that Stewie Cox has of how he wants his drivers to compete and work inside the Oreca 07 chassis, and it certainly is a great spot for drivers to fully understand how to go about professional P2 racing from one of the very best teams in the pit lane.
Let's keep a look on what's going on in the classes as we watch this pair battling away, making their way up the field as best they possibly can.
Just got pitched off there, Ollie did.
This is still the battle, by the way, for 6th place. They are, 9 seconds back from Jan van Uteert in the number 3 car in 5th place. Giorgio Roda still leads the race, 22 seconds ahead of Alessio Rivera, and holding that gap at the moment, doing a great job. Jonas Reed, 4 seconds back, being caught at the moment by Matt Bell, who's having a great spell here, and is with Jonas Reed for 3rd place.
Yeah, maybe we'll be able to put some pressure on him and get that deal done up into 3rd. They've been stronger today. I know that they made some changes there. I think they were maybe missing a little bit of rear downforce yesterday.
Louis Stern in the Ultimate car is making his first pit stop right now. 2nd place in LMP2. They will hope is a run towards title contention. Up the inside of the high-class racing car goes Ollie Caldwell.
Again, just using that little bit of traffic as a pick.
Decisive.
Just stretched out that little bit of gap. And he's going to be able to use the 79 car for a little bit of a tow down here out of turn 5 down to 6. Doesn't hurt his exit too much.
Steve Brooks in the 43 car will drop off this the LMP3 battle.
Damage
the rim, isn't it?
The tsunami car, the diffuser there after its contact.
They've had a rough day.
Yeah, with the 8. It was the 8 Dragon Speed, wasn't it?
It was the 8 Dragon racing car, and the can't remember the other car that was involved in that.
Oh, it was, I'm struggling to remember it as well now. Good grief.
So either way, everybody got away from that.
Yeah, they did. They did indeed. We're seeing another incident here. Is this 15 car?
Incident involving the 15, that was the RLR car on the 88 at turn 6. No further action on that. That was the incident that turned around the 15 car at the bottom of the circuit.
It's a strong run from these two. James Allen will be sitting there sort of egging Ollie on just to sort of get that, keep the speed up, and keep working way through the traffic and making good progress here.
Looking to close the gap and not quite coming yet, but there's time yet. Dustin Blattner, by the way, on pit lane from the lead of GT, dropping down the order as that looks as if we're getting into the first of the routine stops for the GTs.
The 25 looking to come the inside there of the 50. And on board the 25 now is
Valerio Rincella.
Yeah.
Goes by Jeremy Clark. Remember, the bronze-rated driver here. Well, Naveen Rao has been building up his experience, building up his skill sets at Nielsen Racing. He's passed over the car to Matt Bell, and that means he's available now for a chat with David Addison.
Catching up with one or two drivers after that first stint. Naveen Rao, yesterday you were sounding all frustrated and a bit disappointed. Today we were talking about you looking all feisty and having your elbows out. That was a good battle.
That was good, yeah. I think I found a little paces in myself. You know, we made a little small change to the car. It actually seemed to work quite well. I think our top speed was not hurt. Braking performance is much better. We figured out a few things looking at data yesterday.
We're racing a bit later today, so it's a little bit cooler. Is that making much difference?
I think it made some difference, but I mean, we anticipated that as well in our plan. So, but yeah, keeping brake temperatures right, getting the downforce levels correct, and for the air temperature worked quite well this time.
And again, at the start of the race, people in GT seem to get a bit carried away, more drama.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. I was just, my heart sank again. I thought we were going to have another short race. Fortunately, they extended the race, which was great. Great for us. I love having the full drive time, of course. And, you know, after that, we had a good number of green running laps. So I was pretty happy with that. I wish the incident didn't happen for all involved, of course. But, yeah, this time it seemed to be a bit cleaner after those initial ones.
There was also the spin in LMP2 at the first corner for Crichton Lentoudis for APR. Was that around you? Did you see what happened?
You know, it started just in front of me. I actually didn't see the spin because it was a car in front of me that spun. I anticipated something happening. I darted to the outside to avoid it, which was smart, actually. Just natural reaction. So, yeah, I didn't get involved in it. Had I not done that, I would have been part of it. I would have been behind him.
Naveen, it's good to see you smiling. You look a lot happier than yesterday.
I definitely am.
Well done, thanks.
Great stuff.
It is great to see. I'll correct David, it was the other racing, it's Michael Jensen, but David, hopping up and down pit lane, sometimes you can't be in front of a timing monitor, so it was Michael Jensen. That car, by the way, that was delayed up into 8th place side by side, 81 and the 89. I think that's going to go the way of the Aston Martin, is it?
Oh, it's so close. They're side by side here, and I think the 81 is thinking, oh, just breathe it a little bit. We've got to think about that championship, and is there a chance that we could still win this today?
This is the third.
Yeah, and the 81 car is right in it now, right in this championship. And let's see where they are in the points right now. They are cool.
Well, the gap between Ryan Hardwick and the 81 is 7 seconds, so it's been quite some run back on the field for Renat Selikov.
He was quite a long way down, wasn't he? He started off all the way towards the back of the grid.
I'm beginning to question the timing of that pit stop from Dustin Blattner, because he's the only GT car that's just stopped. We were not in the window by the look of things. Is this to do with strategy and driver time?
Yes, it could be. But let me just have a look.
But Dustin's still aboard the car, I should say. Davis, by the way, Celia Martin is currently on pit lane for a drive-through, as is the 22 Proton competition car. This should be the end of Giorgio Roda's drive time, I think.
Yeah.
So
it's off sequence here slightly, aren't they? Yeah. 22.
Track limits it was for Celia Martin, so she's driving through at the moment in the 85 car, enjoying something probably out of the top 10, does so now. See Takeshi Kimura on pit lane as well in the 57 car.
See the Vlad Lobko aboard the 22.
So that's Quinn taking a look at the back there. And Enzo Trulli, he's operating here. A bit of a learning curve for him, but also helping with a bit of driver coaching with the bronze drivers. So I'm chatting away with Michael Jensen and Gretel Tudis earlier today, and he's developing a role within the Algarve Pro Racing organisation. Good place to start, young man.
Jonas Reed and Matt Bell here. This is over third place. Well, no, it's actually up to second now.
It's second place,
yeah.
And Job van Uite, by the way, is absolutely on a tear. Was closing that gap. All of a sudden, a bit of traffic, I think that's just stalled it, but Matt has closed right in now on the second place.
Yeah,
car.
Naveen was alluding to some of the changes and all that data they were looking at overnight, and there was a little bit of head scratching after yesterday. The car wasn't quite as nice to drive as they had hoped, but they just had a little bit of rear downforce, I think, and that's just tidied up the braking and certainly made the car a little bit more pleasant to drive, and it looks like it's far quicker. Matt coming to the inside there, quite aggressive in his change of lane. He's going past the number 60, which looks like he's just left the pit lane.
Well, here's the difference, isn't it? With a good run from Naveen Rao, it's put the professional driver in the car in a position to attack rather than claw back. This is where you get
defend.
Yeah, but this is about the difference you can actually make. This is live, as it would be if we finished where we were. It still would be at the moment the Algarve Pro Racing car winning the title. Those points are going to change as this race evolves. The point to race here is it's the cleaner and the quicker and the more consistent and the more fault-free that the bronze driver can be, the better it is for the team, because it means that there's a very different task ahead for a Matt Bell and Nicky Katzberg.
Yeah, it is. And also one of the other things that they need to consider is that tyre wear. And certainly that was one of the things that the 24 car was struggling with yesterday, was that tyre wear and drop-off in performance.
Selikov is the latest. In fact, we are now in the realms of GT pit stops. I just saw a flash of something on the screen that could be significant. We don't know what happened in the incident, but under investigation, car 88, Dragon Racing, car 92, the championship leader, causing a collision. Don't know which way that went. Let's play a bit of a game of hashtag wait and see.
Yeah, but that was the contact at turn 7. 92.
Yes, you're right. It was that one. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
And I think that was, for me, sorry, but that was Ryan.
Yeah. I haven't seen actually the rear wing on that 92 car since it had that incident. But,
so closing in on 2.5 hours to go. 81 car, obviously on new rubber. The driver aboard the 81 is now still Rinat Selikov aboard the 81 car, warming the Michelin's underneath the AMG.
Jonas Reed just keeping Matt Bell at bay here, and
doing a fine job at the moment.
He is doing a fine job, and it can be a frustrating racetrack here at Yas Marina, and just trying to get past other cars in your class, particularly in a P2 car, because you really are relying quite a lot on the downforces, particularly through here, someone like turn 9. Matt's gone in pretty deep there.
Well,
He's trying to get a slingshot through and off.
Jonas, I think you remember, I think your first year with us, Ollie, in the Age of Le Mans series, was learning his LMP craft in an LMP3 car in the Age of Le Mans series, moved into LMP2. He's had some good runs. Still on that learning curve. Matt's back with him now.
Yeah, Naveen Rao there just having a chat with Nicky Katzberg. Nicky will be the next driver in the car there at Nielsen Racing, and it's been a good driver lineup here.
Well, Job van Uite is catching this pair. There's still a gap, but is also being caught by the charging Ollie Caldwell and James Allen. So this group is going to compress without a doubt as this stint gets deeper and deeper.
Yeah. Job van Uite, I think he's got the fastest lap in the race in P2.
He has. That came, was that 5 laps ago, 1:43.0.
Yeah.
Car 92 does indeed get a drive-through penalty. Whoa. Jonas Reed is the outside of the pair of battling.
Yeah, the 28 there was just turning into the 2, and Matt's got bottled up. Oh, is he going to get caught up there? No, fortunately not. But the 28's looking for that run on the 2 car.
Yeah, 92 is going to get that drive-through penalty confirmed now for causing a collision. That was with the 88. That's going to have an impact on things. well, down to David Addison again. It's been a reasonably quiet championship series for the Iron Dames, but Michelle Gatting will have plenty to say about the plans for the year. She's with David now.
Another car that's always worth watching in GT, of course, is the Iron Dames Porsche. Michelle Gatting waiting for your stint here and just keeping an eye on how the car is going. All good?
Yeah, all good. I think it was a tough stint for Celia. She's still gaining a lot of experience, trying to learn as much as possible. We know we are not here to try and win. Of course, we always want to do the best, but really this is experience is really for Celia to get as many laps and to really get, getting into the rhythm of how these drivers are driving. The level is a little bit higher than the Michelin Le Mans Cup, so I think it's a tough experience, but it's worth it.
But presumably every race she's done, she's learnt more and got faster.
Yeah, for sure. She has made huge progressions and steps over those race weekends, so we are very happy with that. So we're looking forward to Qatar. This one looks like it's going to be another tough one, but we're going to be fighting till the end like we always do.
It's been a mixed season. You've had some good races, bit of damage. Just reflect on how that championship has gone and what you take away from it, from Asian Le Mans.
To be honest, I really love it here. This is the kind of level that I also want to see myself in. Super high level of pro drivers, cool tracks, nice circumstances to race in. So I really like it. I really enjoy it, and I was pushing a lot the team that we were going to do this championship because it's always nice to finish the season off in Sepang in December, and then going into those two double headers. So I've enjoyed it a lot, and hopefully we will be back for the next season.
Now, there's somebody missing this weekend. Your other half, Jules Gounon, winner in Malaysia. He's not here. Have you left him at home vacuuming the house, doing the ironing, washing up? Where is he?
Yeah, well, somebody has to do it, so it's gonna be him this weekend. Yeah, he's preparing for Qatar and for his first proper WEC season. So I know he's at home watching right now. So, hello.
Well done, Michelle. Thanks.
Yeah, great stuff. And by the way, Asian Le Mans Series management, if you're looking for someone to film an ad for the Asian Le Mans Series, Michelle Gatting. But that's not the look of it. Thoroughly enjoying her time here.
Yeah, fantastic.
But you're absolutely right. It is part of a number of different types of program, isn't it? And in this case, it's prepping the new look Iron Dames lineup for things to come.
Here in the graph, have got a bit of a problem here. Oh, the 57 going off. It's super wide. Was that a bit of contact with the 24? But just kept it out of the wall there. Nice work there from the ball with 7 inside the garage. Yes.
They just can't get a break, can they? The graph racing guys.
Oh. Did you cover off?
It's never a good thing.
No.
All sorts going on here. Antero Sao, having had that drive-through penalty, and just checking.
Drive-through, looks like.
Does still owe us a stop, but as they're cycling through to the lead of this race.
The arm gesture there from an engineer, I would say that
pretty
it's not a quick fix.
No, it's a real shame. Graph Racing looking very, very good indeed for that. EBM's number 89 Aston Martin up into second place right now.
They've had a strong, really strong run, and Ralph Byrne is also in the hunt here. 99.
Both these cars, I think, they do owe us a stop, Ollie.
Yeah.
But that's one to be watched.
Yeah.
But the key thing here is, what about the championship positions? Well, Montage number 10 is one of 3 cars in the hunt, as is the number 81 car. That car has had its full pit stop. Rinat Selikov back in the car down in 18th. Where is the 92? Because that car has not only had the stop, but I think has also had... No, they haven't had their stop. They had a stop and
10th.
Yeah, 10th.
Yeah.
Ryan Hardwick. That was a penalty, wasn't it?
Yes,
remember?
It was, yeah. The family behind their teammates, but yeah, 99 and the 89 do owe us a pit stop.
GT is all over the place, and that's very uncomfortable for those people trying to strategise their way to the front.
Well, Ralph Burns actually had a stop 3 laps ago. Gabriel Rindoni has not, and he is actually owing us a stop.
The last stop for Ralph Byrne was a 21-second stop, which is a drive-through.
So he is going to be owing us a full service here.
So Alessio Rivera leads the race and is making his way through this battling pair of GTs at the moment. Jonas Reed is 10 seconds back and quicker at the moment because of the traffic than Rivera. Matt Bell just 2 seconds back now and closing still on Reed.
He's just leaning on Gabriele Rendoni here. I think that the Aston has got a little bit more straight line speed.
Look at the LMP3 car.
3 wide. 3 wide. And Ralph Byrne has gone in a bit deep there, and I think Gabriele Rendoni, I'm going to go for safety car.
Now, what's that all about?
Where have we got an incident here?
Virtual safety car. Hadn't seen yellow flags anywhere, unless this is a general tidy-up. Maybe we'll hear from race control as to why. Bear left at turn 2. Whatever's happened, it's turn 2.
Oh, 9's on pit lane.
And it is hefty pit. There's a mirror, isn't it?
Yeah, that was 57s, I think. I think that was contact there between, possibly contact between the 24 and the 57. So that would be the Nielsen car and car guy.
Yep, so if the UAE are looking for a new start for the handball/rugby team, I think they can do worse than chat to the Marshals Club there. It's quite a pass. And all of a sudden, everybody that needed to pit is on pit lane. So if anybody had managed to delay that, and by the look of it, the 25 car did.
Yeah, 87 hand gestures here inside the Breton.
No, they're not happy.
No, shaking heads.
What's that all about? That car's just come out from pit lane. Something's gone wrong with that pit stop. Only 50 seconds on pit lane. I wonder if they're just saying they could have burned the long stop there because it's a virtual safety car. If you're only the car, I think that might be it. It might be worth seeing whether David can find out what the furore is there.
Oh, I think it's also maybe drive time. Could possibly be, would they have made the driver change?
So Jens Muller is in the car. It was only 50 seconds on pit lane. That was the second stop. And they clearly are of the opinion error's been made there.
Yeah, they're not happy. That's for sure.
So Gagler car still on pit lane. Watch as things start to emerge here. This is ideal opportunity,
things, isn't it?
It's an ideal opportunity for those that are just slightly out of kilter here just to play catch up.
Yeah.
And we're going to see a fair amount of the GT cars down pit lane. We said there's battling 98s, so 89 and 99 cars are amongst them.
Yeah.
So too is the 16.
88 is going to put in its box here. It's a tight turn in there.
21, 50 AF Corsa car is in and out. See Jeremy Clark will stay aboard that car, I think.
Just working through the driver change there, getting that done, and a little bit of damage there on the front of the 16. And yeah, working that. Got the driver change done nicely before the fuel's finished.
60 car from Proton competition also there. The 88 car needed to be repositioned on the dollies. It's so tight, isn't it, at that point?
It is so tight, and they're only plugging the fuel in now.
All sorts of. I got Bros number 20 car on pit lane, as is the 30 from RD Limited. Ollie Colwell hold off James Allen through that whole stint, and that, by the way, great stint.
Yeah, fantastic. Really, very, very good. Very good.
After the pace we saw in that car, the 30 car, and from James Allen, that's a big step forward for the young Brit.
Nicely done.
So Alessia Rivera leads the race from Jonas Reed, Matt Bell, Jan van Utrecht. So AF Corsa from Proton, Nielsen Racing and D-Car Engineering. But where are the title contenders? And the answer is 5th, 6th and 8th. And the car that is in 8th place in the hands of Valerio Riangella on the way out from pit lane now, 5th or better, and they take the title and the automatic invitation to Le Mans. Yep. Out comes the 92 car. That's our championship leader in GT, and they pit from 9th in GT with Ryan Hardwick.
Will they have made that driver change, do you think, now? It's an hour and a half in.
HA car.
That's a tough spot there where they are.
And out 2 comes the number 20 car. And let's watch where the RD Limited car is in this battle. They're just going to work at the end of pit lane. I think it's a significant advantage for Algar Pro Racing. There is our championship leader yesterday. We're going to look back at the highlights of the race so far here at Abu Dhabi. Overcast, but with a little bit of sunshine showing. And it was Giorgio Roda starting the race from pole position. The tag between Francois Perrodo and Michael Jensen sent the championship leader in LMP2 spinning backwards off track no harm other than the delay done, but it would be a long run back for Michael Jensen. Trouble, meanwhile, with the 28 car being turned around. Bigger trouble still as the cars came through turn 3. 23 Ferrari tipping the Lamborghini number 42 hard into the barriers, out of the race, and that would see a safety car deployed before the red flag came out to bring the cars under control. René Malmezak, thankfully, walking away seemingly okay from what was a huge and rather upsetting, if you're involved emotionally, incident for the Prime Speed Sport Lamborghini. Back to green flag racing, and trouble immediately for Patrick Byrne. Half spin in the number 50 AF Corsa Orica. He would get back on track after finding a gap in the traffic to get back into action, and then a brush, double brush indeed, between the 87 and the 96 Origine Porsche and the 96 2Cs AMG. That would be end of race for Tony McIntosh and co after a win in Dubai. The season comes to an end with a retirement. Battling away, Graf Racing and Breton Racing in LMP3, a hotly contested class throughout, and then this brush, Chris Short in the number 15 RLRM Sports getting together with the 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari, delaying another title contender. Biggest battle of the stint so far. Ollie Caldwell. Apologies, that was Fred Pordad and Chrysler Tudis clattering the barrier briefly in his pursuit of time and position. Naveen Rao in the Nielsen car. Giacomo Petrobelli looking to do what he could do in GT. Fine run, rather spoiled by a lazy spin coming out of the chicane for the 19 Blackthorn car, and then a tag between the 25 car of Michael Jensen and the Iron Dames Porsche. Michael Jensen will have to fight back again to the lead in GT. Stellar run from Dustin Blattner in the 74 Kessel Racing car, and still battling away Graf Racing up the inside of the Ultimate car in LMP3, but trouble would lie ahead there on either side of one of the Ultimate cars. Go the battling 83 and 11, Alessio Rivera and Jonas Reed. 25 trying to make their way back up the order, 50 trying to make their way back up the order. All sorts of shenanigans going on as we get deeper into the darkness here at Yas Marina. That's the order. 83 car in the hands of Alessio Rivera leads the race from the 11 Proton competition car, the hands of Jonas Reed. Nielsen Racing sitting a fine third place. Matt Bell at the wheel. DK Engineering with Job Vanuta is fourth. Title contenders further back. Breton Racing lead the race from Inter-Europol's 34 and Ultimate's 35 in a battle that will decide the LMP3 title. Montage number 10 in the hands of Antara Sau leads GT. Herbert Motorsports, the number 99. Porsche 1-2. EBM's Aston Martin sits third with Mattia Drudi. Victor Scheitar and the 16 Winward Racing AMG sits fourth. 92 car, who is the championship leader, fifth, with Richard Leitz now at the wheel of the car. So Richie being put into the middle of the race here, Ollie, and that's a bit of a change. Dustin Blattner stays at the wheel of the Kessel Racing 74, sits in sixth. But Montoya may have chosen to put the Platinum driver in.
Yeah, they have. That's a bit of a curious one. And maybe they're happy with putting Richard in now just to look after this busy middle stint of the race. And you know, I'm surprised that some of these guys have not made those changes. Some guys have gone to their pros, or certainly gone to the silver driver that they have to have in the car. And we're seeing up and down the order. There's quite a mix-up here.
Safety car is now out, so the virtual safety car has transitioned, as it always does, after 2 laps into a full safety car procedure, which means, of course, the field bunches up, which means when we go back to green, there's going to be positions to be made up. Pit entry is now closed, and the field will come around under the control of Alessio Rivera to be picked up by the safety car. Alessio is going very slowly.
Very slowly, yes, and it does seem a bit curious that he's not actually gone back to sort of racing speed to get himself back round behind the safety car. Maybe he's just waiting for that instruction.
So at slow speed,
he's still on his sort of 80k an hour speed limiter. Certainly sounds like it, but
Harry King, by the way, the wheel of the Pure Racing car, is still a lap down because in that pit stop they dropped the lap again.
Yikes.
And that's disaster for them, because this was the ideal opportunity. That's the thing we've missed here. Ideal opportunity to get pretty much the lap back, but Harry King will restart this race behind Alessio Rivera and a lap down.
Yeah, he will. He won't get the wave by.
So whether it's good pit stop work from the AF Corsa team or slightly less good from the Pure Racing squad.
They were slightly off. They were slightly sort of off sequence towards the 83. Was that due to that nose damage?
It was indeed.
Yeah.
So there is the Chevy Camaro. You've been used to leading races in Chevrolets throughout your career, Ollie.
I've never had the lights on the roof, though.
Yeah, it does tend to mess with the aero, doesn't it?
Just a little.
Better part of how many years as a factory Chevrolet driver, Ollie Gavin?
It was nearly 20 years.
Nearly 20 years.
It was a huge amount of fun.
There are all sorts of crimes you'll get less than that for.
It certainly wasn't a chore, I have to say that. It was amazing.
As you'll have gathered, I do love a leg pull of the sports car racing legend that is Ollie Gavin, but what a stellar career. Most of it's in Corvettes, of course. I think the odd one or two races in the Camaro. Did
yes,
you
I
not?
did. I did do a couple of races in the Camaro, yes, in the Grand Am, and I was competing against the young Jordan Taylor when he's first emerging. Yeah, nobody. Yes, yeah, and it was a lot of fun. It was a huge amount of fun. And
David Allison joining in my left ear, reminding me that he was indeed a Formula First legend. And if you don't remember Formula First,
well, I don't think you really need to go back and revisit it. It was.
Can we say it was an entry formula?
Yes, it was definitely an entry formula. Yeah.
If you think, LMP1, as we used to have LMP2, LMP3 is the junior formula here. In single-seater terms, that would have been kind of single-seater 9.
Groove tyres, 1600 engine mounted across the car, not in line. It was all a bit odd, but it was a lot of fun. Got great learnings.
Beautiful car. It's a
what
term that was never applied to a Formula First.
Absolute looker. What a stunner. None of those words applied.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There we go. So under the safety car now, 2 hours and 14 minutes remain. And we are going to go for pass around here. And I think there might well be some takers here this time.
I hope so.
Because otherwise it's a terribly boring process. But we are seeing
Start the
cars
pass around.
pulled
Start
to
the pass
left
around.
of the circuit to start that pass around. That's teams that will have their...
So the cars that are taking that pass around are going to the right-hand side, and there are a lot of cars here.
Oh, indeed. So this is any car that has their class leader behind them in the order.
Yes, some drivers have switched in some of their GT runners. We see the 74 car's got Ben Tuck aboard now. He's just right behind Richard Leitz. So they're really in a good spot here, the 74 in there with the Manti 92. And yes, a lot of the other runners from in GT, car 10,
GT
99, 89, all got their silver or pro driver in. Klaus Bachler's decided to go in the car. They've decided to put him in for the number 10.
Pass around completed. Pass around completed.
In fact, it was the entire GT field that Klaus Bachler had behind them. So Klaus will be feeling very lonely in this company at the moment.
Yeah. You see, wow, maybe we've got a lap on everyone here, but not quite.
No. So the entire GT field bar Klaus, whose fan club will be sorely disappointed, was delighted to be approached by one of the guys who listened to the commentary yesterday.
We are in lap 1 of safety cars. Pit entry is still closed. We are in lap 1 of safety car. Pit entry is still closed.
Their shirts are a lovely colour.
They're a lovely shade of green. They are indeed. They look very fetching, and I'm sure
you
they're
can certainly
very,
spot them.
You most certainly can. I'm sure they're very proud of it, but it's great to see them here.
the Chevy Camaro comes down into turn 1 with the field behind, and they're just waiting for everybody to catch up with that big pass around. And there's Klaus Bachler looking rather lonely at the back of the pack. Yep, all of those cars have been working their way around, looking to get back onto the back of this field as quickly as possible. And this hopefully won't be too much longer before we can get back green again. And we're just hoping that everything's been cleaned up, cleared up. We've had a bit of a reshuffle here in the order of things with all of the classes. Still those different strategies being employed, people on slightly different stint lengths, and when they need to be stopping again.
So who do you fancy at this restart?
Well, Alessio Rivera has certainly had pretty decent pace, but I would say the fastest one out of this bunch so far has been Ollie Caldwell. Well, Job van Ote has set the fastest lap of the race, but the fastest average is down to Ollie Caldwell. So,
well, the other one to watch here is going to be Harry King, isn't it? Keen to get ahead of the leader again. We saw that happening once, but through whatever means, they've not managed to convert that into an opportunity to take the pass around.
No, there's been a rough luck, and it's just been a story of the 91's season, really.
Hasn't it?
That they've just always been on the back end of a rather bad decision or a bad luck, or just not worked out.
No, it just has not. They've shown blinding speed. All three drivers have shown blinding speed.
Yeah, and on paper.
And yet.
Yeah, they should be running. Oh, Harry King got very close to the back of Alessio Rivera there.
Just keeping an eye on exactly where the chasing GTs are. Wait for Klaus Bachler to appear under the bridge, and there they are. They're back with the. So we should be pretty much back to an opportunity to restart this race very shortly.
Yeah, I'd say we're going to do one more lap though. They usually have to do that one lap that's a little bit more at speed, just to give those P2 runners the chance to get just a little bit of temperature in the tyres.
So what have we got? We have, of our 10 starting LMP2 cars, 9 are on the lead lap. The only car that's not is Harry King in the 10th place car, and he's sitting just behind the leader at the moment, looking to unlap himself and go back to green. In LMP3, we have 6 of the 7 starters on the same lap, albeit a pair of them, the RLRM Sport Car and High Class Racing's 49. That car is, those cars have got GT cars between them and the lead pack of 4. It's led by Breton Racing's 26, by the way, which is the championship leading car. In GT, we have how many cars on the lead lap? We have 23 cars on the lead lap, and behind the safety cars, separated by something like 25 seconds, those 23 cars. So I'm looking under the definition of that, and it says here potential. Potential for what?
Safety
We can
car has been
decide.
instructed to go full speed. Safety car has been instructed to go
I
full
was
speed.
just going to mention how the safety car is being driven, and the way it came through
Safety car
15 into
started
16.
lap 3. Pit
It was
entry is
definitely
still
on the limit,
closed.
and then it was using all of the road and more on the exit of 16. So, yeah, it's definitely been driven in a very sporty fashion.
Spirited, I think, is another of the words we could use. I'm not going to go as far as reckless, because that wouldn't be fair, but spirited, certainly, and sporty is a great and diplomatic answer from Chevrolet ambassador Ollie Gavin. Great stuff here so far at Yas Marina. We're 8 minutes away from the halfway point of
Turn 9.
Final race of the Asian Le Mans Series 2024-25. Just before we go back to racing, Ollie, just a couple of thoughts on the series so far, the racing so far, the lessons we've learned. It's been super entertaining.
It has. It's been amazing, and certainly as we start all the way back in Sepang, it was great racing, fantastic battles throughout all 3 classes. We had a bit of weather, we had some incidents, and yeah, we had a fine win in GT there for the 57 car, but then that's for Kessel Racing and Car Guy. But then the very next race they had a real issue, and that car was out. But you know, all the way through all the other classes, there's been fine work done by many teams in in those two Sepang rounds, and then you move over from that into the race here in Dubai in the UAE was again another two fine 4-hour races.
No overtake before the line, no overlapping before the line.
Back to green this lap.
So that's the pin in the grenade. As we wait for the safety car to make its way under Museley Bridge and towards pit lane. Now field under the control of Alessio Rivera. He basically throws the anchor out the back and makes them all wait until he's good and ready to put his right boot in. Coming through the penultimate
green
turn.
Flag, green
and
flag.
away we
No
go.
overtake
He goes
before the
early.
line. No overtake
Harry King's
before the
gone
line.
with him. Green flag it goes, and Harry King's going to look to see what he can do to try to get on terms with Alessio Rivera. Not close enough here, and away we go. 2 hours, 6 minutes to go, and it's all still on the table.
Absolutely. They're all feeding down into turn one, and it is all action, just trying to get a feel for the amount of grip that they've got after all of these stops in this safety car period. And Harry King's certainly keen to get after Alessio Rivera, see if he can get that lap back. Matt Bell's there trying to pile the pressure on Jonas Reed.
Ollie Caldwell to the outside of Job van Uter, almost side to side. Now it's a drag strip of this back straight, and this could be fun.
Yep, and Job van Uter's just got good drive off of there, and he's certainly no mug in this number 3 DKR engineering car. He's got good toe.
Matt Bell,
absolutely. He's looking to go the outside here. Jonas Reed looking for the side draft coming down into turn 6. And it's going to be wheel to wheel here. Last of the late breakers, who's going to get it done. Matt's looking to go right round the outside. Can he get it done? He can get it stopped. He can.
Caldwell does it too.
Amazing job. Fantastic work there from Matt Bell to get that move done on Jonas Reed.
Bell up to second. Caldwell up to fourth.
It's not over,
It's
not over. Jonas Reed is looking to put a move back on Matt. Are we going to see a change into 9?
Well, the GT cars come through remarkably. 28 into 1 does go.
Yeah, just about.
Oh, trouble for the 81!
Oh, what's happened there? Got turned around at 6. He's just got going again, so it doesn't look like the car's damaged. And it looks like Matt's held on to that second place there. He is ahead. And what happened here? 81. He got turned around by the 28.
That's going to cost him. That's 1, 2, 3 positions. 4,
damage there.
5. 6, 7, 8 places lost in that turnaround for the 81 car. Title contender, could that be another moment?
It could be. Ollie Caldwell, though, is on a charge. He's going to be able to get past Jonas Reed. But we're back in the GT battle here. It is fast and furious out underneath from the W Hotel. Plenty of cars getting close to the barrier there and the exit of 14. Oh, it's super busy. Is that 92 coming in?
92's coming to pit lane. Now, that's an odd time to do it. There must be driver time. Can't be driving time because it's Richard Leeds in the car.
It is.
What is going on with the 92? Could that be drama? Fastest lap of the race speed time goes to leader Alessio Rivera, being followed through and chased hard by Harry King, looking to try to get by to unlap the 91 car. Look at the inside of the 23 car.
Ooh.
That's Chris van der Drift in that car with father and son, Greg and Carl Bennett. 26 car, they make the driver change on the green. So too to the 35. They're sticking with the
3 wide. Coming through turn 5, that doesn't really go. There's maybe even 4. And there's a whole load of 296s there, all squabbling with the McLaren 720. And they're one massive gaggle of cars coming down into turn 6. Huge tow here for the car collection car. And who's going to be the last of the late breakers into turn 6? And it looks like 27's going to have a go here, but there's contact, I think, with everybody.
Just about.
51's decided to take the shortcut. Can't really do that because they've got an advantage.
Come on, boys, this is GT racing, not marbles. This is contact sport.
Well, a little bit of a contact sport,
Just
but not a lot. Oh, is that the EBM car that's got a little bit contact, a little bit damage there? Or the 51's looking to go back past the 27, and there's still the Dragon. And this is all 3 of them coming in. Oh, contact there, the left rear of the 51 car. And they're still going at it. Oh, marvellous stuff.
I think the number 12 car, they came through that without contact. And then gets some big damage for the 77. Yet more woe for Optima Motorsport. They can't cut a break, can they?
No, not at all. And they've just been right in the mix with all of this incidents and accidents and things breaking, and it's just really not worked out.
We're sticking with the pictures of this battle, and why would you not? Because it's fabulous. Fastest lap of the race, though, goes to Harry King. He's still trying to get by Alessio Rivera. It's a 1:41.734.
Jonas Reed has got Ollie Caldwell. Ollie has driven fantastically up the inside. He's looking to send it, and he's kind of done it. Oh, what a move. Fantastic stuff.
You know that advice you gave him earlier in the day?
It seems like he's got him fired up. Great stuff, Ollie.
Well, he's put 2 cars between himself and the chasing James Allen. What a stint from Ollie Caldwell.
Oh, brilliant. Great to see that he's got his motivation up. Jonas Reed looking to come back at him, but I think that Ollie's got the car underneath him, and his confidence is really there. Now this up the inside, he just rolls out the brake a little bit, rolls it to the apex of the corner, and Jonas Reed's like, how did he get there?
Yeah, heads up, by the way, that Jonas Reed just kept it out the side there. Another lunge, this time for Aston Martin, 89 on 10. This is for the lead of the race. Klaus Bachler taken by Mattia Drudi, the son of the man that beat Ollie Gavin in the GT2 car at Le Mans in 2001.
How did you shoehorn that in there? You've been waiting to use that. Unbelievable. What do you like? That's amazing.
What a stat.
Mattia Drudi, he's, you know what, Mattia is really coming on song in his GT racing career. It's a name we're going to be talking a lot about in years to come. Klaus Bachler hangs on in there.
Yeah, but EBM car and that Aston Martin Vantage has been strong all week.
Well, the other thing to remember is that number 10 car is in title contention, doesn't want to get involved in the argy-bargy, any contact here. Still, these 3 battling away, and James Allen now needs to get a shuffle on, because he needs to take that car to the front of the field, or it doesn't count.
No, it
needs to win, and then wait and see what happens with the other cars ahead of him in the points.
But again, look at the difference here where Ollie Caldwell, what he's managed to do, and he's managed to get through past those 2 cars. James Allen's still behind.
Yeah.
And look, Ollie's just gapping away, driving away from Jonas Reed.
Contrast with yesterday.
It was
the
is.
other way round, and he will be able to look back at this performance and say, you know what, uniquely, Ollie Gavin was right.
Wow. Oh, what's happened here? Well, is the contact?
Everything?
Yeah.
Oh,
more
was side
51.
by side, 51 on the 82.
Yeah, sister cars.
Yeah.
Well, not sure Amato's going to be that happy about that.
Matt Bell, 3 seconds back from Alessio Rivera. Just looking to see what the times here. I think it is distinctly possible that Harry King may well have passed the leader.
Yeah.
Haven't got the camera up here, but and we've not seen a shot of that car yet. So, still, this is about 10. Gee, another contact between the 2, and another.
The 50.
What is going on?
The 82 and the 51, they think is bumper cars.
That is Riccardo Agostini and Nico Veroni in the 82.
Oh. Yeah. Amato's definitely going to be having a chat with those 2.
On the inside, the 74 car on the 88.
Yeah, is he just going
to do that? He's got ahead of the Dragon Racing car. He's made that stick.
He
goes off in pursuit of the Climax Racing car. This is the battle for 5th.
Ben's been working his way through that, and he's been
it's
really
the 8 car. My apologies, not the 88.
Yeah, he's been really at one with that car this weekend. Really fine job yesterday, and again today he's battling it out. We're sort of elbows out. There's everything going on here. It's fraught and frantic in the GT class, and same in P2.
P2 has been mesmerising. GT has been astonishing. And you know what, LMP3 has been engaging throughout the season as well, with strategy being thrown into the mix, and it's been surprises in the last 10-15 minutes at pretty much every one of the races so far this season. And who's to say, with just under 2 hours to go, it's not going to be exactly the same now. What's happened here?
Yeah, or is this James Allen looking to put a move on? Oh no, it's contact between the
Jonas Reed and the high-class racing.
Yeah, it's a high-class.
No, sorry, it's the ultimate car.
35. Wow. A little bit unnecessary, but no, doesn't look like there's too much damage to either car, but these 4 are all together here.
It's another fastest lap of the race for Harry King, by the way, and he is indeed on the lead lap now. 1 minute and 39 seconds behind in a lap that is 1:41, so he's passed Rivera and pulled away.
I think he's about 7/10 faster than anybody else right now on track, maybe even a second.
41.345.
Yeah.
To put that into context, at the moment, it is a second faster than anybody else on track right now.
Yeah, it really is. 87 looking a little bit bumped and bruised there. He's got the 82 on the outside, which going on the last couple of laps, I would say the 87 just needs to go a little bit easy, because it's that 82 is pretty feisty.
1, 2, 3 cars in a row. The 11, the 3, the 30. Who's going to come into this corner first? Who's going to come out of it first in this order? James Allen goes around the outside of Jon Vanita. Has he found the right line? I think he has.
Yeah.
He's got it done. Nice move there from James Allen. Jon Vanita, though, is not going to make it easy. He goes to the inside. He's toughed it out, and he's going to retake the position. They come down now. So a sweeping left-hander, and who's going to get the better line? Who's going to get the better run through traffic? Allen chinks to the left, puts the Dutch run under pressure, but he soaks it up. This time he's going to go to the inside, and James Allen takes the place. What a couple of moves that was.
Fantastic. Great execution there, using all of the track and all of his knowledge and how he knew where his car was going to be strong. And that undercut coming back through turn 9 was the biggest part of that. That's how he got the deal done.
Joined now by Vlad Lomko, so it's not 3 cars, it's 4.
Yeah, these guys just absolutely flat out. All the performance they can possibly find.
Another fastest lap of the race goes to Harry King at 1:41.252.
He's been set to kill, hasn't he?
He has.
Just absolutely delivering every last little bit of performance from the 91 car. Here we've got a whole gaggle of GT cars mixed in with a few LMP3s.
Ben Tuck on Ralph Aaron is the one to watch here. This is for 5th place, and it's the 4th place car ahead with a 16 Winward Racing car. It's 4th, 5th, 6th in line astern, and then pretty much the rest of the field in line astern behind that.
Yeah, 51 just trying to put a squeeze on the 87. Haven't quite got that done.
Look at Nico Veroni. He's still involved here.
Yeah, that's,
this is great stuff.
Yeah, this is the 51 right at the back of the 87, looking to get the maximum tow, looking to go to the outside, coming down into turn 9.
We will be deploying full course yellow in 10, 9, 8,
We're having so much fun.
6,
30 car
5,
goes ahead just
4,
as full course yellow
3,
comes out.
2,
wow.
1, full course yellow, B46, bear left, B46, bear left.
Unsurprisingly, ladies and gentlemen, there may be some debris to be collected.
And turn 2, 3, bear right. T6, bear left. Turn 2, turn 3, bear right. We have marshals exposed.
So this was the pass by James Allen on Jon Vanita. Cracking stuff.
It was. Jon Vanita just goes in a little bit deep, but then James Allen just does the undercut. And the drive he's got, and the confidence he's got in the car there, and the platform, and the way that it all just hooks up and works. DCAR Engineering.
Not so happy. All the way to T6, all the way down to T6, up to T7, bear left.
So this will be for debris, and there has been fairly significant contact. It doesn't take much of that carbon fibre.
And you know what's it's really important
to ruin someone's day.
Absolutely, that we do have to get out there and clean that stuff up, because it will absolutely wreck.
While we get a moment to breathe, let's just go through what the order is, because it's significantly changed in just about every class. It is, leader of the race is still Alessio Rivera from Matt Bell. That gap, 2 seconds as we came into the safety car. There's then a more significant gap to Ollie Caldwell in the number 20 car, but he's powered up the order to put that Algarve Pro Racing car in with a shot. Certainly in terms of the race, we'll wait and see what happens with the title. That car in title contention. In his wheel tracks, another car in title contention, but needs to win and needs both Algarve Pro Racing cars not to finish. James Allen up to 4th in that melee we just saw with the Proton 11 and the number 3. Before we get into the other 2 classes, though, let's catch up with Antares Au, who's now down in pit lane with David Addison.
Down in the pit lane, Antares Au has finished a sort of marathon stint, and it was a tough one. You had us worried early on because you seemed to be losing places. Was there a problem, or were you just getting back up to speed?
I just, aren't that good in traffic, and the team has been reminding me just stay calm, look forward, don't look at the mirrors. Unfortunately, I'm not that intelligent and not that good at following instructions. So every time I look at the mirror, I lose 2 or 3 positions. But it was good. I think the guys were helping me a lot to put myself in the right mindset. And once I get my orientation together, I start overtaking again and sort of clawed my way back. Not easy.
There was a lovely move, I think, when you came across on traffic and dive bombed them at the hairpin. We were all impressed.
They are lefty
There was
six.
no
They are
dive
lefty
bombing.
six.
Okay, it was just a good move.
I don't recall anything that was untoward, but no, genuinely, I think I've received a lot of help from the team over the weekend. So this was not my strength, but I guess I'm getting to grips with it.
Now, whisper it. There was a drive-through penalty, wasn't there?
Yeah, I practically had a nervous breakdown in the car. I thought I finally managed a stint that is without story, that without making mistakes. But when they told me that I was out of my box at the start, I guess I'm just used to racing with other series, with other races. Oftentimes you go melee at green flag. Clearly that's not the case. Fault on me, and I really gave the team a heart attack. My bad.
Right, let's look positively now because there's still 2 hours to go, just under. Car going okay?
Fingers crossed. We've been in this position at various times before, most recently in Dubai. I just want to keep my fingers and toes crossed. Hopefully we keep it clean and finish where we are, but it's not a given. We take things for granted.
Well, no, I mean, if the race finished as you are now, you'd be champions, but I guess we daren't think about that yet.
No, I think my forward-looking ability is limited to maybe next minute.
Good to talk to you as ever. And Tarazao, thanks very much.
Yeah, it makes himself sound like a goldfish. He's far better than that, isn't he?
We're back to green.
We are back to green, and immediately the 22 car pounces.
Jovanotti was just not there on the restart. And Vlad Lonko is looking to put him under massive pressure here. But, the inside line looks like it's pretty quick, and maybe that James... Now, we'll have to call that the James Allen line, because they're now all doing it.
Well, it just goes to show that, unlike Tarazao, he can learn that lesson, and whether he's watching his mirrors or otherwise. Back to green flag racing. AF Corsa lead the motor race. Leslie Rivera in the AF Corsa 83 car. Nielsen Racing's Matt Bell right there with the leader.
He is. He really is.
Ollie Caldwell looking to close that gap, and behind Ollie Caldwell, there is a 5 car train separated by 2 seconds.
Now Ollie's going to be under big pressure here from James Allen, because James is on a tear. And he's going to be just getting everything up to temperature again. But he's already done it once so far this race, and he's just going to be able to pick his way through this traffic, be smart with it, and get himself into a position that he can defend nicely with James. And but James is going to get him all through here. He's just almost like waved him by there. I think that's Ollie getting the message there, most probably from the team.
Let him go through the
Let
moment.
him go. Just sit in his wheel tracks and let him go.
It's a gap to be covered here.
The 20's got a problem. The 20's got a problem, because he's just lost a spot to the 11.
Let's watch now.
What's going on here? There's something not right about that 20. He's being passed again by the 3 car.
And the 22.
And the 22.
Oh dear. Now this does have pause for effect. Championship implications. There's something dragging the back of the car.
No. As he went up through the gears there, something's just not right with the 20. Is it a gearbox problem? Is it? He looked like he could get on the power coming off of 7, but then he just couldn't go up through the gears.
He's about to be passed by the sister car, and that is horrible luck. Here comes the 25.
Maybe it's an intermittent misfire.
It's a bit of deja vu from yesterday evening and the final lap of the race, isn't it? Helpless to resist with the 25 in the hands of Valerio Rincella.
I guarantee, but I'm pretty sure the 20 is going to come to the pit lane this lap.
Oh, that's horrible luck. A great stint from Ollie Caldwell, and he is going to come to the pit lane.
That's rotten luck for them. I would say that it's their championship chance over.
The problem is, at green flag speeds, he's got about a minute and a half before the lap is lost.
It is. So they're going to go with the fuel first.
Let's see whether the dollies are there.
He's got door open. What are they looking for? They've got the others.
Not the driver's door open.
No.
The driver ready.
No, but I think Ollie's trying to communicate something there. Well, that's rotten luck, really is, after such a great stint by him.
It's off the track to the right-hand side, but this has got the inside. Goes Jonas Reed, who takes the position.
Wow.
He's had a cracking run, Jonas Reed, you know, here. He's another one that is maturing beautifully here, but Jon van Uitert tossed it out.
He just sort of send it around the outside, muscles his way past, and Vlad Lomko's there as well to get the drive off of turn 7. And all of this GT traffic's just kind of like getting in the way for them. So Vlad Lomko's looking like he could actually get a bit of move here on Jon van Uitert as they come down into turn 9.
Steering wheel change on car 20 we're hearing, so some kind of electronic interface.
22 just getting boxed in there by the EBM car, couldn't quite get his way through.
Jonas Reed coming back at him out the outside here.
57's got cars around the outside, up the inside. Don't know which way to look.
It's a melee, isn't it?
57 just dancing the rear
the Aston Martin up the inside as well.
Yeah, there's not been shy in doing that this weekend, has it? The 89 car.
No. And,
usually being around that car as well. Turning around.
It's Brendan Leach now aboard the 98 car. It was the 89 car, but they switched both crew and livery to the 98, the green and yellow Aston Martin. Confused me for most of the day. Jon van Uitert, meanwhile, is playing hopscotch with GT cars, leaping ahead.
Yeah, Vlad Lomko there just trying to pick his way past the 82 car. Has that got Nico Veroni on board?
Yes, it has. Yeah.
Where's the battle there between the 51 and the 82? Have they got that figured out yet?
That's 82 is ahead.
82 is it?
2 places ahead.
Yeah, so James Allen coming up the inside. And is this how we got this switcheroo here with the 3 and the 11?
Looking up there, but we crack on with this. Still battles galore. Every pair of headlights you see is in battle somewhere. Jon van Uitert. Well, look at the ground he's made up on that pair since the previous lap at the same point, taking the position.
Yeah, the 8 car trying to get past the Origin 87. One of the things that some of the drivers were commenting about just before the start of the actual weekend was that in practice and testing they were seeing the other cars, particularly at night, it was really difficult to pick out the headlights of other cars coming up behind you because they were getting distracted by the external lights.
The floodlights. In the peripheral vision.
Yeah, and they couldn't pick up the headlights of a P2 car or P3 car.
In all this melee, by the way, Ben Tuck up to 4th in the Castle Racing car, and the car is just past Ralph Aaron in the Climax Racing car under investigation for some kind of pit stop infringement.
Yeah, it's been another really strong run there by that 74 Kessel car, and Ben Tuck using it absolutely to its maximum.
There's all sorts of things to watch here, including an engaging battle in GT, all sorts of battles, but the championship battle at the moment is going to be about whether or not the 81 and the 92 can force their way back up the field and back into title contention, because as things stand, the 10 Monte-car takes it by a distance.
Oh yeah, 10 points I believe, 9 points. 9 points at the moment from the 92.
Matt Belt sticking with the programme. Alessio Rivera is holding this gap to just around 2 seconds, 1.8 now to Matt. James Allen is closing the gap, but it's still 8 seconds back. Jon van Uitert is trying to close the gap to James Allen. Vlad Lomko sticking with it, Jonas Reed sticking with it, and Valerio Angela, the moments just dropping back away from that.
Yeah, Matt looks a lot more comfortable in the car today. Whatever changes they made overnight have really helped him and also helped Naveen Rao. So if we were following the same pattern, that means that Nicky, when he gets in, will be strong as well. So this is a really strong run from the 24 Nielsen Racing effort, which is great. Great to see.
87 and 16.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a last-minute lunge up the inside by the way that the line that he was driving.
It's Lauren Hockenrick aboard that car, GTD Pro champion from last season's IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship.
Another rising star of our sport.
Massive. Now, Origin, they came into this with high hopes. They've had a topsy-turvy season.
Yeah, and it's just not quite clicked for them. The performance on track has been good at times, but it's been patchy, and I think they've had also some stuff that's just not really worked out for them in the pit lane, and also, you know, getting caught up in incidents and accidents, and they do always seem to be having either the front bumper or the rear bumper being removed from that 87 car.
Even on the GT battle, well, I just update on a couple of happenings in the overall. Harry King moves up to 9th place ahead of Ollie Colwell. He's rejoined the race, by the way, but is down in 10th place, and it's another fastest lap of the race for Harry King in the Pure Racing car, a 1:41.126. Here comes the 25 in the hands of Valerio Riccella, and it's time, it's multi-time. Milton Jakobsen is going to climb aboard the 25. Now what?
42 to go here.
Car 24, by the way, we were just talking about Nielsen Racing and such a strong run. Under investigation, pit stop. See what that brings.
Oh, that's never good.
All sort. I mean, we've got an hour and 42 minutes to go here, Ollie. I'm going to make a bold prediction.
Whoa.
Something entirely insane is going to happen the last 20 minutes of this race, because it's just the way things are going. Car 9, meanwhile, drive-through penalty for a VSC, virtual safety car infringement.
They've had a rough run.
Get speed, Steve Jans.
Yeah, it's just not been their weekend. You can see Molt Jakobsen aboard here. He's just getting himself strapped in, belts done up, just getting himself acclimatised again to the cockpit of that Oreca 07. We're here on board the 21 car, right up behind, I believe that is the car guy, 57 car in front, and just losing a little bit of time as they're coming off the corner. Didn't get a great drive off of there. And coming down into turn 9.
It's an in-car camera that could do with the damper, I think, because it's the vibration going through it.
So you're seeing the 51 car having a wheel-to-wheel battle here. Is that 98?
It is the 98 to the outside, 51 to the inside. It is elbows and pretty much everything else out, but it's the Aston Martin that gets through.
And 57 looking to come up the inside, not quite can get it done there, not at turn 14, that's tricky.
Car 2, meanwhile, the Climax Racing car, that's investigation, means 10 seconds will be added.
Oh.
Trouble, and that is an Algarve Pro car. Is that 20?
I think it is.
It's the 20 car, recycling power there, so whatever they've done with the change of steering wheel, it's not quite fixed it, has it?
No, it's not. And
goes to the machine somewhere.
Yeah, they're going to be back in the box. Oh, the lights off inside, and there's all kinds of gremlins there in the 20. And that's a really rough run.
Well, here you go. So let's just call it as we see it right now. Milton Jakobsen just aboard the 25 car. He exits the pits down in 9th position behind Harry King, okay? Into the box for the 34 car. That car was where? 6th place in LMP3. High-class racing at the moment. Lead by a distance in LMP3.
Yeah.
And we're hearing from David Allison that Algarve Pro Racing are clearing away space. The 20 car, I think, is going to be coming into the garage.
I think that was just definitely a sort of like, let's see if this works. Put the wheel on. That's the fast fix.
Let's have a moment to talk about the championship, okay? The 20 car was in contention, needed to finish second or win to have any hope of doing that. Unlikely that's going to be the case at this moment. The 30 car needed to win, and for both the other cars ahead of it in the points, the 20 and the 25, not to finish. Well, one of them might not. Let's wait and see what happens. If there's a crew that you've got to have confidence will get that car back out, Algarve Pro Racing are pretty high up that list.
Yeah.
25, 5th or better to guarantee a win, but that 5th or better is about where the 20 finishes, not the 30. 20 on pit lane now, and that car, by the sound of things, is going to be coming into the garage. The dollies are there, the driver is out of the car, they're going to make the driver change. Alex Quinn will be putting his seat aboard that car, but he's going to be not driving it away, pushed into the garage for the moment, and I'll hope that's a quick fix. That's a rotten way for a championship to go away, and after such a fine run from Ollie Colwell tonight.
That was really, really rough luck.
So, which way does the pendulum swing now?
Well, right now it is clearly advantage 25.
It's advantage 25 in the points. They, I think, if the checkered flag came out now, they would be champions despite being down in 9th place. But now the nerves start to jangle.
They do. They
Pure Racing's Harry King on pit lane, having recovered that car up to 8th place. So a hell of a stint from Harry King.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
So I think it was 5, maybe 6 fastest laps of the race in that stint from Harry King.
Yeah, his average there was a good second faster than everybody else.
They had to do it. Stewie Cox going to work. He'll talk to his lead engineers.
So one of the data engineers there who is overseeing things, and he'll be talking through what he's seen, what advice he can throw into the mix here to make that fix as fast as possible.
If I spotted the face I thought I spotted, that was Sebastian. Used to work for Orica, has been since then working for a number of different LMP2 teams.
Yeah, that was who I saw as well.
Knows this car absolutely backwards.
Yeah.
If there's a problem that's easily that can be diagnosed, you can guess he's going to be one of them to do it. No further action. Nielsen Racing fans will be pleased to hear on the pit stop issue for the 24 car. So they stay in second place, 2.7 seconds back. Alessio Rivera beginning to extend a little bit there. James Allen is closing in. They are sniffing whatever opportunity they can grab from this. RD Limited, they're going to go for the race win.
They certainly are.
And see what happens behind them.
Tristan Vautier to be finishing the race out in that 30 car, and they will be fast. But I can see a really decent battle emerging here between the 30, the 24, the 83. I think that's going to be an awesome fight to the finish. And either one of those can take it here. The 83's really stepped up today, and they've managed to find some significant pace, which has really been missing for the previous 5 races.
Still to come here in those lead 3 cars. You mentioned Tristan Vautier in the 30. Mathieu Vazevier has things he'd like to prove aboard the 83 car. And then you've got Nicky Katzberg, birthday boy, 33, 37,
42.
I don't know. Nobody knows.
No?
I don't think Nicky can remember. No. But he's going to be looking to put his stamp on this championship as well.
But there is a story there. It involves El Bamba.
Yes.
But we'll tell you that another day.
It's a Wikipedia tale, isn't it?
Yeah.
Self-editing, always a bad idea. DCAR Engineering, Proton Competition, there's a team, 2 teams that would dearly love to take a race win as well after the trials, tribulations, traumas of the last 5 races in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Just over an hour and a half to go. You wouldn't put it past any one of these top 5 or 6 cars winning this race. You know, it's been so topsy-turvy, it's been so difficult to call. In the APR garage there, they're still working it, but they think they found the problem, and Stewie's on the headphones and giving the instructions.
The rear clip is back on, the engine cover's back on.
They've still got the laptop plugged in there. I think they're just diagnosing what it is.
Yeah, got to be in it to win it. They're trying to put this car back in it.
Yeah, score some points, and you've got to be running here. Stewie Cox there. He's like an expectant father pacing around the garage here, trying to work the problem, using all of his experience to try and fix whatever has gone wrong there on the 20.
Watching this high-class racing effort, by the way, as we watch the melee around in LMP3, Thomas Kiefer aboard the car, pretty certain they've burned both of their long stops, and they are leagues ahead of the rest of the field. And I don't know if you can see on your screen whether or not we've had 2 stops at 1 minute and 40 seconds each from high-class racing's 49 car.
I can't see that not right now, no. Let's see if I can pick it out.
But they lead LMP3. They're 10th overall, with the number 20 car dropping way down. The next car in the order in LMP3 is in 30th place, 20 places between them.
I think we're going to be expecting some pit stops here in the P2 category very, very soon.
Indeed. Keep an eye on the Algar Pro Racing number 20 car, but their title hopes, I'm afraid, are done.
Yeah.
That's really sad. Excellent stuff. And by the way, before we forget that, because it's all too easy with the car stopping way down the order, fabulous season for the 20 car. Race win in Dubai. Excellent stuff from Alex Quinn there and here.
Yeah.
Ollie Caldwell, stint of his life just now,
Yeah, absolutely. He really stepped up today, and he learned a lot of lessons from yesterday and delivered really a very, very strong stint.
And Craig Lentudis, so I think, came into his LMP2 career thinking this could be fun, but you know what, hey-ho, has taken a win in Europe and now a win in Asia as well, and is now looking forward, I think, to a longer career than perhaps he initially expected on LMP2.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think we're going to be maybe 3 laps away here from some stops. Just depends on that safety car period and how long that's extended things.
Indeed. So, just over 90 minutes to go. Rivera, Bell, beginning to close it again, Matt Bell. James Allen is with Matt Bell. just 1.3 seconds back, and Job van Uter struggling to stay with the pace of those cars ahead, and has still got, as we can see here, Vlad Lomko all over him. That is the battle for fourth.
Yeah, we can see that that lead battle, because it really is condensed now where they are on track.
Meantime, further
here
back.
we go, and that is Alessio Rivera going round the outside of the 296, the Dragon car, and there's Matt Bell.
He's stuck with the programme, Matt Bell, hasn't he?
He really has, and James Allen's going to be there. So there he is, there's James Allen. And so, yeah, they've all got GT cars in between them, and it's going to be this is the reason why they've all come back together. The GT traffic has just condensed this lead P2 battle right together. And we're going to see some more fireworks here.
Yeah, well, three teams that really do want a result. It's not quite gone the way of the AF Corsa squad in the last couple of races, but they'd love to take the race win to finish this season. They can't take the title. Nielsen Racing desperate for a really strong result. They've had a couple of strong runs, but would love to bring this one home on the podium or better. And RD Limited need to win the race to have a hope of progressing in their LMP2 programme this year. This is it after this. Nothing more unless they go to Le Mans.
Yeah, Matt's under pressure here from James Allen. He's got a really wide route there, but
Worked for him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got him past all of those GT cars, but James Allen's just picking them off, and it just seems like it's falling for him at the moment. And Matt's coming in hard into turn 12, 13, and then so as they're coming through 14, Matt using all the road there. James right in his wheel tracks. We're just hearing on the 20.
Yeah, just hearing there that they brought the car out onto pit lane. Engine would not fire. It's gone back into the box, and it's not looking great for the Algarve Pro Racing number 20 car. Desperately bad luck for them.
Yeah, Alessio Rivera's just managed to eke away a little bit here from Matt Bell. Matt's just keeping it nice and clean, nice and smooth. He's got the 82 car, I think it is, just up in front, the 296. He's just got to get through and past that. That's his old teammate, Nico Verone. And, it's James Allen looking to lunge here on Matt on the inside. He's got him.
It's worked before for James Allen. It's worked again. Matt Bell won't like that. He'll tuck in behind for the drag race now down the back straight with a gaggle of GT cars ahead. Which way do you go here, Ollie?
Well, he's looking to go left and right, but it doesn't look like they've got the straight line speed here now on the Nielsen 24 car. And it looks like the 30 is very, very slippery. And Matt was actually, the 87 with Lauren Heinrichs just going up there, squeezing in, trying to say, hey, excuse me, I need to come by. And it's all nip and tuck, and Matt's just got a little bit boxed in there, not quite able to carry that same amount of speed. And as they came down here into turn 5, James just dive bombed Matt, and Matt was wise to it, gave him the room, and then tucked in behind. But the 30 car does seem very slippery tonight.
He got better run out that corner without a shadow of doubt. I think Matt did what he could, tucking in there, but I'm afraid James Allen was away and gone.
But you see Matt just switching here to go up behind the GT car. The GT car will be building a bigger hole in the air that he was trying to make use of. And,
still with it.
Yeah. But I think that is James Allen onto Alessio Rivera
immediately,
almost immediately.
The lead of the race.
Matt comes to the pits, I believe, in the 24 car. Sorry, just looking at the 74 Bentuck.
I'll just chuck this into the mix. As Nielsen Racing do indeed pit with Matt Bell, this will be Nicky Katzberg, I think, at the moment, getting aboard the car at the moment. Is we are one positional change and one retirement away from RD Limited winning this championship.
That would be absolutely extraordinary. I mean, again, you just can't count any of this out.
Car 74, Kessel Racing from 4th place in GT, drive-through penalty, pit speed infringement, the same for car 34. That is the 7th place car in LMP3 in the garage at the moment, I think, that car.
Yikes.
But poor luck, I'm afraid, again for car 74. Pit speed infringement. We don't know whether or not that was pit in or pit out.
No. But James Allen here piling the pressure on Alessio Rivera, and he's looking to try and make that move.
Quite possible, by the way, that Ben Tuck might take that penalty from 3rd place because he's right behind Robert Renauer for 3rd place in the Herbert Racing car.
Yeah, he was just coming onto the front straight there. He was just flashing the lights to Robert Renauer. And we'll have to see where they are actually on track.
Plans the next 90 minutes or so, cancel them.
Yep.
Because this isn't going to quit. This is cracking stuff. Yeah, it always seems to dole out the dramas
It does, and the pressure will be now on the guys at Algarve Pro.
Oh, 21. 21.
That's at 7. Just got going again. I wonder whether we can get a replay on board there.
And the sister car, by the way, is the latest one to go drive-through penalty. Track limits this time.
Rivera goes on for another lap, but the 30s now to the pit lane. On what's happened here. Oh, the 21's just got
it's a 50. Oh, no.
That's rather rude.
No, I'm afraid that requires intervention, doesn't it?
Yeah, the 51's just been punchy out there and absolutely
very literally.
Yeah, punched the 21 straight off the track.
Yes, automotive sumo, I think we'll call that.
Here we go, Tristan Vautier running to the car. And fine job there by James Allen. Once again, he's been extremely quick.
Indeed he has.
Driver helper there. Oh, tear off. Look at that.
Stop it.
Did you see that? It's amazing. Here's Ben Tuck.
This is with a drive-through penalty looming. He'll be looking to try to do that from 3rd to give himself a boost rather than 4th.
Yeah.
But no risk at this stage for Ben.
Yeah, he's missing a mirror, so I think that he's most probably had some, definitely had some wheel-to-wheel action. He's sizing him up here.
Why should he be any different in this field? Good grief.
Last-minute move up the inside there, but Robert Renard is wise to it. He's just parked it at the apex nicely there, and is Ben going to be able to get a nice run off of here? Pretty smooth off of there, up through the gears. Coming down here, about 240 k's, they'll reach maximum speed here. Coming down into turn 9, and is Ben got enough of a toe? I'm not sure he has, and it's going to be the lines that they choose here. And is Ben going to look to go to that inside tight line? He has, but Renard is smart to it. He's
Robert knows this place so well.
Inside out.
You know, he knows the car, he knows the circuit. If Ben Tuck's going to get past him here, you're going to have to be doing a fantastic job to do so.
He is, but he's putting them under big pressure, and Robert will be looking at that going, okay, I don't think I can respond to pretty much anything you're throwing at me here, but let's see how that unfolds. 83 on pit lane. Rivera from the lead. And Ben Tuck's coming to the pit lane. Is this going to be his drive-through?
I'm being told, with thanks to Jeff Carter, the media delegate for the Asian Le Mans Series, that the 49 car that leads LMP3 has taken both its long pit stops. Have they played a blinder here?
See how that unfolds.
Yeah. Meantime, as things stand with the 20 pretty much out of it, the 25 needs to finish 9th to win the title. They are currently 7th.
74 takes its drive through.
All sorts of cards still to play, and all sorts of things that can still happen. I'm not even dealing with the prospect of good or bad fortune at this point either.
No.
Whatever happens, by the way, for RD Limited, what a debut in LMP2 competition for Romain Dumas and team.
Yeah.
Team put together around off-road, Dakar, Pikes Peak, here in LMP2, and took a win on their debut. Have not repeated that form, might tonight.
Yeah, I think it depends on who you want to talk to in the pit lane or the paddock, on the experience level of that 30 RD car and that crew. But I think there's definitely some decent experience from P2.
This is the battling pair.
Yeah.
Released from their latest pit stops, and still Tristan Vautier now behind Mathieu Vazivière. Lots of investigations underway, by the way, for a variety of things: pit stops, virtual safety car, speeds on pit lane, etc. We'll call them as we find them.
Yeah.
But it's been a busy night in race control and in the steward's office.
And I think it might go on for a little while after.
Just a touch. I think they're going on to binder number 3 of decisions. Showing our flight with the steward's assistant tomorrow, and I suspect that when she gets to the cab tomorrow morning, we'll be on all fours with exhaustion. Car 23 gets a drive-through penalty for track limits. That's the Absolute Racing Ferrari. Is it still Chris van der Drift? It is. He's on pit lane right now. Track limits this time. This is the battle for the overall lead.
Mathieu Vazivière, who had a bit of a sort of up and down day yesterday. Yeah. He got turned around at turn 14, didn't he?
Tom Dillman got on the side of him.
Yeah. And think he had got a little bit of a ticking off this morning from the race director. He had to go up and see him because there was something going on under one of the safety car, the full course yellow periods yesterday.
Okay.
There was something happening with the 87.
Oh, driver behaviour.
Yes, it was. Yes, and at one point, Mathieu Vaxivière had his door open, and yes.
Oh, was there some gesturing going on?
Yes, there was a little bit of gesturing going on towards.
Did he do a Milner?
I wouldn't like to say.
As we're now going to call it.
Yeah.
To his intense irritation.
Yes, he was. Well, he was quite irritated, it seems, and.
Doing a Tommy, I think they'll start to call it. That just keeps the surname out of it. And
his excuse was that he was a little bit warm in the car under full course yellow and needed to open the door. Okay. Yeah.
And wave his.
Yeah, just wave it. There was definitely a hand that came out of the car.
Is it a hand or is it a finger?
Well, wouldn't like to say.
Maybe he was tired and couldn't extend the entire hand.
He needed to get some air to his hand.
His hands were hot. That's what it was.
Anyway, back to the racing here. Yes, Marina. Which side is he going to go, Rivera? And this car's
delayed him.
James Allen. I mean, he's going to be able to get a move on him. And it was almost like Vaxivière didn't know which way to go, and the cars were across the track. And it was just given Tristan this amazing opportunity to be right with him.
And he's got the momentum there as well. Not quite managed to get it done. Close that he was. Coming round to complete the lap. 3 turns to go. Gap, quarter of a second. Hour and 21 minutes remain. Vaxivière, Vautier, Nicky Katzberg up to 3rd place, and pretty much on the pace of this pair. Tom Dillman quicker in 4th. Milton Jakobsen quicker in 5th. It's all coming together. Just over an hour to go, Ollie.
Yeah, there's plenty of action still to go.
It's not going to be dull from here.
No, 80 minutes of this is left of the Asia Le Mans Series 2024-2025. And is Tristan Vautier going to be able to get an attack here on Vaxivière? But I don't think he is. He's not quite close enough.
One of our title contenders coming into this race ahead of this pair, the number 92 car. That car has tumbled down the order, but is beginning to recover. Ricard Leitz has got it back into the top 10, so the point situation is going to start to twist and turn. We've got a further penalty, by the way, for another GT cars. It's the 57 car guy car, now in the hands of Casper Stevenson, overtaking off track. Not necessarily for Casper, but the plus 10 seconds at the next pit stop for the car guy car.
Yeah, Nicky Katzberg is not far off this battle. And I think these two guys have been sort of squabbling with one another, and they're just falling back into the clutches there of Nicky. And there's more traffic here for Tristan. He's got to deal with that tight line up the inside of turn 9. Seems to work very well for that 30 car.
Yep, he's looking quick in that car. It almost looks like he's waiting for the opportunity. He's not squeezing, there's no aggression about it. I think he's looking after the car here, Ollie.
Yeah,
I think he's waiting for the push. He's got a quick car, but here comes Nicky Katzberg, so we can't afford to wait her out much longer.
No, that was quite aggressive there from Nicky. He's certainly sending it. And I think that there's going to be only a matter of time before this is going to be a 3-way battle for the lead. And Nicky just got held up a little bit there by the 16 and the 51 going in pit lane, but the 3 of them now are about equally spaced in the P2 class. And, it's pretty tense down there in the AF course garage.
Yes, it is indeed. The gentleman on the right-hand side was Charlie Samani. He's the brother-in-law of Francois Brodo, and long chat with him about what family dinners were like, to which he said, basically, quite often it's the 2 of us leaving the table to go and talk about motorsport. I think we all know households like that, don't we, Ollie Gavin?
Yes, certainly do.
James Allen there, looking. There you go, there's the smile.
Yeah, exactly. He's done a fine job this weekend here at Yas Marina.
Message to anybody out there, by the way, with hypercar opportunities: put the guy in the car and let's see how he can do it, because you know what, he's phenomenal in an old P2 car. Phenomenal.
Yeah, he's been very strong for a very long while.
Under review, overtaking off track, car 30, turn 4. Could this be another drama? That is the RD Limited car in second, going wide there, the 27 car.
Was that turn 9? He had to go off.
Turn 4.
Oh, sorry, excuse me.
Turn 4.
Oh, yes, I did see it. Yes, he had to go. and it was he was pushed off. It was passing one of the 296 and maybe the Dragon car. Maybe we can get a replay of that.
In this phase of the race, this is the battle for second at the moment. Optimum Motorsport's Benji Goethe and Nico Veroni, two young guns.
Coming to pit lane now.
Both coming to pit lane, and it is Benji Goethe, part of the McLaren driver developments. Nico Veroni, never anything other than forceful. Nico will be shifting from his Corvette duties after Sebring to hypercar.
Yes, that with Proton.
With Proton,
yeah.
And quite the opportunity for the young Argentinian. Yeah. That was the 20 car leaving its pit stall.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid that is now 13 laps down, and that's sad. That's really sad. What a fantastic battle they've given the sister car and this field.
But it's back in the race, so it will be able to score points.
Indeed it will.
Yeah, which then
takes points away.
Yeah, exactly.
Deeper into the evening. It's about 10 to 8 in the evening here, under the floodlights now at Yas Marina Circuit. Unique setting for racing. Suits sports car racing beautifully. There was all sorts of doubts about whether or not this would prove to be a good match for mixed class racing. Every single race we've had in ACO Rules Racing, and I've not seen a dull one yet. Yes, we have incidents. Yes, we have accidents. Yes, we have the odd red flag. Car 12, meanwhile, gets a stop and go for track limits. But we've had some stunning Asian Le Mans Series racing here. Car 12, by the way, is the 6th place car. James Kell, Car Collection Motorsport Porsche in GT. As we're going through the GT pit stops, by the way, beginning to see the LMP3s climb up the order. Latest on pit lane is the race leader, Klaus Bachler, in GT from Montai. Rickard Leitz at this stage cycles back to second. Ben Tuck is back up to third, but there are going to be pit stops to be played through here.
Ben's about, from my calculations here, I suppose probably about 3 laps maybe off of the stop.
Potentially another looming drama. Oh, out to the inside there, going up the inside of the car collection car, almost contact. Is he judgment as to whether that was on or off track.
Yeah, and the 30 I think might be in trouble there. Again, they're already being investigated, aren't they, for a move like that?
Seeing a message on the screens, team manager car 92 to race control. That was our championship leader coming into this evening. It's been a properly topsy-turvy night in GT.
Ben Tuck here is putting Richard Leitz under some pressure. Griffin Peebles there in between them. And of the 26 car.
Well, Griffin pushing on here with a chance to take the title. We got professional live points for LMP3 right now.
Yeah, and it will be 35 from 26 from 49.
But 35 by a single point. So. And the next, so just losing one position or gaining one position between the Ultimate car and the Breton racing car would make the difference. Griffin Peebles is catching Ian Aguilera in this phase of the race.
Yes, Ian carrying some damage after the contact early in the race.
Just looking at the pretty much even Stevens on pace between Leonardo Colavita in the Ultimate number 35 car running second and RLR running third.
1, 2, 3 all together there at the head of the race.
Here we go.
And Tom Dillman's there, right there with them as well.
So
yeah,
the top 4 cars, after some pretty extended green flag racing, separated by a massive 1.7 seconds. Another quiet night at Yas Marina.
Yeah, and this is going to prove to be another tricky one here for Nicky Katzberg, and around the outside, just staying inside track limits there. And he's got Tom Dillman right on him. I can see Tom's going to send it up the inside here.
Done.
Yeah, Dillman got that done. And Nicky's going to try and come back up the inside, but Dillman's got it done.
Tom Dillman, hugely quick in LMP2 car, reigning IMSA champion. Trauma here.
Yeah, it's just been really, really rough for Tom over the last couple of races, and he's looking to come back at him, Nicky Katzberg, but I think Tom's got the move done and completed. yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a switchback move here from Nicky Katzberg, but I don't think he's going to be able to make that stick.
He's got a good run, though, out the corner.
Yeah, he has.
Is he going to be able to just pull the toe here?
Yeah, he is right there in his toe. He's all the way to the outside, and it's going to be all about who can go late on the brakes. And Tom's just sort of eked Nicky out, and this tighter line through turn 9 does seem to be a little bit better for most. And the wider line is the 24 line, but the tight line is the one that seems to be quicker for most of the other runners. Tom's just trying to send it up the inside there of the, he was trying to sort of get the run there on the, that was the Optimum 27 car, and he's just got bottled up behind it, and he's now having to pass that car around the outside, and Nicky's got caught behind that car now.
There is one thought right now in Tom Dillman's brain, and that is, I am going to win this race. I've had enough of what life has doled out to me over the last couple of, I've had enough. My fault or not my fault, I've had enough. I'm going to win this race. That's what he's going to do. His body language on the podium yesterday in third, he looked a beaten man. He doesn't now.
No, definitely not. And he's got the bit between his teeth. He's like, right, I'm going to show you lot.
Let's pop down to David Ellison, who's on pit lane right now. David, with an hour and 11 minutes to go, what have you got for us?
We've been talking a lot about this trouble number 20 at Algarve Pro Racing. It's a bit convoluted, this one. You were right, guys, there was a steering wheel change, which is a quick fix, but it transpires that within the steering column is the wiring that goes to the steering wheel, and that seems to be where the problem came. So after a lot of investigation, what they've done is fit a new steering column with new wiring, and the car is back out, fingers crossed. But again, as you've said, they've lost a chunk of time, but they're out there to try and salvage some points. So it was electrical, yes, but it was all to do with the wiring, they understand it to be, at least, through the steering column.
Thanks, David. So ultimately, the problem we've got there is the 20 car. It's just all too late, I'm afraid, for a 20 car in terms of championship positions, but they'll be out there and powering away for a finish, and hopefully some points towards the championship. Won't describe the dramas we're having at the moment in the TV booth, but I can tell you Ollie Gavin has been scrambling away with a TV remote control again. Hour and 10 minutes to go. The warning flag for the 92 car, that's been cancelled. So the drama that we did have, we don't have.
Wow.
Well, they'll be replaced in a minute for a drama we do have.
Yeah, sure. Especially with it's involving Tristan Vautier and Tom Dillman here. And Nicky Katzberg's not far back. He's joining the party.
Dillman's on there. Dillman is the man on the move here.
He is. But the pressure from Nicky Katzberg is looking left and right. Trying to put him under big pressure here. There's some traffic there that held him up. But Dillman's all... He's set, and he's got it back together.
This is all allowing Mathieu Vazevière to get his head down and power away from this trio. The moment Tristan Vautier does not appear to have an answer for that. And while this is going on, by the way, I'm tracking and keeping an eye on Nicky Katzberg out the outside, but I don't think there's a way through there. Or has he? No, the GT car's in the way, but I think it's going to fall the way of the Prototype car. It has.
It has.
Catching is Milton Jakobsen. He's where he needs to be in any circumstances to win the championship. Fifth or better, whatever happens, and 25 takes the championship points and the entry to Le Mans.
Yeah, and there was Tom Dillman just smart there with Nicky's attack coming down into turn 6 and 7, and he just managed to fend him off. But there's going to be much more drama with this over the next hour and 9 minutes. This is going to be all the way to the checkered flag, I hope.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. And you know, it's Vaxavier's managed to get away, and Tristan Vautier is just sort of there holding station, but there's nothing between any of these 4 cars. I'm pretty sure the victory is going to come from one of these 4. I've said it now.
Yeah, okay, I'll remind you of that one. So at the moment, the scores on the doors in the Asian Le Mans Series commentary position is that Ollie Gavin leads significantly, but that one, I'm afraid, mate, you've just handed it to me. And I can tell you right now, I'll be reminding you of that until next season. Replay here There's all sorts of shenanigans going on, isn't it? It's AF Course to lead the race from RD Limited. Proton Competition's 22 and Nielsen's 24. Algarve Pro Racing, though, their 25 car, the untroubled of the two. The championship leaders coming in, 5th place for that car in the hands of Malte Jacobsen with an hour 8 minutes to go. Their sister car, though, with electronic issues in the steering column, has dropped all the way down to 41st position. Alex Quinn is at the wheel, and that car is back up to speed. Could that play a part at some point? You never do know.
No, you don't. You don't.
LMP3, led by High Class Racing from Ultimate, RLRM Sport and Breton Racing. So that's all 4 of the title contenders in the top 4. But as things stand, the title would go, if the checkered flag comes out now, which it won't, to the Ultimate car. A car that was T-boned yesterday out of seemingly any open point and salvaged 10. That is going to be a vital work in the pit garage from the Ultimate crew yesterday.
It was, it really was.
Meantime, Ben Tuck, for the moment, leads the Motor Racing GT as the 92 Monti EMA Porsche pits, but Ben, I think, is due on pit lane imminently.
He is, but I think if they time this right, that could be their final stop.
Yeah.
And it's just played into their hands pretty nicely here. It's just going to be how far can they run, and it's the 65 minutes, I believe, on a stint here. And
the way this is working out, though, is the title is going to be decided by the look of things at the moment between the two Monti Porsches, and it's going to come down to just exactly where it all falls. Looking at the 92 car just tumbling down the order at the moment because it's on pit lane, and there's an hour and 6 minutes to go. It's going to be a fuel-saving last stint, isn't it, for the Monti EMA?
It really is. It really is, and I think it's going to be the same for the 74. They're going to be 1 lap less.
But that's the difference between a car looking for the championship and a car looking for the race win.
Yeah.
And now Ricky Perra leaves pit lane. He's tumbling down outside the top 10, looking to see where the number 10 car, Jules Sturm, is, up in 5th place. We're not going to be able to call this the last 15 minutes.
No, we're not. Not at all.
Nowhere close.
Yeah.
It might even be the last 10.
Yeah. Lawrence Herr, Matthias Besch. These are two feisty drivers here. And Matthias just chinking around there. And Lawrence is just looking to park the car nicely in the right spot. To open the wheel a little bit there as he's turning back to the right-hand side. And I would say Matthias has got a decent run here. And it's going to be how he's using this toe. And is he going to be looking left and right? He's going to make his move now. And is he? Oh, it's the last of the late breakers. And again, it's that tight line. I think it's going to work out for him.
Has he? Better run off the corner for Lawrence Herr. He's not going to give it up. It's side by side.
That was pretty rude.
Yes, it was indeed.
Don't expect anything else from Matthias Besch there.
Well, I'll be honest with you. In a list of drivers that you don't want to see behind you in a race, these two are pretty much in the top 3 or 4.
Yeah, well, they'll just give as good as they get, you know. Both of them are absolute terriers.
Well, Matthias Besch is fired up today after losing 4th place yesterday for being 9 seconds short on his driver time. That switched positions yesterday with the Nielsen racing car, so he's looking to make a point. We've got Mathieu Vazevier leading this race. He's been caught now by Tristan Vautier again. Tom Dillman right there. Nicky Katzberg right there. Malte Jacobsen has caught them. It's 3.3 seconds between the top 5. That was pretty rude.
Yeah, Matthias just sort of giving him a bit of a serve there.
Yeah,
you go out there. Get off. Off you go.
Hour and 4 minutes to go. Top 5, 3 seconds. Wow. And then 20 seconds back for this pair. And at the rate they're going, I'm not counting out that they can't catch them.
Yeah. Anything could happen here. Literally anything could happen.
Final stop, I think, for High Class Racing. Anders Fjordbach is aboard the 49 now. Got a fuel saving. He may well get home from there.
Ben Tucker's done a phenomenal job here with the fuel save in the 74. Is he going to be coming to the pit lane this lap?
Is he literally making a fuel? I seem to remember you saying about, it seemed like 45 minutes ago, 3 more laps.
What are we seeing here?
Side by side, Iron Dames and the 89 Aston Martin. A little bit rude.
Yeah, again, he was just leaning on them. And
so Jamie Day and Sarah Bovey. Vautier looking racy here.
He is, and he's just been biding his time here. But Dillman's right there as well.
Yeah, but look in the background, because you've also got Nicky Katzberg with his mirrors full on Malte Jacobsen. Jacobsen will want to be as risk-free as you could ever be at the better part of 200 miles an hour going around a corner.
Yeah.
Car 30, though, is going to be out of this battle. 10-second time penalty for the next pit stop. So it's whatever this is, plus 10 seconds.
That's rough.
So that is overtaking off track. We did see that.
Yeah, we did.
At least once. So...
And it's going to be, a 5-way battle here for the lead. Maltz managed to join the party.
Tara Bovey, by the way, on pit lane at the moment for what should be the final stop for the Iron Dames of the Asian Le Mans Series. Their learning curve, you heard earlier from Michel Gatting. Another team that we will see a slightly different lineup in the World Endurance Championship next weekend for the prologue. The weekend after that for the opening race of what proves to be, I reckon, an absolutely amazing season of sports car racing. This is like the hors d'oeuvre.
Just a little warm-up.
It's what a fabulous time to be doing what we do for a living here, Ollie Gavin.
Yeah, sports car racing is at an all-time high. It's really surfing the wave at the moment, and you know, multi-class racing around wonderful racetracks like this one here at Yas Marina. It's under the beautiful lights, just under the W Hotel. It just looks so spectacular. What a venue!
1.7 seconds is the gap, not for the lead, from first to fifth place. It's not real, is it? Into the pits, though, comes Malte Jakobsen for what will be the penultimate pit stop for that car.
Very strong stint there by Maltz. Very quick, considerably quicker than the guys in front.
They'll want this to be a very clean pit stop from the Algarve Pro Racing. Excellence, as you assured.
He was getting
tear off. Wow, then you know that's a good sign, don't you? Meantime, Mathieu Vazevier, Tristan Vautier, Tom Dillman, Nicky Katzberg. It is battle continuing for the top four. We're a minute outside the final hour of the final race of the final weekend
on pit lane.
Series.
Ben Tuck on pit lane in the 74. He comes in from leading GT.
By 25 seconds, by the way.
Absolute phenomenal performance there from Ben in the 74. He'll be getting out and making way for Dennis Marshall to finish off.
And again, Ben's had a phenomenal season. Dennis Marshall, some of the fights that he's had coming back through the order have been mesmerising.
Yeah, it's been a very, very strong run from that car, and if things had just gone a little bit different with the luck and other bits and pieces, that they could have really been challenging.
Could have been
really. Yeah, that lineup is really fantastic. And Kessel run a great Ferrari 296. They're great guys down there, Diego and Jimmy, Tiziana.
Absolutely. So Winwood Racing go to the lead, but unfortunately for them, not the car that's in title contention. That car way down the order in 19th. That's not good news for the aspirations of the 81. Their traumas yesterday, the car out of the race, being clattered, I'm afraid, by trying to recover from a spin 35 LMP3 car. Meantime, top four now, 1.8 seconds. Vazevier, Vautier, Dillman, Katzberg. It's follow a leader in LMP2.
Yeah, you got to wonder if is this going to come down to that. They are on a bit of a fuel save. How much do they need to do to get to just so that this is possibly one more stop? And as sort of like they've sort of decided to all just sit back and don't battle here and just try and save everything for that final sort of 40-minute dash.
Yeah, absolutely. Who's your money on here, Ollie Gavin? Mathieu Vazevier fired up after traumas yesterday. Tristan Vautier, they need to win. Tom Dillman has had enough of his life over the last couple of weekends and wants to show what he's still got in the tank.
Yeah.
Or is he 33? Is he 37? Nicky Katzberg.
Graf car just going off there at turn 9.
Well, that car is laps down, I'm afraid, James Winslow. I think the car was in the garage, wasn't it, for a while?
Yeah.
James Winslow will be being feisty as he normally is, but I think he's going to he's not going to let the Breton Racing car through without a fight.
A little bit rude.
That is the third place car, Griffin Peoples, side by side.
Lawrence Herr and Matthias Best just got in there a bit too deep, and Lawrence is going to try and come back at him around the outside. And who's going to come out here on top? And it's going to be wheel to wheel. Nice bit of side draft. These two are going to run this all the way down to turn 9. I'd say it's advantage Lawrence Herr, who takes that place back, and he does a little bit of a tighter line there, doesn't let Matthias Besch come back.
Trying to come back, trying to look for the inside here. There's no way through there. If you're in the terrace at the W Hotel, get your cameras ready. Anything could happen here.
These two, yeah, absolutely.
They might be joining you.
Yeah, well, let's not say that. Yeah, I'd say that with Vautier and Vaxivière, they've most probably got another 7 or 8 laps, and I think we could be getting all the way through till very close to that sort of 40 minutes, 42, 43 minutes to go. So it's going to be very, very close.
Well, after another stellar stint for a breakthrough season in the Asian Le Mans Series, I feel, from the 74 driver Ben Tuck. He's about to have a chat with David Addison.
One of the standouts of the championship, certainly as far as the GT class concerned, Ben Tuck, and you brought the car in a great place.
Well, to be honest, I don't even know what position I was there and came in. It was one of those stints that had everything going on. Came out, safety car. I think I managed to progress fairly towards the front. Unfortunate drive-through penalty. I think there was a mix-up in the pit stop with Dustin over to me, but whatever. You know, win and lose that one together. And yeah, even then coming out of the pits after the drive-through, I got hit by, I won't name them, but I got hit by someone pretty heavily in T5. So then I was coming back from that, and then the last couple of laps I had to do some lift and coast as well because we were running out of fuel. So honestly, I'm a bit muddled right now.
And in all of that, there was some great overtaking and really feisty racing. I mean, we saw it in Sepang, we saw it in Dubai, and you've been doing it again.
Yeah, I've been getting stuck in this year. It's nice to be in a position where we're fighting and having those battles. So I hope some of it was on TV.
And you and Kessel, this is your happy place, isn't it now?
Yeah, Kessel are great. Raced with them last year in GT World Challenge, and obviously now in Asian Le Mans. So maybe a few more races together in the future. But yeah, it's a good team.
Top job. Well done, Ben.
Just to confirm, in case he hadn't realised, he came in from the lead. That just goes to show
how focused you are
on what you're doing,
yeah, exactly.
on what the next task you've been given to do: catch that car, overtake, then meet this field number, etc., etc.
And Diego, the engineer there at Kessel, he'll be just absolutely focused on the job in hand and what Ben needs to do. The position is actually it's almost irrelevant. You know, where are we on the track and who are we going to be fighting against and what's the fuel position and drive time and all those other pieces. So it's super important.
I'll keep an eye on this, but talk a little bit about. He talked about fuel numbers. Talk about that, about what that means on board the car. What's the task? How do you do it?
Yeah, so that's a vital thing that you've got to be learning and doing when you're here racing in this form of endurance racing. You've got to be able to managing all your resources, and Ben would have been tasked with trying to drive to a fuel number, and that fuel number might have been quite a challenge. And that means that you've got to be coming into these slower speed corners. You're going to be lifting off quite early. Like this one, turn 9, you'll be lifting off, and you'll be coasting for a certain amount of time, and then you'll be braking and getting the car down to the speed that you can enter with. And it's kind of a rhythm thing that you've got to get into, and knowing where you can do it on the racetrack and how you can do it. And that does take a lot of time and skill and effort. And it's, yeah, oh, we've got a lunge there from Lorenzur. What a move up the inside there, Matthias Besch. I mean, Matthias would have been like,
Besch had retaken the place. Yeah. Is the other point. I was about to say, he thinks, away we go again.
Yeah, but he's quite upset, I think, Matthias, because I definitely don't think he did not expect that. No. That was a full send there from Lorenzur. He is so fired up. What a move! Fantastic.
Unreal.
These two are. We could just keep the cameras on these two just for the rest of the weekend.
So that was the move going the way of Matthias Besch. He's thinking, got it done.
Yeah,
got it done.
Matthias is trying to do that for the last 3 or 4 laps. Then this lunge, what a move there from Lorenzur. Brilliant stuff. Just lunging up the inside there, and Matthias just had to open the wheel and give him the corner.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just great stuff. Great stuff. What a race. What a championship. What a finale for this championship. Mathieu Vaxivière is still leading. From Tristan Vautier, desperate to get to the front and hope that dramas behind will hand the title to RD Limited. Needs to win. Tom Dillman still in the mix there. Nicky Katzberg still in the mix there. And as we were talking about all of that, Nicky Katzberg was alongside, wasn't he?
He was, and it just didn't. Again, the traffic was just using it as a pick, and he was just looking like he was going to be able to fashion a pass. But Nicky doesn't look like he's got quite enough pace in the 24 car to really take it to Dillman. And Dillman's sort of attack on the 30 has just got a little bit blunted as well. I think these guys are all sort of driving to a little bit of a pace here, because it's going to be pretty close for them to be able to get through to the next stop. And so it's just one more stop. Oh, Dillman's just got held up here.
It was a drift wide from the 82 car that forced the 22 off, but that's put Katzberg right on the tail again, the 22 car, as they come towards the end of the lap.
Yeah.
But Nicky's got to find a way around the 296 as well. Does it now, but the gap is still there.
Yeah, and it was just, you're just trying to fashion out a pass there. And Dillman was trying to come up the inside of the 296 coming into 13, and he was tight to the apex, no room.
One of the reasons I asked you to talk about the running to fuel numbers, Ollie, is it does seem to be a circuit where you can manage fuel really well.
Yeah.
We've been surprised by some of the stints that some of the drivers have been managed to eke out here at Yas Marina.
Yeah,
and that does mean it's going to be really difficult to predict at the end of this race, as we saw yesterday with the 20, just when we can expect a final stop.
So here into turn 5, massive amount of lift and coast you can do. What are we seeing here now with Lawrence and Matthias Besch?
That's Matthias Besch giving up a little bit too easily there. So is Besch in trouble?
No, did he pass him at 7? Did he pass him off track at 7, and then he's just maybe giving the position back? That's my interpretation, unless he's got a problem.
Team managers 11 and 3 to race control immediately. I'm saying absolutely nothing.
Just give him a round of applause.
Yeah,
or?
that was
Brilliant.
mega, says Eduardo and Gwen. That was great.
Cracky racing.
Doesn't tend to be that, does it?
No, not really.
Congratulations on taking that corner really well. No, not really. Around the outside comes Nicky Katz, but he's got the pace here. If he gets the traction in, he's got enough run, and he's got through, and he's off track though. He won't be allowed to keep that.
He's got to give that back.
He's got to give it back. He does so immediately,
yeah.
But having given it back, still has the run. That was it was lucky and unlucky at the same moment.
Yeah, it was. But Nicky's very intelligent in the car, and he knows exactly what the rules are and where he needs to be and how he needs to place the car. But this was round the outside, coming off of turn 9, launched it over that outside curb. But yeah, track limits, and he can't pass the car around the outside off the racing surface, so he had to give it back to Tom Dillman.
So we're back to it now. Looking in the background, by the way, Julian Landauer is now aboard the Pure Racing car. He is catching this battle to unlap himself.
I think it's going to get very, very close here. I think Katzberg has got maybe 2, 3, 4 maybe more laps. Tom Dillman's going to have to pit very, very shortly. And Vautier and Vaxivière are most probably about 4 or 5 off. So I think they're going to be good to go all the way to the end just with one more stop.
Well, chapeau to, ladies and gentlemen. Car 51 is getting a stop-and-go penalty for causing a collision at turn 7 and gaining advantage.
Which collision was that?
Not sure. I mean, I think there might be another list to come. 51 has been one
They're
I
on to
might call
page 2.
Robust this evening. So turning at turn 7 and gaining advantage. We'll look back at the highlights reel and find out just which one of those it would happen at turn 7.
It might have just been the punt on the 21, wasn't it?
Dear me.
It was robust.
So back to action, and with all of this action between the battling pairs, the top 4, the gap is now 4.2 seconds. Car 8 is the latest to get a drive-through penalty. It's track limits for the number 8. That is the Dragon Racing car down in 22nd place in GT. We'll worry about that one later. Joel Sturm, by the way, cycled back up into the lead in GT. And I genuinely don't know at which point in this cycle we're going to see these GT cars complete.
Dillman.
Yep, as you correctly said, through goes the number 24 car, and finally Nicky Katzberg is released, and also down pit lane comes Andlar, and both these cars will have to pit again.
They will, unless there's a very long safety car or full course yellow period. I can't see.
Looking good at the moment for Mathieu Vaxivière. Well, it's been a gripping first 3 hours here in Yas Marina. Let's take a look back at what's built up to this finale. As the race started with our whitewash pole sitter, all 6 races from the front of the race for Tristan Vautier. The action came towards the back of the pack, and it was a turnaround after contact between the 83 and the 25. And championship leaders, Algarve Pro Racing 25 car and Hans Michael Jensen had it all to do. Further down the order, the 28 car turned around after contact, but the real drama would come at turn 3. Contact from the 23 Ferrari and a horrible impact for the 42 Lamborghini into the barriers. Car out on the spot, safety car would be followed by a red flag. René Malmazak, the driver aboard the Lamborghini, and after an impact like that, there's one thing you want to see and one thing only, and that was it. He walks away from his shattered Lamborghini. Trauma for everybody involved, but mercifully damage to the car, not for the man. As we went back to green, problems for Patrick Byrne, half spin, coming down back onto the start-finish straight. He would rejoin the race though, and all sorts of shenanigans, including this moment for Chris Short, not his finest move into turn 6. Would lose the dive plane on the number 15 car. Also, a move here and saw another turnaround for the 25 car. Michael Jensen having to keep cool and stick with the programme to put themselves in championship winning position. All sorts of moves in all the classes. 83 on 11 here. Alessia Rivera, Jonas Reed, and it's not been the night for championship leaders coming into Abu Dhabi. The 81 Winwood racing car, they get turned around in the chicane as well. 3, 4, 5 wide, all of them. And fabulous stuff in GT. 51 car, feisty throughout. And then it was time for LMP2 to shine. DKR Engineering, RD Limited, still in championship contention, mathematically at least. And then the drama of the unpleasant sort came the way of the number 20 car. Fabulous stint from Ollie Caldwell. Maybe problems, the car going into the garage and dropping right down the order. The action though would not quit, and this was the moment where the 20 car, having made that pit stop, had to bail out of it and come back in for further attention by Algarve Pro Racing. One of our 3 title contenders out of the reckoning. RD Limited punching forwards for what they hope could be a win and a shot at least of the title. It's pit work from AF Corse, who had put the 83 car, Francois Baroda's squad, back out front at this stage, and setting up a fabulous 4-car battle for that the stint we've just been watching between AF Corse, RD Limited, DKR and Proton Competition, and Nielsen Racing and Proton Competition, and then this pair. Lawrence Herr with a dive bomb to end all dive bombs on Matthias Besch. Proton's 11 and the DKR number 3 out there enjoying the fight and attracting the attention of race control. 45 minutes to go. 3:11 still battling away. And this now is for 3rd position as the pit stops start to unwind, and they must be due on pit lane very soon.
Very, very soon. I'll just have a quick look at that, but they're glued together. It's just been insane. And Matthias Besch is just lining up Lawrence Herr again here down into turn 6.
If ever there were 2 drivers, Ollie, that might well come down pit lane side by side,
it'd be these 2.
Oh yeah.
And
looking for it.
Besch got it done this time.
He's got it done, neatly done.
He has, but never want to count out Lawrence Herr. He just got a little bit too much apex curb there, and I'm not sure the drive off is good enough. No, he's dropped him. And has Matthias Besch finally managed to make this stick? And, let's have a quick look to see when they are going to be on board this on pit lane.
Look at the brake disc glowing there.
Just parked the car just nicely there, didn't over brake himself, and just managed to just get the angle of the corner, and Lawrence had to concede. Let's just have a quick look here to see when these guys are going to be on. It's going to be a couple of laps. It is 1, maybe 2.
Well, they've doled out the entertainment, that's for sure. All of a sudden, it looks to be as if Lawrence Herr is having to duck out of this.
Yeah, he may be coming to pit lane this lap.
And by the way, he's missing one rear light. They're both coming to pit lane.
Well, no, it's just Matthias, I think.
No, you're absolutely right. It's damaged the rear of that car on the right-hand side.
And I wonder who gave that to him.
I can't imagine.
No.
So Matthias Besch coming down pit lane now.
Just looking for his box.
Oh, it was quite the fight, wasn't it?
It was brilliant.
We need some more of that. There we go. He's not getting the tower off. Final stint of the race.
Well,
final stint of the championship. I think that's a bit mean from Christian.
43
minutes. I'll go and have a word with him.
Should be able to get there. Too late by the time they've gone.
Oh.
If he doesn't want to see ahead.
Ian Aguilera, so excuse me for my pronouncing there.
Yep.
He's doing
all Mexico despises you at the moment.
He's doing
it. Colombia with me a couple of years ago.
It certainly was.
But Ian Aguilera has been another revelation here. Can we take a quick look at what on your readout there, Ollie, about what the provisional points are in LMP3? It's not done yet. We've got pit stops to come. So we've got others happening, by the way. Deco Engineering through to second place with Hardy Limited and Pros on both on pit lane.
It is tied at the moment on 100 points. 26 and 15 are tied.
Which means that 15 would win on countback because they've got 2 wins. And would win again if they stay like this, 3 wins.
Yes.
So it would be on countback. This is going to be so tight. Mathieu Vazevière leading the race. Final pit stop, I'm sure, for the 83 car, and on pit lane. He does get the tail off. They love him.
They do. And they'll be very, very happy for that. And it is, just to give you an idea, when you get that little bit of plastic, that clear plastic comes off that's across the windshield there, when that gets torn off or taken away, it gives you fantastic vision out of the windshield. And it is really something that you go from sort of looking, and particularly under the lights here, if there's been any fluids been leaking from cars in front, it will be smeared across the windshield. Yeah, exactly.
Tesco's.
And it was all of a sudden it goes back to high def, and you know, you can just, all of those things that you're struggling to see, you can now really, really pick out all of those important points on the track, and it just gives you that confidence back exactly where you're at on track. And it was always something I was very happy to have.
Absolutely. Boots being changed on the number 83 car. That was sent. DKR still fueling. Are their tyres ready for the number 3 car? I think they are. They are putting tyres on the number 3 car. Here comes the number 25, Malte Jakobsen, and I think he's going to take the lead here.
He could.
He will have to stop again.
Yes, he will. We're just hearing an update there on the 3 that they're getting new rear body work, and I think that's because of that light being out.
Yeah, they don't want to risk it, do they, at this stage? Malte Jakobsen goes through into the lead. That is the gap, because that is Mathieu Vazevière leaving pit lane. He will, by the way, I think he's okay on fuel. But it's going to be, it's not tight, but he's not got lots to spare here.
No.
It's a full fuel stint.
Yeah, Molt will have to stop.
He will indeed. But only needs to finish 5th in this situation. Where is the number 30 car? Tristan Vautier, remember, had an extra 10 seconds on pit lane. He's just recovered back up to 5th place. He is 24 seconds from the lead. 24 seconds, 5 places, and a trouble for the 25 for them to win the title. 25, anything, anywhere in the top 5 will do whatever happens.
Yeah, I think the 83 is...
Anything in the top 9, apologies, because of the trouble for the 20.
I think the 83 is in the best spot here, and I think Nicky Katzberg has got by him.
This is the where it all starts to pan out. We'll see the final stops for LMP3. The points order will transform throughout. That is our live points tally. That includes RLR being in the lead, which they will be for about the next 40 seconds. We have got some debris on the circuit, pit entry road left-hand side. Let's hope that might just be yellow flags.
Final stop of the season there for RLR, and they were mighty in Dubai, winning this car the race. And it's just now going to be all in Ian Aguilera's hands to do this final stint. Here's all the brains and the laptops working away here with all the strategy and wondering how things are going to work out for the 15 car. It's getting passed there by the 22. Coming down into turn 5, Ian just getting himself back up to speed.
and he has been a revelation of the championship. And these guys since Dubai have really just had this hooked up, ready to go.
That is the sound I was asking our director for. That's what we got. That's the last time. So last time tonight we'll be hearing that sound, the 5.6 litre Nissan V8 engine. Final race in ACO competition, at least for the Gen 2 of the LMP3. The Nissan V8, after the Asian Le Mans Series, will hand over duty in LMP3 to a new twin-turbo V6 powered by Toyota, still built by Orica for all of the cars to come. And thank you, Nissan, for what has it been? A decade of competition in LMP3, 5 litres until 2020. There we go again. And now the 5.6 litre to power out into 2025. European Le Mans Series and Michelin Le Mans Cup will switch to turbo power this coming season, and the Asian Le Mans Series will follow in 2025-2026. What an era. Huge success for these cars around the world. Other series will continue with Nissan through this season at least. We'll say farewell at the checkered flag. Number 10, Montai Porsche, hands of Joel Sturm. He's got 8 seconds advantage over 2 EBM Aston Martins. Hadn't seen that one developing. 89 from 98, Jamie Day and Brendan Leach. Fran Rader is in 4th in the 27 Optimum Motorsports McLaren. Just looking further down, completing the top 10 at the moment. So you keep an eye on that battle. Verboth Motorsports 99, the 87 Origine Porsche, 2 Climax AMG, the 92 Montai EMA car that came into tonight leading the championship. Then the Winward car beginning to climb the order here, Ollie. And Kessel Racing 74 in the hands of Dennis Marshall is right with the 81.
Yeah, and I think of nearly all of those cars in front of the 74 are going to have to stop again. And I'm just trying to pick my way through this extensive list.
This is going to be a really tough race to call until the dying moments. We saw the Montai crew in the dying moments at Dubai having to make a pit stop we had not seen coming. Problems with their fuel numbers and fuel rig meant that they had to cede the race to 2C's AMG. 2C's out of it today. It's 2 strong Aston Martins in the middle of the melee at the moment. All sorts of possibilities. Who's going to take the race win? Who's going to be on the podium? Who is going to take the title and the automatic invitation to the 2025 Le Mans 24 hours? It is a 10-second penalty added to the next pit stop for the Blackthorn Aston Martin in the mix at the start of this race.
Yeah, they were, and they're just dropping down the order.
Yeah, still on the lead lap, but not for much longer.
No, it's Charles Bateman's.
Impressive couple of runs, apologies Ollie, here for the Climax number 2 car. And a mixed weekend for the team, losing their other car to illness for one of the drivers, but the 2 cars been in the mix for both races here, and that's a big step forward for the team from China. And ahead of them, the battered rear of the 87 Origine Porsche, another car from China. Ye Hongli leading Elias Seppanen at the moment. This is the battle for 6th place. We hope for more from Southeast Asia as the championship recovers, as motorsport globally has done over the last 3 or 4 seasons.
Yeah.
From the rigours of the COVID era.
Matthias Besch getting a warning there for abusing track limits.
Car 51, team manager to the stewards immediately.
Again?
It's unlikely to be congratulations, I don't think.
Frequent flyer or have his special
tier points.
Yes.
Yes.
Tesco's club card.
Yes, anything like that.
Yeah. Collecting your points here, sir.
Yeah. 1:41.743, fastest lap of its race, not the race, for Malte Jakobsen. Still leading the race, but he's, we think, the one in that top 5 that will need to stop.
He will. Yeah, for sure.
But at the moment,
8-9 laps time.
He's leaving himself clear of that pack, 7 seconds clear of Nicky Katzberg. And a fine run, Nicky.
Yeah, he is.
Could this be the moment for Nielsen Racing? Yeah, well, they don't need to stop again, do they? Oh, they're tight.
I think they are tight, and I think they are going to have to stop again. I just don't think. I think the 83 is the first car in line that doesn't have to stop again.
Well, let's find out what David Anderson can tell us, because he's down with Nielsen Racing with Matt Bell right now.
Matt Bell, we were saying to Naveen Rao earlier on, the car looks a bit racier today than yesterday, and here you are in second place. This is looking a whole lot better.
Yeah, no, the team did a great job analysing yesterday's race. We made a couple of tweaks overnight, nothing major. It didn't take a huge amount, but yeah, Nicky reported in the warm-up that it felt better, and I agree with him from the race. So yeah, we're definitely in the fight. It's a pretty interesting race strategically right now. So yeah, I think it's anybody's in the top 5 at the moment. Hopefully Nicky can bring it home.
It's getting pretty manic out on track, and that traffic is always a danger to you guys.
Yeah, there was some wild stuff going on out there, that's for sure. There's always hard battles in the GT field. And then when we approach, you know, you'd come out of turn 5, see a long back straight of GT cars all nose to tail with each other. You know it's going to be a hard next 3 or 4 laps work. But yeah, it's hard racing. It's the brilliant part of sports car racing for the neutral. It was a bit stressful when you're in the car trying to make your way through. But yeah, it's the beauty of the sport. That's why we all love it.
Now, we've got, what, just over half an hour to go. Can you go to the end, or do you owe us another pit stop?
Ask me in about half an hour.
No, I'm asking you now. Come on, put your whatnot on the block.
We don't know at the minute, so we're giving it a go. I think a few people are giving it a go, and yeah, we'll see what can be done.
So you're trying to fuel save as best you can?
If we can, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, right. We'll find out in half an hour. Matt, thanks very much.
Great stuff from Matt Bell. They're keeping their cards very close to their chest. They may not know. It may just be that they're just waiting for an opportunity that the race might offer for a short caution, whatever else. It's got to be said, there is an awful lot of debris on this track.
There is, and we could get one of those. And,
just one more clash and it might just tip the balance. But at the moment, this is the battle for 3rd place. Fran Ryder, Brendan Leach, EBM's number 98 Aston Martin fending off the close attentions of the 27 Optima Motorsport.
It's actually
McLaren.
really nice to see this McLaren running towards the front of the pack and actually in the points.
It's a quick car and it's just had awful luck. Some of it self-inflicted.
Yep.
You know, we did have the clash between the two that put both cars out lap 2 at Dubai, but all of a sudden, 2 big British supercar brands battling for a significant position the final round of the race.
Yeah, and Fran's doing a fine job in the 27. He's looking to get in the toe here. Has he got enough to come down into turn 9? Doesn't look like it. And it'll be interesting to sort of see how these 2 cars generate their lap time, as we got the RD car looking to make the move on the pair of them.
Well, Tristan Vautier down to 5th at the moment, looking to make his way back up the order. Remember, 37 seconds is the gap, but at least 1 and possibly 2 of the cars ahead of him do need to stop again.
Yeah.
Malte Jakobsen, race leader, pulling out a gap here, 8 seconds, but you definitely need to stop for fuel.
Yeah.
But then he's racing not for the win, but for the championship, and he's staying out of trouble.
Yeah. And then it's Katzberg second, and I'm sure he's on a pretty big fuel save right now. And it's whether Vaxivière can start putting pressure on him.
Half an hour to go in this race and this season. So, talking a little bit about the McLarens, the McLaren that's carrying the Rofco livery, and that is the family livery of the Goethe family. Benji Goethe is with David Allison right now.
You were saying, guys, how good it is to see the McLaren going so well. Benji Goethe's fresh out of the car after a great stint, and it is good to see the car going well. It's been a tough series for you.
Yeah, it's been a really tough championship for us. You know, we've always kind of had the pace, and then something goes wrong. So it's nice to see us running well now. Fran's out now, fighting for 3rd place. So let's see if he can get it done. But yeah, nice to be in the fight with half an hour to go.
But yesterday's race was really one to forget. But the car's always had good pace when it goes.
Yeah, no, the car's been mega. I mean, the guys have set it up perfectly. Our race pace has been really good. So yeah, it's all about staying in the race for us. And if we can stay in the race, then you know we're going to be up there. So that's what we're showing now. And yeah, let's see how it finishes.
And you've done quite a few laps around here. You know the place. That must give you a little bit more confidence as well.
Yeah, it's a track I've been to a lot. track I really enjoy driving at. So yeah.
Right. Benji's distracted because we've got a full course yellow. Benji, thanks very much. Right, Ollie, Graham, full course yellow in the last half an hour. This throws everything up in the air.
It does.
It is very much the debris thing I think we were expecting. It was a couple of laps ago I thought that the track looks absolutely filthy, and there has been an awful lot of shenanigans. There's going to be multiple positions where our marshals, and I know some of them can hear us trackside. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for an absolutely fantastic weekend here, and all the efforts that you've put into keeping racing going. Endurance racing is tough for everybody, but marshals trackside, they've been kept very busy indeed. And full course yellow for a final clear up, we hope, with under 30 minutes to go. Where are we? 25 APR leads the race. Malte Jakobsen from Nicky Katzberg in the Nielsen Racing 24. The 83 from AF Corsa, Mathieu Vazevière. Tom Dillman in the 22 Proton competition car, and RD Limited's number 30, Orica, in the hands of Tristan Vautier. They are the top 5. In LMP3, all 4 title contenders are the top 4. High Class Racing lead, RLR M Sport, Breton Racing and Ultimate, and as Fjordback, in Aguilera, Theo Jensen and Matteo Quintarelli are the 4 names we keep saying at the end of these races. And in GT, it's topsy-turvy stuff, and this might help just to eke out just enough for one of these cars that might be right on the cusp for the fuel numbers they need. But for the moment, it's Joel Sturm, reigning WEC champion, in the number 10 Montai Porsche, ahead of Jamie Day in EBM's 89 Aston Martin, the red and black car. EBM's other Aston Martin, the green and yellow car, in the hands of Brendan Leach, fending off that Optimum number 27 McLaren, Fran Roeda. They're 3rd and 4th. Alfred Renoir, the black and gold Herbeth Motorsport 99 Porsche, is 5th. Climax Racing, the chrome and black AMG, Elias Seppenham. Then Origin Motorsports, plucky, damaged white and green Porsche. They've been great all season. 87 in the hands of Ye Hong Li.
Please, T12 bare left.
He's under pressure though from Mante EMA and Ricky Perra, the 92 car, and completing the top 10. Winward Racing on a tear with Gabriele Piana. They want to be back in this title hunt, but it's a long way to come back for the 81 in 9th. Kessel Racing's Dennis Marshall is not going to make that easy. He's right there in the 74 Ferrari. That is your top 10 in what has been an epic GT battle, not just here, not just this weekend, but for the whole season, Ollie Gavin.
It's been brilliant. Just phenomenal racing, and today has just capped it off completely. And you just didn't know where to look for a lot of the race today. It's just been action-packed, wheel to wheel in all the classes, and it's all still to play for here. There's much strategy going on here in the P2 class. You know, is this really going to hand a great opportunity here for the 24 and the Nielsen Racing car with Nicky Katzberg behind the wheel? And whether this full course yellow is definitely going to be helping them.
20, 41 and 30 seconds, we will be removing full course yellow.
So 30 seconds from now, that's it's just going to save them that fuel, isn't it? And that could be what it means. What a result that would be for Nielsen Racing.
It would be really phenomenal.
Let's not forget, took the Asia Le Mans Series title here in their first season of
we will be removing full course
racing.
Yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Back to green. Under 25 minutes to run on the clock. And away we go.
At the moment, quite championship-wise in GT, it is the 10 car taking it from the 92.
Yep. But I'm not convinced we're not quite there in terms of the fuel numbers yet.
No, we're not. We're definitely not. And I'm just going to go back and have another quick look at that.
So side by side, and 16 on the 60 and the 21. So 16 just powers its way through. That is 11th place. The 2 cars around it not in that mix. Mara Engel it is, trying to deal with a couple of back markers because he's under pressure from the car guy Ferrari of Daniel Serra behind. They're all trying to make their way back up the order here.
I think the likes of the 92 car, I think, is going to have to stop again, or it's going to get really, really close.
What about the 10? Does the 10 need a stop?
The 10, it will need a stop. Wow, yes, no doubt.
Yeah, so it's going to it's not just about, do they need a stop? How long a stop? How much fuel do they need? How perfect can they be into, on and out of pit lane? All sorts of madness still to come. 23.5 minutes for this season.
The 92 might be able to make it, but it's got to be some mad fuel saving there from Ricardo Pera. But the 81's going to have to stop for sure.
So the 10, the gap from the 10 to the 92, the other car in contention, is about 50 seconds.
It's going to be close on board here with
really
the 10.
Close.
Just behind the 51 car. These guys, this is their WEC lineup, so these guys are going to be racing against one another all year long. And they're coming through here, the final turn. You've got to be wondering, there's going to be an awful lot of chat here between all of the crews and their drivers and what they're doing and how they're fuel saving and where they're going, and plenty of flashing there.
Well, that's because the 51 car is a back marker. It's Cedric Spirazioli in the 51 car. And Jolster needs him sort of out the way. He wants to be up the road here. His gap to Jamie Day is only 4.8 seconds. And in terms of the relative pace, it has to be said, okay, we've just come back to green flag racing, so we'll let that settle in for a moment.
Oh, he just, it looked like he was letting him by, and then at the last minute, the 51 just opened the wheel just to finally let him through. But it's...
there in the background is the Aston Martin, trying to chase down the blue number 10 Montai Porsche. Great season for Montai, no doubt whatsoever about it.
Yeah, I mean, they have worked all of the options extremely well here over the whole of the Asian Le Mans series, whether that is the way they're going about their race strategy, whether it's their drivers. Yes, they've had some rough luck, and yeah, it didn't quite work out for them at in Dubai with the 10 car with that extra stop and other bits and pieces. But it was, you know, here this weekend they have been absolutely faultless.
We'll be calling any stops that come in that top 10, and the first of them is going to be for the Origin Motorsport car of Yi-Hong Lee. That will give 8th position to the Winwood Racing car of Gabriele Piana. Trying to chase down Ricky Pera in the Montai EMA car. That car making its way back up the order in 7th. This is still the battle for 4th. Brendan Leach and Fran Rader, but for the moment the Aston Martin has pulled out a bit more of an advantage over the McLaren. The red and white Porsche between them is a lap down.
Yeah, so yeah, 98, 27, 99, number 2, 92. I think they're all going to have to. The 92 is the one that's just on the limit here, and whether they're going to have to stop or not, but I think that they will. Ricardo Pera is going to have to work furiously to save fuel. It is possible.
87 car, by the way, comes out in 12th position, the Origin Motorsport car. Out of contention, I feel, for a significant finish, and, but a very welcome addition indeed to the Asian Le Mans Series order, the GT World Challenge Asia champions. They've learned a lot from this mixed class racing. I'm sure they will be back.
In comes 98 for his stop. That's another one that's going in to get the splash to the end of the race. 20 minutes to go here.
Yeah, so that's
really taken them out of contention.
That's our 3rd place car. That shows signs of having an exciting day here at Yas Marina.
Yeah, it certainly has. The nose is definitely had some contact, and he's been
not as the designer intended.
You know, it's been used a lot. Yes. That nose has.
Not going to get away with never raced or rallied.
No,
that one
won't buff out.
No, it won't. Black and orange flag for car 87. Meanwhile,
and this is the battle here between Dennis Marshall and the 81 car, who has got Gabriele Piana on board, and this is for position, and I think that Dennis Marshall is going to be looking to put a move here.
Well, it's an interesting moment, this, Ollie, because we don't yet know how this is all going to pan out. Up the inside goes Dennis Marshall as the 91 car has gone through, side-by-side contact. You know, just one position could make a difference in the title battle, depending on what happens on fuel.
Piana's going to have to pit for sure.
Yeah.
I know that Marshall, he's wanting to get up the road, and he's going to get the deal done here. These two, actually, smart racing there from these two. You know, Piana knows that he's not racing Marshall, and just let him by, and he's just thinking about the championship here. Yeah, got a little bit of rubbing there as they came through turn 5, but it always looked under control. And it's just going to be now how they come down into turn 9. And I think Dennis will be able to just carry the speed in. And and you're going to get down the road and see if he can get after Ricardo Pera in the Manthey EMA car, who I think is going to be furiously fuel-saving.
There's one driver that certainly isn't, and that's the leader, Malte Jakobsen. It's the 142s, 13.5 seconds up the road. He does need to stop.
Yeah, 1 or 2 more laps, and that'll be it for him.
Recognition that he might as well use the fuel he's got in the tank to good effect.
Yeah.
1 or 2 more cars in the order into the 42s. First them Tristan Vautier. Looks to me as if their title chances are gone. Lawrence Herr in the 142s further back, and behind, guess who? Matthias Besch. And closing that gap again. All sorts of reviews underway, all sorts of dramas that could still come. We're into the last 18 minutes of this race, this season. And we're getting to the point where final fuel stops will be coming, and we can start to finally give you a prediction of what's going to happen in the points. I'm not sure we're going to know till the checkered flag, though, Ollie, in two of these classes. LMP3 amongst them. Yeah. GT's the other.
It is.
Because remember, we mentioned about the Manthey issue at Dubai. Even against the super clever stuff we've got here in terms of strategy and IT, it can't tell you whether or not the fuel went in the car. And we have seen that more than once this season.
Yeah.
Problems with fuel rigs, finger trouble. This is the 98. Dropping back out of the top 10 and under pressure now from David Rigon. Brendan Leach for 13th place. 17 minutes to go. Through comes the 11 car. Matthias Besch looking to keep the gap he's got to the closing. Lawrence Herr, you can see the multicoloured number 3 car in the background.
Just walking through those pit stops and who we now got.
By the way, it's not Brendan Leach, it's Marco Sorensen.
Right.
So that makes it altogether a more exciting battle here, I think. Marco Sorensen.
I haven't seen Marco this weekend, but he's always such a character.
He's got one hell of a season ahead of him. Here comes the 25 for its final pit stop of the season. Needs to be slick, needs to be quick, needs to be fault-free. And now we're going to see Malte Jakobsen leave.
Yeah, and just...
David Leach on the stopwatch.
Yeah.
Ever watchful, strategic brains behind Algarve Pro Racing.
Nicky Katzberg just still working the traffic here, still leading this motor race.
In the lead.
Yeah, and oh, what's going on here? The 3s.
Oh, it's in trouble.
Oh, it's lost its left front. Looks like one of the pickup points is gone here.
That's not the first time we've had a problem with a corner on this car, is it?
No.
That is going to be game over, I'm afraid, with 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, can you just get back to the pit lane nice and safely? I'm sure there's a few guys here who are hoping, oh, maybe is it going to stop? Is it going to cause another full course yellow? Is it going to cause a...
He's going to get back, isn't he?
He is going to get back, I think.
So, sadly, after a spirited run from...
With this car, against this car,
yes,
the number
indeed.
11.
Well, that's Malte Jakobsen leaving the pits and rejoins just ahead of Matthias Besch in 5th place. 9th is good enough in any circumstances for Algarve Pro Racing.
EBM, Jamie Day, he's stopped now in GT.
Right, so now we start to see these cycle back. So reasonably relaxed. Stuart Cox.
Still looks a little bit like an expectant father.
I don't blame him.
No.
I mean, you know, he knows, as we do, that anything can still happen.
Yep.
Incidents involving cars 23 and 85 at turn 6 is under review. That is forcing off track. And that is the Absolute Racing car, and the 85 is the Iron Dames, isn't it?
Dames, yeah, yeah.
So Malte Jakobsen having rejoined the race, and there was an almost disaster there for Matthias Besch. A driver in the Absolute Racing car did not see he was there.
No.
That will help Malte Jakobsen for a moment to just have a bit of respite from the fighty Swiss.
Yeah, and we're just still watching and waiting to see who's going to blink next here with the GT battle and who is going to be coming down pit lane. predicting that
it comes down.
Kiana and Fran Rueda will be there very, very shortly. And I think Jamie Day's just been in the pit lane.
Yeah, Jamie Day is just in and out. He's still right up there at the moment. Let's see just how far down he drops. Elias Sepulin in the number 2 car drops down to 10th at the moment. So Alfred Renard now back into the car in the number 99 car. Back into the car, has he been in the car before? That car in 9th position. Montai number 10 leads. Optimum Fran Rueda up into 2nd place. Jamie Day has left the pits in the 89 car, and I think has retained 3rd place here. Drive-through penalty, meanwhile, for car 43. My tired eyes are that, of course, is the Inter-Europol car that is in 5th place. Kevin Rabin aboard that car. But, not a car that's in podium or title contention. Still LMP3 led, by the way, under the fjord back from Ian Aguilera. High-class racing for RRM Sport. Not a huge gap. But, Theo Jensen in the Breton Racing number 26 and the Ultimate number 35, the hands of Matteo Cantarelli. There's the 83 car of Mathieu Vazevier closing in here on Nicky Katzberg. Last 12 minutes, 2 drivers, 2 teams who would love to win this race. Car 8, a stop-and-go penalty, track limits. That is the Dragon Racing car of now Aaron Tellitz just in the car.
Yeah, I think Jamie Day has hung on to
3rd place.
That 3rd place.
So already had 1 podium position for the EBM Aston Martin. Well, how close is Ricky Perra? 13 seconds back, looks pretty safe there.
Yeah,
with pace coming for that Aston Martin.
I think that EBM car is possibly on for the win here. And it's good 13 seconds up the road from Ricardo Perra.
2nd place because the Fran Rueda's just pitted.
Yeah, Joel Stern needs to stop.
Wow, the 81 car, title contender, in and out of the pits. Gabriele Piana dropping down the order. 8th, 10th. I think that's
Joel Stern on pit lane.
Wow, now this is the moment. 92, do we believe Ricky Perra needs the pits?
I think he is going to be extremely close. Dennis Marshall, I think he's got past him. Ricardo Perra.
He has indeed.
There goes the 10.
Marshall is up into 3rd. So there goes the 10. That was a quick fill. 11 minutes to go. It's all on the table, Ollie Gavin. I don't know how to call this one.
It is super, super tight, super close, and wow, I'm not entirely sure who's going to come out where.
Well, let's call the cars on track as we see them. Nicky Katzberg leads the race, but it's been closed down here. Mathieu Vazevier, they're 1-2 for the 7 seconds back. Tom Dillman in the 22 Pronto competition. He's going to throw everything he's got into getting to this pair. Tristan Vautier appears to be out of this, 14 seconds back. Melter Jakobsen a further 18 seconds back. He won't mind. It's the title they're looking for and look on their way to it at the moment. Matthias Besch 5 seconds back from Melter Jakobsen and dropping back a little. Julian Andlau in the Pure Racing car is a further minute astray from that group. LMP3 doesn't look to me as if gaps are going to be closed on pace in the last 10 minutes there. So we're going to ask you in a moment to tell us where things stand, Ollie, on the live points tracker for LMP3. And Joel Sturm, has he retained the lead?
He has retained the lead, and I think that this is going to be the 1-2-3 here is Joel Sturm, Jamie Day, and then Dennis Marshall in the Kessel 74 car, and Ricardo Perra is there 4th, but Ricardo, I think he's going to have any chance of attacking Dennis is going to be taken away by his fuel save. And I think in P3 at the moment it's 26 Breton Racing who are sitting in the pound seats.
Yeah, 3rd here, but as things are counting back, would take the title. And what about GT as they stand? GT. See the battle here. I'll call the battle in LMP2. Nicky Katzberg keeping to his lines, trying to studiously avoid the jinking moves of Mathieu Vazevier behind.
Vazevier's got him in his sights here. I'm not sure Nicky's going to be able to defend.
Got him.
Yeah. Nicky's furiously fuel saving. Whoa.
That might have helped just a little, because Nicky Katzberg is going back at him.
Wow.
Drives him back across the road. Nicky Katzberg comes to the inside. That was a double defence from Mathieu Vazevière.
Oh, he might get in trouble for that.
He might well be. That wasn't one move, was it?
No.
Car 28 drive-through penalty causing a collision at turn 7. And car 51, another drive-through penalty for the feisty AF Corsa car. So, how would they call that one? It was running up the back almost of the 91 car, drove himself into a bit of a cul-de-sac, Mathieu Vazevière, and all of a sudden Nicky Katzberg saw the opportunity.
He did.
And he's gone way, way wide here, around the Iron Dames 85.
I think that Nicky's going to have to fuel save hugely here, and this is the move coming down here into turn 5. Nicky gives him the room. Vazevière comes through, but tries to take the 91, and the 91 just kind of pinches him off, and so he has to lift to get out of it. And then Nicky's back on him. He goes to the left, and so does Vazevière, and then looks to go back to the right, and it's all a little bit 2 or 3 moves there, and it just depends on how the stewards look at it.
Okay, well, we'll wait and see what they call on it. It's their job, not ours. Montai lead GT from EBM and Kessel Racing. Montai EMA's Ricky Perra right there. And what's the GT situation at the moment?
GT, it's the 10 from the 92 by 4 points. And yeah, the 81 is right out of it.
Okay, and 3 points only would be the difference between 3rd and 4th. So even getting 3rd at this point for the EMA car would not, I don't think, make the difference. So that's magnificent work by the number 10 crew.
It is. They've worked it extremely well with the fuel and everything, and just the 92 car, it's a bit toothless now in this fight. It hasn't got anything it can really do. If it stops, it's out of it. It hasn't got the fuel on board to really attack.
Well, this is going to be double title for Joel Sturm and Klaus Bachler. Winners, remember, not just in the WC, but in the Asia Le Mans series last year.
Yeah.
Could they come back with a different team and win back-to-back titles here with, I don't know about you, but I'd love to see Antara Sauer's face winning this title after the traumas of last season.
Yes, absolutely.
Car destroyed at pretty much turn 2, race 1 last year.
Oh my God, it was brutal.
It was indeed brutal. That is the live points standings in LMP2, and for the overall, Algarve Pro Racing, by a distance, RD Limited would move forward to 2nd place, and a brutal evening for the number 20 Algarve Pro Racing Orica. Alex Quinn, by the way, is still powering around here, and live points at the moment for LMP3 would see a handy margin for Breton Racing. And what a story there. A team that debuted in the Asian Le Mans Series last year. Well, they've converted that experience well, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
And they've bested here at the moment the European champions, RLRM Sport. But what a battle it's been. It's been a very different sort of battle, strategic battle, but nonetheless engaging. And I know a lot of sports car fans love running the numbers throughout the season, and that's been a battle to watch.
The 22 is on the Nielsen car. I don't think it's going to be too long here before Tom Dillman is going to be catching Nicky Katzberg and putting the move on him, because, yeah, I think the very best I think that Nielsen will be able to hope for here is a 3rd place. But I'm wondering, looking at the numbers here, whether they're going to have to stop again. He's got 22 laps on this stint.
It's tight, isn't it?
Well, Dillman's got to stop as well, actually.
Oh.
Dillman's going to have to stop as well.
Vazevière's just been in, hasn't he? So, so they're fine for the finish. So looking good here. 4.5 minutes to go. So for AF Corsa and the 83 crew, they'll feel a little disappointed their championship opportunity went away, but they'll take this, a race win, to set up what's to come for their European season. Dillman looking now for a way past Nicky Katzberg, who again looks pretty helpless to defend here. He's running clearly a very challenging fuel number indeed.
Yeah, but I think Dillman's got to be going to the pit lane this lap.
And he is. In comes Tom Dillman at the end of what, in final analysis, he will rank as being a disappointing season.
Oh, it's been tough. It really has.
Won the championship with Inter-Europol and PR1 Matteson in the IMSA Championship last year. Took the European Le Mans Series title to the wire with Inter-Europol and came here with a crew. It really has been a season of coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah, it has. And he's away. And
3.5 minutes to go, and drops now behind Tristan Vautier. Warning flag, driving standards, car 83. Our leader.
Yeah.
Has he been just a little bit? Oh, that will be the double move,
yeah,
won't it?
Yeah, Nicky Katzberg, that's it.
I think that's fair enough.
At least he didn't have the door open.
No, I think at least that's fair enough that he should be pulled up for it. It was feisty. There was no contact. Yeah. And Mathieu is feisty. Does like a bit of a tussle.
Just to see how this is going to roll through here. I think Vautier might be in the position here to get the second spot, the 30, and I think Molt's going to be
third.
Yeah, possibly, unless Katzberg can produce some miracle on fuel save.
Well, he is the only driver capable of changing his own age. So
I don't know. There's a few that I know that have done it. So,
but generally, yeah, fair enough. So is he 37? Is he 33? Please take a look at his Wikipedia page and give us the answer on a postcard too. We're not here. The season's over.com. 2 minutes to go. AF Corsa looks set to take this race win, Ollie. Algarve Pro Racing and the 25 crew looks set to take the title.
Yeah, this has been a far stronger performance here from the 83 crew. They've just looked a bit off colour the whole season, but they've finally managed to get everything together here at Yas Marina for the final race of the year. And yeah, great work by the 83 crew. Yes, they had a tough turn one, lost those dive planes off the front, but they came in for a smart stop. And there we go, Francois Perrodo just sitting looking on.
Penultimate lap, a few words from you as we wind this down for the end of this season about what you've thought of the 6 races we've seen and the championship as a whole, and the way it's evolved.
Absolutely action-packed. It's been brilliant to see all of these bronze drivers come through, getting some time in the car, whether it's Michael Jensen, whether it's someone like Naveen Rao, or you're looking at any of the others that have competed in P2. It's been really brilliant to see how they've developed, but then there's been the emerging talent coming through. Oh, who's at the 7?
Out of contention, but that's someone pit out.
Pit out.
Well, that's the support pit lane.
It is support pit lane, so
don't worry about that.
Yeah, absolutely. But all the emerging talent, whether it's someone like Harry King or Alex Quinn or Ollie Caldwell, who's just done a fine job in this race today, or some of the old stalwarts, Mold Jakobsen is so dependable and so brilliant behind the wheel. There's been so many to point towards in P2, but then in P3 you can look down through the list of young talent coming through there, whether it's Griffin Peoples or Ian Aguilera, who's just done a phenomenal job, and Theodore Jensen here on board the 26 has been also very quick. And then you get down into GT and some of the phenomenal performances from the bronze drivers of, it's hard to look past Dustin Blattner, who's just been an absolute standout in the 74 Kessel car, just taking that fight to everybody in the class. And then, it's just so deep, so deep.
We expect the performances, don't we, from the platinums and the gold. I'm going to say it because you're too bashful to. Ben Tuck, for me, a big standout amongst the silvers, but there's been way more than that. Last few turns of the season in the Asian Le Mans Series. What a format this double-header, triple bill has been in Sepang in Malaysia, in Dubai Autodrome, and here at Yas Marina. Just the final few turns for this race for the 83 car, the AF Corsa car of Francois Perrodo, Alessio Rivera and Mathieu Vazevière. 12 seconds to the good from Nicky Katzberg on the final lap. Is he going to make it home? Tristan Vautier is closing that gap and may well take second place before the flag. But for right now, what a race from AF Corsa. They're going to come home and they will be winners of round 6, the final round of the 2024-2025 Asian Le Mans Series. They take the checkered flag and through to complete their race. Third place, but the title for Breton Racing, because they've completed that run. Francois Perrodo delighted, Alessio Rivera delighted. Who's going to come through second here, though?
Katzberg.
Katzberg gets it home, because Tristan Vautier it was that had the slow third sector. Nielsen Racing second on the podium, a great result from them. And RD Limited, what a season for them, a race win, a podium at the finale. But that all means that the fourth place car will be the championship winner, the 25 crew, Michael Jensen, Valerio Incella and Melter Jakobsen. Algarve Pro Racing, yet another title. Here comes our race winner in LMP3. That will be High Class Racing's number 49. Thomas Kiefer, Anders Fjordbach taking the flag, and Mark Patterson. We wait for the RLRM Sport car to complete the podium. All three podium finishes still to come, and it will be the 10 Montai car. Joel Sturm and Klaus Bachler, back-to-back titles in Asia, and Antares Au in the number 10 for Montai and for Porsche. They will take the race win, and the title goes with it, if our maths is correct, ahead of the EBM 89 Aston Martin and the 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari. 3 different makes on the podium at the final round. Epic stuff. GT champions, Montai. They will get an extra entry to the Le Mans 24 hours.
As Breton Racing, the guys there a lot happier than they were just a few minutes, well, maybe an hour or so ago.
Well, and Taras Au, one of the characters of this season, becoming a bit of a legend, isn't he, in the Asian Le Mans Series?
He is, and I mean, he's just had such rotten luck, but he's done a brilliant job this year, and they've just had a little bit of that luck, but, God, fully delivered. Well deserved.
Yeah, 26 crew, and it's not all 3 drivers that will be champions, because there's been a mix-up in driver lineups for Breton Racing, but they are our LMP3 champions.
And deserving so.
They've been consistent. Yep. We've seen brilliant performances from other teams, including RLRM Sport and Ultimate, but they've been the consistent performers, and that's what it takes. They'll be coming down onto pit lane to take the plaudits as champions, not race winners here tonight. Valerio Incella.
Very happy.
Well, let's not forget, this is his first season in prototype racing, and that's an amazing thing to achieve.
It really
for
is.
a young man.
Brilliant, great job.
Young driver there that takes a title, a slightly less young driver that takes a title here. But you know what, the passion's going to be no less. And Taras Au, he's going to be a bit of an online legend, that boy. You know what, we've got to get him in a commentary booth at some point.
Yeah, he is a fantastic gentleman and passionate about his racing, and yeah, such a lovely man.
Absolutely. What a race, what an event. Both races, albeit both interrupted by red flags. Thanks very much to those here at the circuit that got us back in racing to get the quality racing we got. That's Thomas Kiefer to the left, the slightly younger gentleman, and our legend that is Mark Patterson. Can't wait to see him back in Europe.
Yeah, another win.
Might well see Mark back in LMP2, by the way, this season. We'll wait and see how things pan out in the European Le Mans Series. But if not, he will be in action in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. There is our race winner, number 83 car, and Mathieu Vazevier will feel redemption after yesterday.
Yeah, I think he will. And, you know, these guys have done a great job to get the car to the victory lane today.
Yep.
P1. And he'll be very happy with that performance from the whole team. It was a real team effort.
Mathieu embarks on a new challenge in 2025 as the co-owner of a brand new LMP3 team in Europe. They'll be contesting the Michelin Le Mans Cup as well on the ladder towards the European Le Mans Series, and who knows where that might take him.
Yeah.
Looking in the cars coming down pit lane, and that's a big tale of what might have been the teal and black Winward Racing car. They'll feel bitterly disappointed with the way the last couple of races have turned out. That's Matt Bell from Nielsen Racing. He'll be on the podium a little later. Naveen Rao.
Yeah.
Big turnaround for them too.
Yeah, that's a strong result there from Nielsen, and I mean, amazing work there by Nicky Katzberg at the end there. I don't know what he did with the fuel, but he managed to produce some.
I think they fitted pedals and a chain in that car. Pedalo style.
Indeed.
Great result too from the Castle Racing car. Just seen that car being sent towards the scrutineers' bay, as the podium cars will be. Here comes the number 10 car down pit lane.
79 were on board here with Tsunami.
And then ahead of them, the RLR M Sport car that gave it a good old go, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They did. But it was just a bit too much of a mountain to climb.
Two of our race winners there, awaiting the addition to the trio of Francois Perrodo.
A little bit different to yesterday.
There's our three race winners. One of these things is not like the other, because the car on the right is also a championship winner.
Yeah.
And well done. Klaus Bachler, Joel Sturm, double champions.
They mixed it up there, didn't they, with the driver lineup, and got the silvers to finish off.
They
Give
did.
that experience of, okay, you've got to close this out under the pressure.
Yeah.
And it's good to do.
It is absolutely good to do. It's Dane on Dane.
Yeah.
Boy, we've got a few successful
translate,
Danes here. Yes, I can say, he said, well done. I didn't regret it for a second, but we've taken the title. And then there was words I can't repeat. Famous for my Danish translation, and you ask my colleague from the press room, Jens Jensen. I didn't know you had race winners in Denmark, Jens. It's an in-joke.
Okay.
Let's go down now to a hard-working David Addison. He's with our race winners from AF Corsa. Over to you, David.
Trying to round up all of our winners, not the work of a moment. Alessio Rivera, Mathieu Vazivière, Francois Perrodo victorious. Let's talk to Francois. What a way to end out the season.
Yeah, it's been a tough one, to be honest. We've had our ups and downs, so we knew we had the pace when we could have a good race. Yesterday was close to that, but a couple of incidents meant that we were quite far off, so it feels good. I know we don't win the championship for sure, but it feels good to finish on a high.
A bit like redemption after yesterday and the dramas in the first race.
Definitely, absolutely. No, this feels very special. Now we can go home happy.
Fantastic. Go to the podium first. We'll see you out there. Well done to our race winners.
Yeah, managed to find the passion of the gentleman driver for so long in LMP2, takes another win. Let's take a look back at the highlights of a stunning finale for the Asian Le Mans Series. Another 4-hour race getting underway for the finale, and another pole position for Giorgio Roda. There's trouble at turn 1 again, tagged on the rear of Michael Jansen's 25 Algarve Pro Racing car. The championship leaders turn the car around. Could that have been the turning point for the championship? We'd see later. Further dramas as there's trouble for the 28 Porsche, Ferrari. Ferrari, forgive me, but the real drama came at turn 3. A tag from the 23 Ferrari and a massive shunt. It doesn't get any better the more times you see it. Putting out the number 42 car, putting out the safety car, and happily René Malmazak managed to turn to walk away from that shunt. Very emotional moment. When we got back to green flag running, trouble again, this time for the 50 car. Patrick Byrne half spinning his Oreca. He would recover. Up and down the order, there was all sorts of action, some of it unwelcome. This one from Chris Short on the rear of the Dragon Racing Ferrari, damaging the front end of his 15 RLR M Sport car. LMP3 doling out the fun. This was the number 7 Graf Racing car on the 35 Ultimate car. And then in LMP2, just did not quit, as it hasn't all season. 83 in the 11 car, contesting positions here. Winward Racing season fell apart, I'm afraid, at Yas Marina. Trouble yesterday, trouble again today, dropping them further down the order. Trouble too for one of our title contenders, the number 20 APR car. Electronics issues, putting that car into the garage and out of the contention for the title. They would finish the race, but drop down the order. RD Limited came here with an opportunity to take the title, mathematically at least. It's a feisty run from them. We'll talk about feisty, lap after lap. Matthias Besch and Lawrence Herr, this massive dive bomb from the German on the Swiss. Ultimately, it would be a tale of redemption for the 83 AF Corsa crew. A slick final pit stop, meaning that Mathieu Vazevière could finish his season. That's of Francois Perraudot and Alessio Rivera in the running. 25 car powering back up the field throughout the race. Malte Jakobsen would finish that race and would need a finish to complete the title run. Bit of a moment here for Mathieu Vazevière in defence from Nicky Katzberg. We'll get a warning for that behaviour. Katzberg, though, on a massive fuel save to bring Nielsen Racing back into podium contention, but it will be the win for AF Corsa in LMP2. It would be the title for Algarve Pro Racing, the win for High Class Racing in LMP3, the title going to the Breton Racing car that finished just after our race winner, and in GT, the win and the title for the Monza Racing number 10 of Antares-Au, and double title winners now, Klaus Bachler and Joel Sturm. What a race, what a season, what a concept, what a setting. That is the overall order. 83 AF Corsa, 120 laps completed. Nielsen Racing's 24 and the 30 from RD Limited on the podium, but the title goes to the fourth place car tonight, Algarve Pro Racing. 49 High Class Racing, Ligier from the 15 from RLR M Sports. The third place car, Breton Racing in LMP3, though, will take the title here. And then in GT, Montai, number 10 from the 89 EBM Aston Martin. Kessel Racing's number 74 Ferrari complete the podium, and it will be the race winner tonight, Montai, that clinched the title tonight for Joel Sturm, Antares-Au and Klaus Bachler. We're going to go to the podium shortly. I'm pretty much out of breath from the whole weekend. Stunning stuff.
It really has been, and Mantai certainly deserved that victory in the GT class and getting that, winning that invite to the prestigious Le Mans 24 Hours here in 2025, and that is a big feather in their cap, and they have produced a phenomenal performance here over all of this weekend in Yas Marina, but also they really came on strong in Dubai, and yeah, it's been a well-deserved
moment to recognise some of the ones that just fell short here for a variety of reasons. A bit of strategic misfortune, a bit of mechanical misfortune, electronic misfortune for the number 20 car. They deserved better than the result they got in the race tonight. Fantastic stuff in the middle order there from Ollie Caldwell. Alex Quinn has been stunning throughout.
Yeah, they really have been. There have been two who've really stood out for Algarve Pro, but it's hard to look past Malte Jakobsen. He's been phenomenal all season once again.
Busy boy, by the way. David Anderson still there collecting interview victims. We'll talk about David, his contribution this season in a few moments.
Yeah.
As we try to wrap up seasons appropriately by saying thank you to those that have performed above and beyond. This is the LMP2 Teams Trophy. It's a convincing win eventually for the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car, as it would be after the winning ways they've had ahead of RD Limited. Then the AF Corsa car take third place in the championship, and the death from the stricken number 20 car. Proton Competition, they'll go away from this thinking what could have been, and a fine sixth place there from Nielsen Racing. Drivers' Trophy, Double Dane, Malte Jakobsen and Michael Jensen with Valerio Rinicella. A fine championship win from Fred Pordad, James Allen and Tristan Vautier. Alessio Rivera, Francois Perraudot and Mathieu Vazevière with a race win will take the third spot. And beyond that, lots of tales of daring do. Great results maybe in a race or two, but not quite finishing with the consistency that required for a championship win at this level.
Yeah, if it wasn't for some bad luck, could the 91 Pure Racing car have really put in a top effort? But it just seemed that every which way they turned, it just wasn't working for them. And they've certainly had the speed and the pace in that car at times, and particularly from Harry King, who was exceptional when he was aboard.
Yeah,
just didn't quite gel.
This is the LMP3 Teams Trophy points, and it is Breton Racing that take the win from RLRM Sports. And Ultimate with High Class Racing joint third. There'll be the count back that counts for Ultimate, joint third in the points. That was one close run championship. 8 points separate the top four in that championship. The LMP Drivers' Trophy, another double Dane. Jens Reino Müller and Theodor Jensen take the title ahead of the duo, rather, the full season duo from RRM Sports.
It's a shame that Griffin Peebles couldn't join them in the 26 there.
That is the order in the GT Teams Trophy. Montai from Montai EMA. But cracking stuff throughout this season, and again went right to the wire. Came down to what you had in the tank. Antarasau, Joel Sturm, Klaus Bachler from Ricky Perra, Richard Leitz and Ryan Hartwick. Montai take the 1-2 in the order, but Winward Racing will feel a little hard done by. To celebrate this is a fine second place from Naveen Rao, Nicky Katzberg and Matt Bell.
Yeah,
RD
really
Limited already on the podium with Fred Pordad, with Tristan Vautier and with James Allen. But they're the winners tonight. Mathieu Vazevier whips up the crowd with Alessio Rivera and Francois Perodo.
Waving his hand in the air.
Absolutely. We don't have our champions on this podium. That podium will come later on this evening.
It's nice to see this podium here. A few guys here who haven't had a chance to stand on it so far this season.
That's quite correct, you know, and it's been so close.
Yeah, obviously, clearly the strategy and the car were key today. And
So a first podium of the season for Nielsen Racing. They'll be utterly delighted with that. It's a fourth podium for RD Limited and a third appearance on the podium. The first win of the season with the 83 car. They become the fourth different winner this season, in a season that's pretty much been dominated with 3 wins by the 25 Algarve Pro Racing team and by Algarve Pro Racing with 4 wins, because 1 for the 20 as well. Pierre Fillon, it is the president of the ACO, that presents the trophies here. We will be seeing a lot of these teams and drivers again in June, with LMP2 still a very important part of the spectacle that is the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
they'll be pleased there at Nielsen Racing.
They will indeed.
That second place.
So
deserving for all their efforts.
That marks the progress that they're looking for in a new era for the team. Yeah, delight for of course.
And you could see the smiles on their faces when that very cheery and happy national anthem, the Italian national anthem. It's just such a wonderful one.
You can just see, by the way, the Klaus Bachler fan club. I hope we get another shot of those down under the podium. There's Pedro. Let's go back down to the pit lane as David Allison is down with the race winners from High Class Racing. And after a fine fight that took them all the way to the finish.
LMP3 race winners. We haven't really spoken to Anders Fjord about much this season. This rounds out a tough year, tough season.
Yeah, up and downs. I think we were so close to winning in Sepang, both race 1 and 2. We're a couple of seconds from the victory, 2 races in a row. So at least we got it this time. It was super nice.
How hard a race was this one?
It was very tactical, a strategic race. We had to do 2 more laps than possible is on the consumption, so that was really difficult to manage. The gap behind and all of it was crazy.
Fantastic result. Well done, guys.
Well, that's the team trophy. Final points, 100 points for Breton Racing from the Czech Republic. RLRM Sports 7 back, and then a further point back for Ultimate and High Class Racing. That could have gone any way this evening.
It was one of those ones that was nip and tuck the whole way. And we're just seeing the points here for the drivers.
End of an era for LMP3 with the end of these cars' careers. Jens Rennemuller, Theodor Jensen it is, head of Ian Aguilera and Nick Adcock, the team members for those teams. Had a bit of a switcheroo, but they're the ones that take the overall points. This is the LMP3 podium. We saw the three gentlemen from High Class Racing. There he is.
Great to see. A lot of camaraderie here in the P3 category.
Let's call it as well. We have got our champions there too, with Jens Rennemuller and Theo Jensen. The full season drivers, Griffin Peoples, joining here in the UAE and helping massively towards this.
He's done a fine job.
There is the Klaus Bachler fan club in their lime green shirts, and you saw Jens Rennemuller giving a bit of a wave for the Danish national anthem. I don't know how tall that crew member is from High Class Racing, about 9'3" by the look of things. And Anders Fjordback's not that
no, a bit of
vertically challenged.
Up there.
But great stuff from the three drivers there. Thomas Kiefer, Anders Fjordback, and Mark Patterson, of course, and Ian Aguilera. He's been a big part of this show. Chris Short came in for the UAE races, and Nick Adcock's been a full season partner to Ian Aguilera.
Yeah, he has.
We're going to see a lot more of that young Mexican racer there from RLR, as I'm sure we'll see from Theo Jensen and Griffin Peoples as well.
Yeah, Mark Patterson looking very, very happy.
Good. He deserves every moment of it. As do all of them. It's been a great season of LMP3 racing. Not a very deep field.
But it's been a good send-off. Good send-off.
It has, and farewell to the rumble that has been LMP3, the Nissan era. That's it. It's done. Pack it up. Time for turbo whistle. Let's go down again. One last time, and this time it's David Anderson with our race and championship winners from Montai Racing.
Our GT winners, Joel Sturm, Klaus Bachler, Antares Au. I know we've spoken a lot, but we have to talk to the bronze driver. What a result, what a season.
It's been really tough, but seriously, these are the guys that make it happen. Not just drivers, team, everyone down to the mechanics. It's tough. It's very tough. 5 years of doing this, and finally, we got somewhere. But lots of good memories with these guys. Last time I walked down this pit lane, like this, was also with Klausy.
You've had some rotten luck in this championship, and it didn't exactly start brilliantly. That first race in Sepang, if you'd have thought I might win the championship, you could never have believed it, yeah?
No, not after the tofu incident, not after all the hard work, but realistically, karma has a funny way of playing out.
Well deserved. Well done, guys.
What a race, what a championship, what a star from Antares Au. As the W Hotel turns on the style. That is the final point score. It is 10 for Montai. Montai Racing 86, Montai EMA 76, Winward Racing 65. They'll be disappointed. Kessel Racing coming through with the fourth place finish. And EPM's 89. Aston Martin with a couple of strong runs with 46. There are our champions. And Antares Au for the first time, and Joel Sturm and Klaus Bachler, 2 consecutive wins in the championship, in the Asia Le Mans Series for that pair. And beyond that, some fine individual performances to savour. As we wait for the podium, I'm going to ask you one last time for a couple of words here. Ollie?
Oh, it's been phenomenal. It's been wheel-to-wheel action. Brilliant advert for ACO Rules Racing and multi-class racing. And I've thoroughly enjoyed this Asian Le Mans series. And it's just going from strength to strength. And 46 cars on the grid here. And here is Antares Au and the guys from Manthai taking to the podium. These are well-deserving winners here.
Well, third place has gone to Kessel Racing. Fabulous season of action for them, but they've hadn't yet produced the results. Ben Tuck to the left there, with Dennis Marshall and Dustin Blattner. The EBM trio in the 89 car, Gabriele Rindoni, James Day and Mattia Drudi in the Aston Martin. But we're going to hear the German national anthem for our race winners and champions from Manthai. Well, national anthem's done. And Antares Au thanks the crowd. Our friends from Total Energies, another valuable partner here for the Asian Le Mans Series and for endurance racing worldwide, will present the trophies. And we can finally start to say goodbye from what has been a stellar season of endurance racing in Sepang, at Dubai Autodrome and at Yas Marina. Thank you so much to the circuit staff at all three venues. You've made us all feel extremely welcome. Time to say thank you as well to the Asian Le Mans Series staff. ACO, LMEM and SRO put together a stunning display, a stunning grid throughout the season. From here on, all these drivers and all these teams, or most of them, are going to be making their way around the world for the FI World Endurance Championship, the European Le Mans Series, the Michelin Le Mans Cup, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, GT World Challenge events in Europe and in Asia and around the world. All sorts of national, international club championships. Go Klaus Bachler, that's what they're saying right there. From all of us to all of you that have actually tuned in this year, keep watching endurance racing. As you've seen, it does have its moments, and there's an awful lot more of it available. We've had an absolute ball bringing the Asian Le Mans Series to you. I want to say big thank you particularly to my colleague and my friend Oliver Gavin, and chapeau to David Addison down on pit lane. A massive plus for the championship, and particularly when we've had the challenges of red flags, etc. David,
and a massive thank you to you as well, Graham, holding all together there under all those massive red flags and issues that we've had over the season. But here we are.
Here we are.
Fantastic.
And thanks as well to the TV team, hard working in a darkened truck while we're having fun up here in the studio or people trackside. From all of us, from the Asian Le Mans Series, after a fantastic 2024-25 season, we'll see you next season. But before then, keep watching sports cars. Thank you and good night from Yas Marina.
Thank you.